A domineering aura emanated from Tang Lingwen's body, and his voice resounded throughout the sky above the trial ground. Wang! After he finished speaking, the Level 2 void interpretation formation behind him instantly covered an area of 10 kilometers. The blood-colored killing formation space emitted a heart-palpitating ripple. Killing, all the humans were also enveloped. What a powerful killing array as expected of a rank 2 void interpretation array. It's too powerful, a rank 1 void interpretation expert must die. Haha, this demonic Lin King beast is doomed. Arrogant, let you be arrogant. Peel off its skin. Let it know the consequences of killing us humans. The 10,000 people behind saw the powerful array and revealed excited expressions. This beast is doomed. Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the others who were holding the array looked excited when they saw more than a dozen demonic beasts being enveloped. However, at this moment, the demonic Lin King beast also smiled, and its smile was full of cunning. Hee, I've revealed all my trump cards. Haha, I can have a good meal now. The demonic Lin King beast's sinister voice suddenly rang out, causing all the humans to be slightly stunned. Eh? Beast, die! Tang Lingwen saw the demonic Lin King beast's sinister appearance and was slightly astonished. He suddenly had a bad premonition in his heart. However, he quickly threw this premonition aside and brandished the blood-colored broadsword in his hand in front of him. Streams of 1,000-meter-long black saber rays covered the demonic Lin King beast. Attack! Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the others also shouted. They controlled the formation and attacked at the same time. Within a 10-kilometer radius, sharp black longswords appeared out of thin air. The longswords were densely packed. There were at least 1 million of them in the entire space. Kill! Kill! The sounds of killing rang out. 1,000-meter-long sword light and densely packed black longswords covered the area in front of them. More than 10 demonic beasts were completely covered by the terrifying attack, and even their figures couldn't be seen. Die! Facing such an attack, no matter how strong you are, you must die. Haha! Beast, die! All the humans revealed excited expressions. Roar! Suddenly, a terrifying howl shook everyone's eardrums and everyone's faces trembled. Boom! A terrifying flame suddenly rose up from where the attack had covered. In the sky, there were many black longswords and streaks of blade light. Under the terrifying flames, they actually quickly melted. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. Their pupils slowly dilated, filled with disbelief. Ha! Foolish humans. Wanting to kill my demonic soul is simply wishful thinking. Today, I'll let you all know that my demon soul is your nightmare. Die, you bunch of fools. The voice of the demon soul king beast sounded, and the monstrous flames covered an area of 2,000 meters. The small black sword within the array quickly disappeared. Within the dark blood-colored array, this demon Lin King beast was like a flame monarch from hell. What? How is this possible? Tang Lingwen felt the terrifying power of the demonic soul and the flames that caused the array to tremble, and his face was filled with shock. Haha, a bunch of stupid things. Do you think I'm at the first level of the profound void tier? Kiki! A terrifying voice sounded again, and the demonic soul returned to its horse form. Its 4 hooves stepped in the air, carrying terrifying flames as it directly attacked Tang Lingwen. What? It's not at the first level of the void interpretation stage, could it be? Tang Lingwen's expression suddenly turned deathly pale, and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. No, this is impossible. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan, who held the array formation in their hands, also had a great change in expression. The humans behind them were even more shocked. Not at the first level of the void interpretation stage. Could it be the second level of the void interpretation stage? Beast! Don't even think about lying to me. Dharma idol? Dark demon blade. Tang Lingwen clenched his teeth and roared. His body was like an abyss, and terrifying darkness surged out. The darkness condensed into a 1,000-meter-wide demon blade. Attack! Attack! Tang Feng and Tang Yuan also hurriedly shouted. They controlled the power of the array and attacked the demon soul. Kiki! A group of ants! A group of ants! The demon soul that was rushing over swung its tail, and the flames on its body turned into an even larger demon soul itself. Roar! It roared loudly, and its front hooves leapt up, directly biting towards the 1,000-meter large dark demon blade. Bang, bang, bang. The incomparably powerful dark demon beast, Tang Lingwen's strongest attack, actually collapsed at a terrifying speed under the attack of the demon soul. No. Tang Lingwen was shocked. His face was filled with disbelief as he shouted loudly. Pong, pong, pong. Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the others' foreheads were instantly filled with cold sweat. The black longswords hadn't even landed on his body when they were directly melted by the flames. It was very difficult to kill a level 2 profound void martial expert with a level 2 profound void martial formation. At most, it could only deal with a level 1 profound void martial expert. Facing such a terrifying demon soul, it was completely unable to cause any harm to it, especially when it released its Dharma idol. Go and die, a reckless human. The demon soul's gaze locked onto Tang Lingwen and directly charged towards him. It opened its largest mouth and bit towards him. Not good. Feeling the destructive attack from the demon soul, Tang Lingwen's eyes revealed a panicked expression. At this moment, he didn't have the confidence and domineering aura from before. There was only fear. The current king beast of the demon beast clan was actually a cave level 2. This was simply shocking. Pong, pong, pong. He hurriedly raised the long saber in his hand to block the demon soul's attack. However, the terrifying flames caused the surrounding dark energy to be burned, and his arms trembled. A level 1 void interpretation expert was completely unable to resist against a level 2 void interpretation expert. Ah! Tang Lingwen's eyes widened, and despair appeared in his eyes. A bloody mouth directly bit onto his body. Pong! The terrifying power directly swallowed it into its mouth. Roar! Delicious fresh blood. The demon soul excitedly roared, and an excited expression appeared in its eyes. It slowly looked towards the humans in front of it and licked its tongue. What? How is this possible? How is this possible? Senior Tang Lingwen. No, no. Quickly run, quickly run. All the humans who were watching this scene revealed a terrified expression as they cried out in terror. Run, run. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan, the two princes, saw that Tang Lingwen was easily killed and their hair blew up. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately fled towards the exit. Kiki, with just you ants, you still want to escape? The demon soul's cold voice resounded in everyone's ears. The figure that was emitting a terrifying might directly charged over. Explode! When Tang Feng and Tang Yuan saw the demon soul charging over, they immediately threw away the array compass in their hands, causing it to erupt with an instant power as it attacked the demon soul. Boom! 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 Run, everyone, run! Oh my god, this demon Lin King Beast is a terrifying existence at Profound Void Tier 2, everyone, run! Don't block the way! Get out of my way! Get out of my way! The sound of the array exploding rang out, along with chaotic and terrified cries. The second-level Void Interpretation Formation, at the cost of being damaged, launched its final attack at the demon soul of the second-level Void Interpretation. Roar! Damn it! Damn the formation! The demon soul saw the last hundreds of thousands of black longswords attacking it by self-destructing, and it immediately stopped moving. The killing formation of the second-level Void Interpretation was, after all, the killing formation of the second-level Void Interpretation. Even a demon beast of the second rank of the insightful Void tier could not completely ignore it. Its body shook, and flame scales rose up one after another, forming a defense around it without any blind spots. Countless black swords fell on it, but they could not cause any damage to it. And in these few short seconds, they fought for a chance of survival for all the humans. Everyone rushed towards the exit frantically. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Wang Xian stood in the void and looked at the demon soul with a little surprise. It was the king beast of the current generation of the demon beast race. However, at this moment, a young man who was rushing over in fear pulled out his weapon and attacked Wang Xian directly. He wanted to escape for his life and escape as soon as possible. Wang Xian frowned slightly when he saw the weapon that was charging at him. His eyes were cold. He moved his body and dodged to the side. Roar! Awe! At this moment, a roar was heard. A terrifying flame attacked the humans at the back. A scream was heard instantly. Wang Xian looked over. The formation had already dissipated. The furious demon soul released a terrifying flame. Hundreds of people were instantly incinerated by the flames. The screams made the humans who were running away even more terrified. Wang Xian saw them pick up their weapons and attack the people who were blocking their way. Scram! All of you, fucking scram! Who told you to follow us? Tang Feng and Tang Yuan's foreheads were covered in cold sweat as they shouted loudly towards the front. They charged towards the people blocking their way without any scruples and towards the exit. With their strength, the people around them could not withstand it at all. Wang Xian looked over. In just a few seconds, there were over 1,000 people who died at the hands of their own kind. He shook his head slowly and looked towards the demon soul that was engulfed in flames. Demon soul was the name of this demonic Lin demon beast. Just like humans, they had their own name and civilization. The people around them fled at a very fast speed. Tens of thousands of people swarmed into the exit. Fortunately, the exit was relatively spacious and could accommodate 600 to 800 people. Damn it, don't run away. When the demonic soul saw that almost all the humans had fled, he revealed a furious expression. A huge flame was spewed towards the exit. Seeing the last few thousand people, Wang Xian frowned slightly. With a move of his arm, a mask appeared on his face. He didn't want to expose himself. The intelligence of the demon beast race was not inferior to that of humans. If he were to expose himself, it was very likely that he would attract the attacks of the demon beast race. He wouldn't reveal his true appearance easily unless he had absolute strength. He waved his arm and a black ray of light swept over under the heaven-defying pearl to block the attack of the demon soul. There's still an ant left. Roar, die! The demon soul stared at Wang Xian with his cold eyes. With a slight movement of his tail, a fire whip swept towards Wang Xian. The blazing fire whip caused the air to be filled with a layer of mist. Wang Xian smiled lightly and a cold expression appeared in his eyes. He waved his arm and unleashed the extreme ice and fire explosion. Boom! The extreme ice and fire explosion landed on the fire whip. The fire whip collapsed instantly and the energy from the extreme ice and fire explosion continued to attack forward. Eh? What? Another insightful void martial artist. Demon Soul's expression changed slightly as he clawed at the extreme ice and fire explosion. Boom! Sensing the energy from above, his expression changed slightly as he revealed a serious expression. Roar, roar, cunning humans. I didn't expect two of you to descend. The demon soul's eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared at Wang Xian. Hee, if you are willing to be my mount, I can spare your life. When Wang Xian saw that the demon soul treated him as a human who had entered this place through a special method, a faint smile appeared on his face. His body moved and he floated in the air. He sized up the demon soul with a smile on his face. Now that his strength had increased, Ling Zilin was no longer qualified to be his mount. This demon soul looked extremely domineering, and it had a 6th-level void interpretation bloodline. If it was to be his mount, it would be a good choice. Kiki, arrogant human, let me be your mount. You are delusional. Become my food. A hint of anger flashed across his eyes. He opened his mouth and a terrifying flame shot towards the sky. Flames descended from the sky like meteorites and smashed towards Wang Xian. The terrifying attack covered an area of 2 kilometers. The king of heaven's favorites from the demonic beasts? Since that's the case, let's have a taste of it. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as the 3 spirits' armor appeared around him. With a move of his palm, the black demon-free sword appeared in his hand. The king of heaven's favorites from the human race, the head of heaven's favorites, versus the king of heaven's favorites from the demon race. However, none of the humans saw this scene. At this moment, when all the humans rushed out of the training grounds, everyone had a look of survival on their faces. Hoo! I came out alive. I came out alive. It's too terrifying. The demon race's genius king beast is too terrifying. Oh my god. A terrifying existence at the 2nd level of the void interpretation realm. Tang Lingwen was easily killed. The killing formation at the 2nd level of the void interpretation realm has no effect on him. It's too terrifying. Our second brother didn't come out from inside, second brother, second brother? The tens of thousands of people who had just rushed out roared loudly. What had happened just now was like hell. They were filled with strong confidence, wanting to watch the people of the Bloodflow Empire kill that damned beast. In the end, no one had expected the beast to actually possess the terrifying strength of a second-level Void Interpretation Realm expert. Even the Void Interpretation Realm expert who had paid a huge price to use the descending technique to enter the training ground had been easily killed. What's going on? What happened? Those who did not follow them outside looked at the people who had rushed out in shock. A level 2 insightful emptiness realm demonic beast. A genius king beast of the demonic beast clan. It is a level 2 insightful emptiness realm existence. It easily killed Senior Tang Lingwen and killed more than 1,000 of us with a single flame, a young man said loudly. Everyone's bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with shock. In front of the training ground, all the humans were shocked. A level 2 insightful void tier demon beast under the age of 50. What kind of concept was this? This was completely out of the human race. Since ancient times in the human-demon graveyard, the demon beasts under the age of 50 had reached level 2 insightful void tier, and this demon beast was definitely the first. No wonder, a demon beast at the second level of the insightful void tier could easily kill a peak stage insightful void tier expert who used a secret technique. Hoo. The second level of the insightful void tier, it's already very rare for us humans to have a first level of the insightful void tier. It only appears once every 100 years. And then there's a second level of the insightful void tier among the demon beasts. It's too terrifying. I originally thought that the nameless sword demon would be able to obtain the supreme prodigy this year and spread the might of us humans. I didn't expect the demon race to be even more terrifying. Yeah, I was still thinking that the nameless sword demon would be able to kill the supreme prodigy king beast. Now it seems. Everyone's faces revealed bitter expressions. Everyone knew the nameless sword demon's strength. He was definitely at the peak of the first level of the Insight Void tier. However, no one believed that the nameless sword demon possessed the strength of the second level of the Insight Void tier. That was because the nameless sword demon had taken a long time to kill 2 experts at the first rank of the Void Interpretation Realm in front of the Sword Mansion. If he was at the second rank of the Void Interpretation Realm, he could easily kill a first rank of the Void Interpretation Realm. Therefore, everyone was certain that the nameless sword demon had the strength of the first rank of the Void Interpretation Realm. Even if he was at the peak of the first rank of the Void Interpretation Realm, he was not at the strength of a second rank of the Void Interpretation Realm demon beast. Looks like this year's supreme prodigy is still at the level of demonic beasts. A young man shook his head helplessly. Big brother, what? What should we do now? Tang Yuan looked at Tang Feng beside him and asked with an embarrassed expression. Report to father. The losses are so great. His expression was also extremely embarrassed. This time, he took out so much spiritual liquid and blood essence, as well as the second-level profound void tier killing array. Originally, he wanted to kill that demonic beast and obtain the reward of 100,000 spiritual liquid from the Mercenary Association. In addition, they would kill some fierce beasts and demonic beasts in the training ground to obtain more resources. This was a profitable business for the Bloodflow Empire, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. The Heaven's Pride King Beast was actually an existence of the second rank of the Profound Void tier. Regarding this, the Bloodflow Empire had no way to deal with it. Let's go! The Bloodflow Empire's Tang Feng and the others walked into the distance with an unsightly expression. They suffered heavy losses. Outside the trial ground, everyone was discussing the powerful demonic beast with unsightly expressions. No one dared to enter. In fact, in the next few days, no one dared to enter the trial ground. And while everyone thought that the nameless sword demon was no match for that powerful demonic beast, what they didn't know was that there was a huge battle happening inside the trial ground. The owner of the huge battle was the nameless sword demon that they were talking about. Star explosion. Wang Xian moved his body and unleashed a terrifying combination of metal, earth, and fire attributes towards the demonic soul. Demon flame churn. The demonic soul's gaze was ice cold. The terrifying flames were directed towards the star explosion. What? However, when its supernatural power collided with Wang Xian's attack, The result of the battle between it and Tang Lingwen was completely different. The demonic flame was directly shattered by the power of the star explosion. The terrifying aftershock continued to rush towards it. You are also a powerhouse at the second level of the see-through void tier. You despicable human. You actually entered this place in a special direction. Damn it, damn it. Do you think that I can't kill you just like that? The demon soul revealed a look of surprise. He moved his body and the flames on his body condensed into sharp scales. He charged directly at Wang Xian. HMPH, if you don't become my mount today, I can only kill you. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. As he watched the demon soul that was like a volcano charging at him, the demon-free sword in his hand began to tremble. Spirit poison. The demon-free sword contained a terrifying amount of energy. He stabbed directly at the demon soul that was 7 to 8 meters in size. Despicable human, go to hell. The demon soul raised its claws. The fiery red scales caused its sharp claws to become 7 to 8 meters in size as it clawed at Wang Xian. Hee. A cold look flashed across Wang Xian's eyes as he stabbed the demon-free sword directly. The combination of spiritual poison, water, fire, and wood was the only combat skill that Wang Xian could use to defend against an attack with a strong defense. Spiritual poison could penetrate through a strong defense and strike the enemy's body directly. It would form a fire poison in the enemy's body. Bang! The moment the demon-free sword collided with the claws of the demon soul, the spiritual poison exploded instantly. Ah! Painful cry sounded. The demon soul's expression changed drastically, and it hurriedly waved its front hooves. Damn it! Damn it! Its front hooves were slightly black, and the intense pain stimulated its soul. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a fire attribute demon beast, the power of the spirit poison could have even crippled its front hooves. Even so, it was still slightly injured. Humph, I've said it. Either you become my mount or you die. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. His entire body trembled slightly as an even more terrifying attack gathered. Golden fire cleansing. He waved the demon-free sword in his hand forward. A three-elemental divine ability attacked the demonic soul directly. What? How can your attack be so strong? The demon soul felt this terrifying light and its expression changed drastically. It immediately opened its huge mouth. Demon flame shield. With a loud roar, the demon flame shield directly collided with the golden flames. Bang! 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 However, at the moment of collision, the demon flame shield was directly shattered. Its expression changed drastically. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Seeing this situation, the demon soul roared in exasperation, and its body hurriedly dodged into the distance. What? The demon soul king is no match for that human. That is a human expert. He used a special method to enter the training ground. They broke the rules and deserve to die. Our demon soul king is only 49 years old. This human might have cultivated for hundreds of years. Oh no, we should run too, run. Behind them, more than 10 demon soul clans demon beasts had terrified expressions on their faces as they hurriedly fled into the distance. Boom. Hiss. Damn, despicable human, you human youths aren't my match. Using such despicable methods to deal with me, damn old thing. The demon soul king beast hurriedly dodged the golden fire cleansing attack, but the terrifying divine ability still struck the position of its buttocks. The near-destructive attack caused its eyes to reveal fear. The opponent was already so powerful even before he had released his Dharma idol. Once he released his Dharma idol, he would definitely not be a match for him. The king beast of the demonic soul was somewhat indignant and angry. The young generation of the human race was not a match for it, yet they used such a method. They were indeed despicable humans. However, when Wang Xian heard its words, a smile appeared on his face. Am I an old man? Did I descend here through the technique of descending? Wang Xian smiled when he heard the demon soul's words. He moved his body and attacked the demon soul directly. Don't even think about escaping today. As he spoke, he waved the long sword in his hand. The energy of the three attributes of metal, wood, and earth vibrated. The huge attack and the thorny field went straight for the demon soul. Despicable! Despicable! When the demon soul saw the densely packed bramble appear within a radius of 2 kilometers and cover it, its heart was ablaze. Without any hesitation, it hurriedly fled into the distance. Whoosh! 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 However, the densely packed brambles were like terrifying tree demons, every single one of them filled with sharp thorns. Once it was entangled by these thorns, it was definitely not as simple as being bound. It would be pierced through by the sharp thorns. Demon flame burning the sky. The demon soul looked at the terrifying thorns. The flames on its body rose and it directly burned towards the thorn domain. It did not stop and continued to fly forward. At this moment, the demon soul's expression was extremely ugly. It had just killed an old human who had used a special method to descend to the training ground. It had never thought that there would be such a human. Despicable. Too despicable. Can you escape? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. The demon soul's heart skipped a beat, and it suddenly felt an ocean appear beneath it, covering an area of 2 kilometers around it. The seawater was like a demonic claw that extended from the ground, clawing towards its body. This caused its speed to decrease immediately. Why does this human have so many tricks up his sleeves? A look of fear appeared in the demon soul's eyes. It opened its huge mouth and spat out balls of terrifying flames. The flames landed on the thorns and caused them to burn slowly. Golden Spirit Tree Demon. At this moment, Wang Xian chased after the demon soul. His body moved once again and the Golden Spirit Tree Demon was unleashed. The Golden Spirit Tree Demon ability had 3 attributes. It was similar to the summoning ability of the Wood World. In an instant, a tree demon that was emitting golden light condensed from the sky. The tree demon was about 100 meters tall and looked like a metal monster. Spirit Enchantment. Wang Xian didn't hesitate and unleashed the Spirit Enchantment ability once again. The moment the enchantment landed on the Golden Spirit Tree Demon, the entire tree seemed to come alive. It grabbed the thorns that covered a radius of 2 kilometers and threw them at the demon soul. What? What the fuck is this monster? When the demon soul saw the scene, it could not help but curse loudly. Its eyes were filled with fear. Roar. Aspect. Wings of the demon Qilin. The demon soul roared loudly. A dark red flaming wings appeared on both sides of its body. On the wings formed by the flames, there were scales that looked as if they were real, and they looked extremely sharp. The entire flaming wings were 20 meters wide, and they gave off a terrifying aura. Wings of the demonic Lin. It waved its enormous flaming wings and slashed directly at the 100-meter-wide Golden Spirit Tree Demon. Pong pong pong. The terrifying aspect Demon Lin's wings collided with the Golden Spirit Tree Demon, resulting in a terrifying collision. The brambles in the bramble domain were instantly incinerated by the fire. The scales on them landed on the Golden Spirit Tree Demon's body, creating a crack that was dozens of meters wide. Flee! The demon soul saw that even its strongest attack did not destroy the opponent's divine ability in an instant, causing it to be even more alarmed. This was a battle on a completely different level. Buzz! Its entire wing trembled violently and let out a piercing sound. The Dharma Idol Demon Lin's wings were used to escape, increasing its speed by several times. Hee, what a coward! Wang Xian revealed a look of disdain. His body moved and he quickly chased after the demon soul. He would definitely not let this fellow escape. Even if the mission reward from the Mercenary Association was 100,000 spiritual liquid, he would still leave the demon soul behind, not to mention taking it as his mount. Flame-piercing gold. The demon-free sword in Wang Xian's hand attacked the demon soul that was trying its best to escape. The gold spirit tree demon that was chasing behind was also waving its golden branches and attacking it. Ah! The demon soul dodged the attack of the gold spirit tree demon. The flame-piercing gold attack landed on its body and instantly tore a long wound on its body. It let out a miserable cry. Gritting its teeth, it continued to flee into the distance. After casting its Dharma idol, its speed was very fast. Soon, the golden spirit tree demon was left behind. Even Wang Xian had to give chase with all his might. Oh my god! The Demon Soul King is in big trouble. Let's find a place to hide and quickly hide. That human is too strong. Let's escape. Behind them, More than 10 demon beasts of the Demon Lin clan looked at this scene with fear on their faces. They quickly fled in another direction. Gold-splitting void. Flame of the fire dragon. Wang Xian, who was following closely behind, attacked the demon soul one after another. Facing the powerful attacks one after another, the demon soul's face turned black. From time to time it would let out a roar. It did not try to block them because when it used its aspect, its speed was the fastest. Once it did not use its aspect energy to completely exhaust itself and dodge the human's attack, with the human's attack power, it would definitely die in its hands. Numerous wounds appeared on the Demon Lin's body. Even though it was 7 to 8 meters in size with its powerful recovery ability, it was still dripping with blood. The scales on his body fell to the ground one by one. Roar! Fiery! The flames on the demon soul's body rose again and its speed increased abruptly. What a fast speed! Wang Xian frowned slightly. Looking at the demon soul that was about 2,000 meters away from him, his body trembled and he immediately increased his speed. The entire training ground was extremely huge. The demon soul was escaping desperately in front. Wang Xian was chasing after them from behind. In the deep training ground, it caused a huge commotion. When the groups of ferocious beasts saw the terrifying aura of the two of them, they spread out in all directions in fear. Have we reached the direction of the demon beast area? At this moment, Wang Xian looked ahead. In front of him was the bottom of the sea. There was a formation in the middle of the dark red seawater that prevented the seawater from entering. Escape! The blood on the demon soul dripped downwards continuously. When it saw that the area in front of it was filled with demon beasts, a look of survival appeared in its eyes. It dashed forward once again. The entire Demon Lin wings began to collapse slowly and burst out the last of its energy. The wings of the Demon Qilin had exhausted all its energy in the few minutes it was escaping. Pop! When Wang Xian entered the sea of the land of trials, he instantly felt that he had entered a different space. If that was the deep abyss just now, this was the bloody abyss. A faint bloody smell entered his mind. When Wang Xian entered this space, his speed did not slow down at all. On the contrary, it was much faster. The Demon Lin race had fire elemental energy. In the water, their speed was much slower than before. Hee. You still want to escape? When Wang Xian saw that his Dharma idol had disappeared and that his demon soul speed had decreased drastically, a mocking look appeared on his face. He waved his arm and unleashed his combined battle skill, Brilliant Sun, at the demon soul once again. His speed. How can he still be so fast? When the demon soul saw Wang Xian charging in, he gritted his teeth and looked at the holes at the bottom of the sea. Then he quickly dived in. Boom! 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 The power of the star explosion exploded behind him. The terrifying energy emitted a muffled sound at the bottom of the sea. The demon soul that was struck by the power of the star explosion was once again inflicted with terrifying wounds on its body. It entered a cave entrance. As it was more familiar with this area, it began to flee frantically. Do you think you can escape after entering the cave in trance? A hint of mockery appeared on Wang Xian's face. His eyes flickered with a demonic luster. Looking at the shadow in the cave entrance below, he waved the demon-free sword in his hand toward the bottom of the sea. The gold-piercing sword. The demon soul, who was fleeing desperately at the entrance of the cave, instantly sensed a powerful attack coming from above. Its expression changed drastically. How the fuck is this possible? How did he know that I was in this direction? The demon soul's expression changed drastically. It opened its huge mouth and its sharp teeth went straight for the gold-piercing sword. The physical body of a demon beast was dozens of times stronger than that of an ordinary human. In a situation where humans did not use weapons, humans were at a disadvantage when they were at the same level. Whoosh! 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 However, just as it stopped to block one of the attacks, a rain of even sharper sword attacks came at it. The expression of the demon soul changed drastically. It gritted its teeth and took 2 attacks head-on. If I were to use the Earth's mantis of 4 attributes at this moment, would I turn the demon soul inside into dust? Wang Xian looked at the demon soul that was struggling crazily in the cave. He hesitated for a moment but decided not to use it. If the demon soul was really killed by him in one strike and turned into dust, he wouldn't be able to receive the reward of 100,000 spiritual liquid from the mercenary group. Since that's the case, let's turn into a divine dragon. Wang Xian didn't want to waste any more time with the demon soul. Boom. However, just as Wang Xian was about to turn into a divine dragon, a terrifying flame was emitted from the cave. Wang Xian was slightly shocked. He quickly looked over. What is this? Suddenly, his eyes revealed a fiery glow as he stared intently at the area below. 5 fire spirit pearls that contained terrifying flames were hovering around the demon soul. Waves of majestic flames entered its body. 5 spirit pearls. Furthermore, they have 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. What a strong fire energy. Each of them is at least at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Furthermore, there are 5 of them. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion. 5 spiritual pearls, and they were at least at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. These 5 spiritual pearls were different from individual spiritual pearls. When the 5 spiritual pearls were linked together, it was obvious that they were a treasure formed from 5 spiritual pearls. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. The energy of the other 4 spiritual pearls is used to enhance the power of the fire spiritual pearl. This is very obvious for the use of the 5 elemental spiritual pearls. Even so, the energy of the 5 elemental spiritual pearls can also increase the strength of the demon soul by a lot. Wang Xian's eyes were burning with passion. 5 elements spirit pearl. Furthermore, it was a 5 elements spirit pearl of the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian currently had 5 dragon pearls. The highest level of the dragon pearl was only at the 8th level of the extraordinary stage. To him, it was completely useless. However, if he could obtain these 5 element spirit pearls after a long period of nurturing, he would be able to obtain 5 dragon pearls of the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. The dragon pearl was the true divine weapon of the divine dragon. It could greatly increase the strength of the divine dragon. Damn it. It actually forced me to reveal this treasure. The fire soul's expression was extremely unsightly at this moment. If it wasn't at the critical moment of life and death, it would absolutely not take out this treasure. It was originally an ordinary demonic beast of the Demon Lin clan, but because of a great opportunity, it allowed him to enter the main hall of the Bloodstream sect and obtain this treasure. Using this treasure to cultivate, its cultivation speed was 5 times faster than before. It knew how precious this treasure was. Even if the emperor of the Demon Qilin clan were to see it, he would snatch it away. Therefore, it didn't dare to expose itself. This time, if it wasn't for that despicable human, it would still be hiding. This treasure formed from the 5 elemental spirit beads not only has a powerful supporting energy, but it also has a terrifying defensive ability. Wang Xian was flying in the sky. Looking at the fire soul below, he attacked again. The attacks were densely packed. This time, he didn't unleash his full strength. An attack followed by an attack. This won't do. That human can sense me from above. The demon soul gritted its teeth. The 5 elemental spiritual beads on its body emitted terrifying flames and floated above its head. It dashed out forcefully from the hole in the bottom of the sea and flew into the distance. Let me tell you, don't even think about escaping from me. Wang Xian immediately chased after it. Various combinations of combat techniques were launched at his body. Roar! Roar! The demon soul. Swear that I will tear you into pieces in the future and make you my food. The 5 elemental spirit pearl above his head provided him with an endless stream of flames. His speed had doubled. Wang Xian chased after him and flew at high speed. What's going on? What happened? Oh my god. That's the Demon Soul King beast. There's a human behind it. That human is actually chasing after the Demon Soul King. What did I see? Oh my god? Why is the Demon Soul King being chased by humans? You have to know that the Demon Soul King is an invincible young man in the Demon Beast clan. Is that a heaven's pride of the humans? Impossible. How could there be such a young powerhouse among the humans? The demon soul ran for its life while Wang Xian chased after it. Along the way, some of the demon beasts who had gone through training saw their Demon Soul King beast, a Heaven's Pride King beast, the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation. They were shocked to see that they were being chased by a human. This was the Demon Soul King. In the Demon Beast clan, it was known as the most outstanding demon beast in 1,000 years. Now, he was being chased by a human? The exit is in front. The exit is in front. The demon soul's entire body was filled with terrifying scars. Looking at the 5,000 meters ahead, it was the exit. A strong sense of vitality shot out from his eyes. The exit is in front. I have to leave him behind. Even if he turns into dust, as long as I can obtain the 5 elemental spirit pearl. Wang Xian saw that the exit of the demonic beast training ground was in front of him. His eyes slowly revealed killing intent. Demon soul, you forced me to do this. Go and die, Earth's death. Wang Xian shouted softly. 4 types of terrifying energy emitted from his body. The energy interweaved and covered the area in front of him. Earth's death. A 4-elemental supernatural ability. Wang Xian's strongest attack. The death of the earth. When Wang Xian unleashed his 4 elemental attacks, a deathly silent aura within a radius of 2 kilometers suddenly became lively. The entire area seemed to be wailing, silent, and buried. A terrifying energy was formed within a radius of 2 kilometers. This energy was filled with an aura of destruction. When Wang Xian sensed this terrifying power, he was also shocked by the terror of the supernatural power. This was the first time he had used the Earth's death. This power could easily kill any powerhouse at level 2 of the see-through realm. Even level 3 of the see-through realm had to be taken seriously. What kind of power is this? The demon soul, who was in front of him, had a look of hope. His eyes were filled with panic. The threat of death instantly enveloped its entire being. That is, it hurriedly looked behind it, and its eyes instantly widened. Around the despicable human, a special energy shook the entire space. The seawater around him actually slowly disappeared under this energy. This terrifying energy was spreading towards it at a terrifying speed. No. What kind of attack is this? It was filled with fear as it tried its best to fly forward. The exit was right in front of its eyes. However, death was even closer to it. 5 elemental spirit pearl, go. A pained expression appeared on its face as it gritted its teeth. The 5 elemental spirit pearl above its head flew towards Wang Xian from above. The 5 elemental spirit pearl spun rapidly and emitted an extremely bright flame radiance. The bright flame collided with the energy from the battle of the earth. The flame radiance lit up a space filled with destruction. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the demon soul rushed towards the exit without any reluctance. 5 elemental spirit pearl. At this moment, Wang Xian didn't bother about the demon soul that had escaped. Instead, he flew towards the 5 elemental spirit pearl with an excited expression. Buzz! He shook his arm and grabbed the 5 elemental spirit pearl. A surge of energy of the 5 elements spread throughout his body. Haha! Looking at the spirit pearl that contained a huge amount of energy, Wang Xian couldn't help but laugh. The 5 types of spirit pearls were refined into weapons. The 5 attributes were interwoven together, and they were endless. Wang Xian waved his arm, and the entire 5 elemental spirit pearl was arranged in a row. Golden, green, earthy yellow, blue, and red lights. The 5 elemental spiritual beads were divided into individuals and emitted energy waves that belonged to their own attributes. Withdraw! Wang Xian opened his mouth and the 5 elemental spiritual beads entered his stomach directly. After a period of nurturing, I will have the 5 elemental dragon beads. When I take them out to fight, it will increase my combat strength by a lot. A smile appeared on Wang Xian's face as he looked towards the exit. The figure of the demon soul had already disappeared. Consider yourself lucky. A faint smile appeared on Wang Xian's face. He wasn't too concerned about not leaving the demon soul behind. Compared to the 100,000 spiritual liquid, the 5 elemental spirit pearl was more precious. At this moment, a hollow area appeared around him. It was at the bottom of the sea, but there wasn't any seawater within a 2-kilometer radius. The seawater in the sky seemed to be afraid of this space and didn't dare to enter. The power of the Earth's death was so terrifying. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew into the distance. Boom. Not long after he left, a huge amount of seawater surged in from that location, producing a loud roar. Roar! Roar! Wang Xian flew less than 10 kilometers on his way back when he heard the roar of a ferocious beast from the side. He was slightly stunned as he looked down. That's a ferocious beast at the first level of the see-through realm. Looking at the black sea python that was 20 meters long, his body moved. Without any hesitation, he charged forward. There were many creatures at the see-through realm in the land of trials. The highest level among them was at the third level of the see-through realm. With Wang Xian's current strength, he was an invincible existence in this space. The land of trials has spiritual liquid. Moreover, the corpses of ferocious beasts can be used to refine blood essence. I can flatten the entire land of trials. This is especially so for the area of the demonic beasts. They are all aquatic creatures. I can directly devour them. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he attacked the sea python that was at the first level of the see-through realm. With his strength, it was easy for him to kill a creature at the first level of the see-through realm. In less than 20 seconds, the sea python turned into a corpse. Wang Xian moved his body and transformed into a dragon, devouring it directly. Following that, he opened his dragon eyes of light and dark fire. Wang Xian continued to look in the direction of his surroundings. He did not return immediately. Instead, he started to wreak havoc in the entire training ground. If he encountered any ferocious beasts, he would devour them immediately. Among them, Wang Xian encountered quite a number of demonic beasts in the training ground. There were at least a few hundred of them. When he encountered these demonic beasts, he did not hesitate at all and killed them directly. On his body, the demonic spirit token that he obtained from the Mercenary Association was glowing. Every time he killed a demonic beast, it would glow once. While Wang Xian was wreaking havoc in the training ground of the demon race, those demonic beasts that were lucky enough to escape danger had spread the news of this place. Humans are indeed despicable and shameless. They actually used a cheating method to send powerhouses to the training grounds. Damn it! Humans should be exterminated. Many of our tribesmen were killed by the humans in the training grounds. I swear that I will devour them when I see them in the future. We want revenge. We want revenge. The Heaven's Pride Bridge will open in a few days. When that time comes, we will kill the humans' Heaven's Pride and kill them. Within the demi-human race, there was a wave of anger. As for the powerful demi-humans' Heaven's Pride, they were even more furious and vowed to take revenge. Each of the powerful demi-humans' Heaven's Pride stared coldly in the direction of the humans. Their eyes were filled with a crazed killing intent. Haha! However, at this very moment, in the training grounds, the despicable human Wang Xian, who made countless of demi-humans gnash their teeth, let out an excited laugh and devoured the second-level void interpretation beast in front of him. In the lair of this aquatic beast, there were still more than 5,000 spiritual liquid. Wang Xian began to devour crazily in the entire training ground. In just a short span of more than 10 hours, almost all the creatures in the training ground of the demonic beast region were slaughtered. In the entire region, the aquatic creatures, coupled with the gains from the spiritual liquid, allowed him to increase by a total of about 100 million dragon crystals. This was definitely a huge resource. Let's go to the human side. There are no aquatic creatures in the human side. The gains might not even reach 1/3 of what we have here. However, this is not a small amount. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as he passed through the layer of formation and entered the human's trial area. With his invincible strength, he continued to kill and wreak havoc. Wang Xian stayed in the training ground for 2 whole days. Name, Wang Xian. Race, 5 elements divine dragon, able to transform into a human. Level, extraordinary level 9. Dragon crystal, 261-176400000000000. Supernatural ability, ruling the water tribe below one's level. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method, divine dragon transformation. Avatar, fire dragon's flame, gold splits the void, wood realm descends, water danger storm city, fury of the earth, soul absorbing, spirit attaching, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, earth dragon shield, light and dark, divine dragon fire tail, water spirit, fire territory, water and wood healing, gold spirit tree demon, gold fire cleansing, war of the earth, dragon palace, level 3, dragon palace members, 3,376. I have over 260 million dragon crystals. I still need 700 million more to level up. Wuxia looked at his attributes and smiled. He had made the right decision to come to the demi-human graveyard this time. His strength had increased by dozens of times compared to before. Go back. Wuxia moved and flew directly to the exit of the training ground. In 2 days, he had swept through the entire training ground. In the entire training ground, only a few weak ferocious beasts, Wuxia did not make a move. The rest had already been slaughtered. It could be said that the entire training ground would not be able to return to its previous state without 100 years. Wuxia did not feel guilty about this at all. He did it by relying on his own strength, not by descending. When he came out of the trial grounds, he looked around with a stunned expression. There was no one around the trial grounds. It seems that the experts from the Blood Flow Empire have been killed, causing everyone to temporarily give up on the trial grounds. Wuxia thought to himself. With a move of his body, he flew towards the outer area of the human demon graveyard. When he returned to his residence, he immediately continued to study the combination skills of the 4 attributes. He moved his arm and 5 spirit pearls appeared in front of him. Using the energy of the 5 elemental spirit pearls, he began to practice. With the help of the 5 elemental spirit pearls, it was much easier to study the combination of the 4 attributes than before. The combination of the 4 attributes can only be metal, wood, water, fire, earth, metal, wood, fire, earth, water, fire, and earth at most. The battle of the earth is a combination of the 4 attributes of wood, water, fire, and earth. Wuxia stayed in the room and immersed himself in the research of the attributes. Buzz, buzz. After an unknown period of time, a voice came from the communication stone plate at the side. He heaved a sigh of relief and stood up. He picked up the communication stone plate at the side and took a look. He saw that it was a message from Long Xiaotian. It was not a big deal. Instead, he invited him to have a drink. Let's go out and relax. It seems like I have never rested since I came to the tomb of the demi-human. Wuxia revealed a faint smile. He looked at the time and realized that 5 days had passed. During these 5 days, Wuxia did not manage to come up with 4 types of combined attribute attacks. However, it was not as if he had gained nothing during these 5 days. His control and understanding of attributes had deepened. Wuxia had a hunch that it would not be long before he could comprehend 4 types of combined attribute combat techniques. Walking out of the courtyard, Wuxia looked to the side and realized that Ling Jian'er was not there. The people from the Heavenly Sword Sect came to pick her up that day. They should be returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Wuxia thought to himself. His body moved and he flew towards the direction of the hiring association. Ling Yun Restaurant was the largest and most famous restaurant in the graveyard of demi-humans. It was the property of the Bloodshed Empire. Brother Wuxia, come here, come here. When Wuxia arrived at the top floor, Long Xiaotian's warm voice was heard. He looked over and saw him sitting with 5 middle-aged young men. Wuxia walked over with a smile. The few people beside Long Xiaotian looked at Wuxia with curiosity in their eyes. Brother Long Xiaotian, is this your good friend? A chubby young man sitting opposite Long Xiaotian looked at Wuxia with a smile and sized him up curiously. That's right. This is my good friend. Long Xiaotian laughed out loud and waved at Wuxia. Brother Wuxia, let me introduce you to a few friends. This is Manager Qian from the 3rd largest trading company in the world. These 2 are his assistants. This is Captain Bei of the Beiming Mercenary Group. This is Heaven's Pride Xiao Shikong. Long Xiaotian introduced them to Wuxia one by one. Hello, everyone. Wuxia nodded politely. Oh, I didn't expect that there would be such an outstanding young man like Brother Wang in such a small empire like the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. The slightly plump young man, Manager Qian, looked at Wang Xian with a smile and said, Wang Xian looked at him and was slightly stunned. Brother Wang Xian, don't mind him. This Manager Qian's news has spread throughout the entire Luhai region. Isn't the third largest trading company in the world undeserved? Their business has even reached the level of the demon beasts. Long Xiaotian saw that Wang Xian was stunned and quickly explained. Wang Xian nodded his head lightly. From Long Xiaotian's attitude, he could tell that this chubby young man's identity was not simple. However, Wang Xian didn't mind and sat beside Long Xiaotian. Tell me, after the Bridge of Heaven's Pride opens, how many people will win the battle between the Heaven's Pride and the demon race? It's hard to say, but one thing is for sure. The Supreme Heaven's Pride is definitely from the demon beast race. The demon beasts in the trial grounds are simply too terrifying. Yeah, they're too strong. Currently, no one dares to take a single step into the training grounds. The Battle of the Heaven's Pride Bridge this time is not an objective one. After Wang Xian sat down, he heard discussions coming from the seats beside him. Oh right, Brother Wang Xian, are you interested in going to the Battle of the Heaven's Pride Bridge 2 days from now? I missed the battle between the nameless sword demon and Qian Yi the last time. I won't miss it this time. Long Xiaotian looked at Wang Xian and asked with a smile. The day after tomorrow? I might not have time on the day after tomorrow. I did watch the battle between the nameless sword demon and Qian Yi. Wang Xian shook his head and lied. There's no need to watch the battle this time. The humans are definitely one-sided. Manager Qian, who was sitting opposite him, suddenly spoke. Manager Qian, do you have any news? Long Xiaotian raised his eyebrows and asked in surprise. In the training ground, a human expert entered the training ground through a special method and killed hundreds of demonic beasts. Now, the entire demonic beast clan is extremely furious. All the Heaven's Pride demonic beasts swore to kill the human Heaven's Pride. Moreover, the demonic clan gave those Heaven's Pride demonic beasts a lot of resources in order to take revenge. Manager Qian raised his wine glass and took a sip. In my opinion, the top 10 Heaven's favorites of the human race are no match for the top 10 Heaven's favorites of the monster race. As he spoke, he glanced at Xiao Shikong beside him with slight disdain in his eyes. I advise this brother not to participate or he might die there. What? Xiao Shikong's pupils constricted and a shocked expression appeared on his face. Even Long Xiaotian was slightly surprised. In the Flowing Sea region, because of the cemetery of humans and demon beasts were mortal enemies. There was constant fighting and endless fighting. It had been going on for thousands of years. In fact, in other areas, there were places where humans and demon beasts were not mortal enemies. In fact, in the vast region, there were demon beast experts who established demon beast cities. Demon beasts interacted with humans and humans interacted with demon beasts. The third chamber of commerce in the world had just entered the Flowing Sea region not long ago. Now, they had opened the door to the demon beasts area and interacted with them. Transactions were mutually beneficial. In addition to the strength of the third chamber of commerce in the world, it could be said that the third chamber of commerce in the world was the only human who interacted with the demon beast race in the human-demon graveyard. As the person in charge of the Luhai region of the third chamber of commerce in the world, Manager Qian had entered the interior of the demon beast race in the human-demon graveyard and learned some information. Manager Qian, are the chosen ones of the demon beast race really so powerful? Long Xiaotian looked at the slightly plump middle-aged man in surprise and asked. The demon beast race has a powerful advantage. As long as they have enough resources, they can raise their strength to the peak. Manager Qian smiled. This time, humans have used a special method to descend to the land of trials. They have already angered the rulers of the various demonic beasts. Naturally, they will seek revenge. Wang Xian had killed more than 400 demonic beasts when he entered the land of trials. The number of 400 was very little to humans. Even if 400 people were placed in the human-demon graveyard, it could only be counted as tens of thousands or 1 in 100,000. However, when placed in the demon beast clan, it was considered a relatively large number. The demon beasts didn't have such a strong reproductive ability and their numbers were much smaller than humans. More than 400 demon beasts were killed and in their opinion, they were killed in a despicable manner. They had thoroughly angered the demon beast clan. Therefore, after the Heaven's Pride Bridge was opened this time, they wanted to teach humans a harsh lesson. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "With the strength of the human Heaven's Pride, they might not necessarily lose." Haha, you were thinking too well, brother. The Heaven's Pride on the human side cannot be compared to the demon beasts. Even that sword demon is much weaker. If he dares to fight for the supremacy of the Heaven's Pride, he might be killed directly. Manager Qian said indifferently, "That might not be the case." Wang Xian smiled and poured himself a cup of tea. That might not be the case. That might not be the case. It was not only his own strength, but also the strength of Ling Jian and Ren Xingqian. Needless to say, Ren Xingqian had both metal and fire attributes. If he could master more combination combat techniques, he could definitely fight against demonic beasts at the first level of the see-through realm. As for Ling Jian, Wang Xian had sensed her extraordinariness the last time. The strong killing power of the metal attribute was definitely not simple. This made him think of a type of constitution, the constitution of the origin metal attribute. Ling Jian had obviously obtained an incredible item and changed her own constitution. Her current attack power could definitely threaten and even kill an existence of the first level of the see-through realm. Haha, brother, don't doubt my words. Shopkeeper Qian looked at Wang Xian and smiled at him. Wang Xian didn't reply and drank his tea calmly. Long Xiaotian and Shopkeeper Qian started to chat. They talked about many matters regarding the demonic beast clan. About half an hour later, Shopkeeper Qian left with his men. Only Wang Xian, Long Xiaotian, and the Heaven's Pride Xiao Shikong were left on the table. This Shopkeeper Qian looks down on the humans in the human demon graveyard. Xiao Shikong saw them leave and said to Long Xiaotian with a frown, "This Shopkeeper Qian is arrogant, but most of his words are true." Long Xiaotian looked at Xiao Shikong with a slight frown. "Shikong, don't participate in the battle of the Bridge of Heaven's Pride this time." Xiao Shikong frowned slightly when he heard Long Xiaotian's reminder. He then nodded slowly and said, "Yes, Second Prince. Is the third trading company in the world very strong?" Wang Xian asked Long Xiaotian curiously. "It's very, very strong. It's one of the top trading companies in the supernatural continent. This manager Qian is a disciple of the third trading company in the world. Their business is not limited to humans. They are also cooperating with the Demon Beast clan. In addition, they are selling some information." Long Xiaotian nodded and said solemnly. He had invited manager Qian over today in an attempt to rope him in. In the end, the other party had no intention of talking to him at all. He merely used some matters regarding the demonic beasts to get rid of him. "I see." Wang Xian nodded and began to chat with him. After a simple meal, Long Xiaotian brought Wang Xian around the surroundings. They found a place to massage and relax. Along the way, Wang Xian heard the most about the battle to open the Heaven's Pride Bridge 2 days later. The opening of the Heaven's Pride Bridge connected the humans and demonic beasts. The top 10 Heaven's Pride experts of the two races would fight each other. The winner would receive a reward. Furthermore, the humans and demonic beasts would choose a supreme Heaven's Pride expert. However, the human race no longer had any hope of getting the supreme genius position. The news of what happened in the trial grounds had already spread throughout the entire human demon graveyard. Even the peak stage insightful void stage powerhouse from the Blood Flow Empire was killed by the demonic beast race's supreme genius Wang Shou. The second level insightful void stage array couldn't do anything to him. How could he still have the strength to obtain the title of supreme genius? When Wang Xian heard the noises around him as he passed by, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. At night, Wang Xian did not return to his residence. Instead, he flew directly towards the Heaven's Pride stage. He entered the arena at the top of the Heaven's Pride stage directly. He entered the cultivation room and continued to study the combined attacks of the 4 attributes. Buzz! The Heaven's Pride Bridge has been opened. The top 10 disciples of the Heaven's Pride role have the qualifications to step into the Heaven's Pride Bridge. This time, the Heaven's Pride Bridge will be selected. The Bloodstream Sect's Supreme Prodigy. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in the room. Wang Xian let out a soft sigh and a faint smile appeared on his face. He stood up and walked out with a smile on his face. As soon as he walked out of the arena, he saw a formation rising in the void in front of him. In the sky 5 kilometers in front of him, golden rays of light enveloped an area of dozens of kilometers in radius. Inside, there was a huge arena. A bridge made of metal extended dozens of kilometers from the Heaven's Pride stage. And that huge arena was in the center of the golden bridge. This golden bridge turned into 10 paths, and the path in the center shone even brighter. The rest of the paths gradually weakened. At this moment, when the Heaven's Pride bridge opened, the hundreds of thousands of people who had been waiting here flew directly towards the arena in the middle of the bridge. Heaven's Pride Supreme Stage. Wang Xian looked at the supreme stage in the sky above the arena. A faint smile appeared on his face. He moved and jumped onto the Heaven's Pride stage. Under the guidance of a special energy, he arrived at the center of the golden light. Whoosh! 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 At this moment, Wang Xian sensed many figures flying towards him. He took a look at Ling Jian, who was dressed in white. Ran Xingchen, who was dressed in tattered clothes, also saw 4 to 5 Heaven's Pride experts flying towards him. Ling Jian and Ren Xingchen came to Wang Xian's side. They looked at him and followed him silently. Tang Feng didn't come. The 6th and 10th Heaven's favorites didn't come either. There are actually 3 Heaven's favorites who were absent. Could the rumors be true? Is it really like the rumors of the past 2 days? It should be true. Someone entered the training grounds and discovered that many high-level ferocious beasts had disappeared. No one from the demonic beast clan dared to enter the training grounds. I wonder which powerhouse actually entered the training grounds through the descending technique. However, the battle of the Prodigy Bridge this time is going to be troublesome. At this moment, the voices of a few Heaven's favorites could be heard from the side, causing Wang Xian to raise his eyebrows. He didn't say anything. Stepping under the golden light, he walked straight to the front. On both sides, countless people entered the viewing platform beside the arena. The number of people watching the Battle of the Prodigy Bridge this time was even more than when the Nameless Sword Demon challenged Qian Yi. This time, it was related to the battle between humans and demonic beasts. Although humans had not won the supreme battle of Heaven's favorites for more than 100 years, the number of people watching each battle was never small. The Nameless Sword Demon is here. Ling Jian, Ren Xingchen, and the rest are here. Why are there only 7 people? There are still 3 people who haven't arrived. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of people were watching Wang Xian and the rest walking towards the arena on the Heaven's Pride Bridge. They were the center of attention, the real center of attention. They represented the most outstanding human Heaven's Pride in the Lehigh region and the most talented group of people. However, when they saw that only 7 out of the 10 Heaven's Pride experts had arrived, everyone in the audience had ugly expressions on their faces. Blood Flow Empire's Tang Feng hasn't arrived. Looks like the rumors these 2 days are true. The crowd looked at the 7 geniuses on the Heaven's Pride stage and discussed with grim expressions. During these 2 days, news came from the world's 3rd trading company that the demon beast geniuses were preparing to kill the human geniuses in this battle of the Heaven's Pride Bridge. At first, there were many people who didn't believe it, but today, there were actually 3 geniuses who hadn't arrived, especially Blood Flow Empire's Tang Feng. This made them even more certain of the authenticity of the news. Come on, let's kill a bunch of beasts from the demon beast race. Let's kill them. That's right. There's not a single one of us humans who is cowardly. We will support you guys and kill those beasts. Even if we don't almost obtain the supremacy of Heaven's favorites, we still have to show the demon race our strength. If they want to defeat us, they will have to pay a heavy price. When Wang Xian and the rest walked to the front of the arena, shouts that sounded like a landslide and tsunami rang out from the surroundings. Humans and demonic beasts were mortal enemies. Today, as long as a Heaven's favorite defeated his enemy, he would definitely gain the respect of countless people. This was a great honor for the future of every Heaven's favorite. It would be much more convenient for him to do anything in the future. If a Heaven's favorite wanted to establish a faction, he would also attract countless people to join him. This kind of honor was definitely comparable to obtaining the title of human Heaven's Pride. Fight. Kill them. Kill those beasts. Fighting against those of the same level. I don't believe that I'm still not a match for those demonic beasts. Hearing the cheers around them, the blood of the heavens pride boiled. The battle between the heavens pride of the human race and the monster race was also between the 10th and the 10th, and between the 9th and 9th. Basically, they were both at the half-step void interpretation realm. If they were said to be inferior to the demon beasts, they would also admit defeat. A group of 7 people entered the arena. At this time, the human arena and the demon beast arena were not connected. When the 7 of them entered the arena, the entire arena moved forward. And in the front, there were also arenas moving in this direction. He, despicable humans. Today will be the day you die. Despicable humans. Wait for the sharp claws of our heaven's favorites. They will tear your bodies apart. Ha. Kill, kill, kill. Kill the heaven's favorites of humans. Let them know how powerful we are. Right at this moment, roars came from the opposite side, filled with blood and killing intent. On the opposite side, 9 figures were standing on the stage. Their bodies were emitting killing intent. The spot in the middle was empty. On the left and right of the center were 2 blood-savage demonic beasts. Each of them was about 3 meters in size. Their arms were covered with sharp teeth. They looked extremely ferocious. Blood-savage demonic beasts, demonic Lin demonic beasts, ghost monkey demonic beasts, sickle-tailed snake demonic beasts, and bloodthirsty sea demonic beasts. The 5 types of demon beasts stood on the arena and stared coldly at Wang Xian and the rest. Behind them, tens of thousands of demon beasts were floating around and letting out ferocious roars. The brutal and ferocious roars rang out, causing many weaker humans to turn pale. They're here, the heaven's pride of the demon beast clan? Why are there only 9 of them? Why didn't the strongest heaven's pride king beast appear? These damn demon beasts. If not for the protection of the array formation, I would have charged over and killed them all. In the surrounding audience stands, everyone stared angrily in the direction of the demon beasts. All the demon beasts also stared bloody at the humans. Both sides were filled with hatred. Our race's chosen ones, 10th place sickle blood, sickle-tailed snake race, despicable humans, come and die. When the 2 huge arenas overlapped, a sickle-tailed snake demon beast with 2 snake tails and a long and sharp thorn on its tail flew directly to the center of the arena. It was about 10 meters in size and had a huge triangular head. It stared coldly in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. Its sickle blood, the 10th place on the prodigy roll of our race. Only Xiao Shikong, who is ranked 10th, can accept the challenge. However, he didn't come. Luo Shihua, ranked 5th on the side, looked at the empty seat beside him and said with a dark face. The people around the ring clearly saw this as well, and their expressions were very ugly. Xiao Shikong didn't come at all. Damn it! The Demon Beast clan won the first battle. Everyone's expressions were somewhat ugly. Kiki, no one came up? Humans, they're really cowards. They only know how to play some despicable tricks. Cowards, they actually don't even have the courage to fight with me. Trash. Sickle blood of the sickle-tailed snake clan let out a cold and disdainful mocking voice. The voice spread throughout the entire arena, and everyone could hear it clearly. HMH, you're still missing one. The 9th-ranked young prodigy's expression was ugly. He stared at sickle blood and roared with killing intent. Haha, missing one? That's because you guys don't have the qualifications to make our Demon Soul King attack. With just you bunch of weak humans, our King Beast doesn't need to attack. You guys aren't our match either. Sickle Blood's triangular eyes revealed a look of disdain as he ridiculed them. This caused all the humans to reveal a trace of embarrassment. It's you, a coward of the humans. I, Sickle Blood, have come to challenge the 9th-ranked heaven's favorite of the humans. I'll let you all know that a bunch of trash still wants to compete with us. Dream on. Sickle Blood's arrogant voice rang out in the arena. His ice-cold eyes stared at Duan Qinghun, who was ranked 9th on the prodigy roll, and his voice was incomparably sharp. The battle between the 2 races of the prodigy bridge was a battle between prodigies of the same rank and those of the same rank. Similarly, those ranked lower could challenge those ranked higher. This was a rule left behind by the Bloodstream sect in the past. The Demon Beast clan's Sickle Blood directly challenged Duan Qinghun, who ranked 9th on the prodigy roll. Seeing Sickle Blood's challenge, Duan Qinghuan's expression was extremely unsightly as he tightly clenched his fists. HMPH, you really think I'm afraid of a beast like you? Today, I'll chop you into pieces. Duan Qinghuan's expression was incomparably cold as his body moved and he directly flew into the arena. After entering the arena, Duan Qinghun held an earthen yellow broadsword in his hand, and his body emitted a powerful earth attribute energy. Duan Qinghun, kill this beast. How dare a guy ranked 10th act so arrogantly? Kill it. Kill it. Tell them not to be so arrogant. Angry voices sounded in the surroundings and the entire sky was filled with angry roars. The number 1 ranked Demon Beast clan had yet to arrive, and they still said that they didn't have the qualifications. The person ranked 10th even challenged the person ranked 9th. This was simply a blatant humiliation to the humans. Die! The humans in the arena shouted angrily. In the arena, Duan Qinghuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Kiki, today I'm going to eat you. Sickle Blood waved his 2 tails and stared at Duan Qinghun coldly. He said disdainfully, Human, I'll let you attack first. You're courting death. Seeing the arrogant words of this demon beast, Duan Qinghuan's eyes turned colder. He waved his arm and a sharp earth knife flew toward Sickle Blood. Hiss! 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 When Sickle Blood saw Duan Qinghuan's attack, the triangular tongue in its mouth spat out black poisonous mist. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was covered by Sickle Blood and its entire body was hidden within. Duan Qinghuan's attack entered the poisonous mist, but there was no response. Oh! The poisonous mist domain of the Sickle Snake clan. Duan Qinghun had a serious expression on his face. His body shook, and an earthen yellow armor slowly covered him. He held his long saber with both hands and swung it forward heavily. Sky Splitter, damn beast, get out here. He roared and thousands of earth sabers shot toward the poisonous fog domain. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. However, at this moment, the poison domain within a 1,000-meter radius suddenly covered Duan Qinghun. What can a small poison mist do to me? He roared as 4 earth shields appeared around him and spun around him rapidly. Dust explode. His body moved as he charged into the poison domain. Looking at the Sickle Blood stained by the earth attribute energy, he directly killed it. In the surroundings, hundreds of thousands of people were staring at the battle in the middle of the arena. Many of them were cheering loudly. Not good. Wang Xian, who was standing outside, had a demonic look in his eyes. Suddenly, he frowned slightly. Ah! At this moment, a scream of agony was heard from the black fog. Kiki, how can such trash be called a heaven's favorite? He's really trash. Humans are really trash. An arrogant voice came from the black fog, and the thick black fog quickly disappeared. Hiss this. What? This damn beast, shut up immediately. Bastard, how can Duan Qinghun be so weak? He was easily defeated by this demon beast. This demon beast is only ranked 10th. The black fog dissipated, revealing a scene that caused everyone to feel cold. The huge mouth of the sickle-tailed snake demonic beast bit Duan Qinghuan's head and slowly swallowed him into its stomach. Its eyes were filled with disdain. Duan Qinghuan's body was still trembling, but he did not have the strength to resist at all. This scene made all the humans feel extremely embarrassed. Gulp, TSK, it's really delicious. After it swallowed Duan Qinghun into its stomach, its triangular tongue stretched out and licked him. A hint of excitement could be seen in its eyes. It swept its gaze in the direction of Wang Xian and the rest. Come on, next. Sickle Blood raised its head slightly and said with a face full of disdain. Haha, Sickle Blood, hurry up and get down here. Leave some food for us. That's right. It's been a long time since I've tasted delicious human flesh. Hurry up and get down here. Humans only know how to use some despicable methods. If we were to fight them head-on, we would crush them completely. At the back, a group of demonic beasts let out mocking voices as they laughed arrogantly. Humans are all a bunch of trash. In a one-on-one fight, They are completely no match for US demonic beasts. In the demonic beast crowd at the back of the arena, a 20-meter-long sickle-tailed snake raised its proud head and roared disdainfully. Behind it was a group of sickle-tailed snake demonic beasts. Their triangular eyes were filled with disdain. Damn it, these demonic beasts are too arrogant. The gap is too big. We, the 9th-ranked human genius, aren't a match for the 10th-ranked demonic beast genius, and we were killed so easily. The gap is too big, it's really too big. No wonder humans rarely get the title of supreme genius. The demonic beast genius this time is even stronger than the last one. As the rumors say, the demonic beast clan isn't a match for the human genius at all. Humiliation, this is a huge humiliation. All the humans around turned pale when they saw the arrogant demon beasts. In a one-on-one situation, humans were indeed much weaker than demon beasts. The dragon race was a good example. In the entire Transcendence continent, the dragon race was the strongest existence. Even humans had to bow down to them. However, even though everyone understood in their hearts, after being humiliated in this battle of the prodigies, everyone's faces were extremely ugly. I told you. The prodigies of your Luhai region are completely no match for the demon beast race. At this moment around the arena, shopkeeper Qian looked at the battle below with a faint smile on his face. He said to Long Xiaotian and the other 6 or 7 youths beside him. He was not from the Flowing Sea region, so he did not care about humans being humiliated by demonic beasts. Looks like it's really as shopkeeper Qian said. Sigh. One of the youths shook his head slightly. Among the elites of the Flowing Sea region, apart from the nameless sword demon, the others are all too weak. However, even that nameless sword demon is still far from being comparable to the demonic beast king. Shopkeeper Qian said with a faint smile. The surrounding youths were somewhat silent. The genius beast that killed the Blood Flow Empire had yet to come out. If he came out, who would be his opponent? Even the nameless sword demon couldn't do it. What? Are you afraid? Where's the next person? Kiki, I hope you won't be a coward. Sickle Blood's voice rang out. He sat on the arena and stared coldly at the group of Heaven's favorites. His triangular eyes locked onto the 8th-ranked young Heaven's favorite. Okay. Let me kill you today and avenge Duan Qinghun. The 8th-ranked genius saw Sickle Blood's provocative expression and felt everyone's gaze on him. His face turned gloomy. His body moved and he flew directly towards the center of the stage. Die! He didn't hesitate at all. A staff appeared in his hand and a monstrous flame directly attacked Sickle Blood. Kiki! Sickle Blood let out a sinister cry, and with a light sweep of his scythe-like tails, a dark, scythe-like attack met the flame. Fury of the Earth Fire. The 8th Chosen's gaze was ice-cold and his eyes were filled with solemnity. He gripped his staff with both hands, and scorching flames shot out from below, attacking Sickle Blood. You're not my match either. Sickle Blood let out a sharp sound, and just like before, black mist rose around it. HMPH, this move of yours is useless against me. The 8th Heaven's Chosen's expression was ice-cold as he stared at Sickle Blood. The resplendent staff in his hand emitted sparks of fire. The flames similarly enveloped an area of 1,000 meters around him. The dark space and the fiery red domain violently collided. The 8th Heaven's Chosen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the dark space. Spark! With a loud roar, a spark-covered sky appeared in the sky above him. Countless sparks flew towards the dark space and attacked. Kiki! Darkness intersecting. Just as countless sparks flew towards the dark space, Sickle Blood's voice suddenly came out from within and directly attacked the 8th Heaven's Chosen. You've come out, right? Ring of Fire. The intense battle began. The 8th Heaven's Chosen was much stronger than the 9th Heaven's Chosen, so he could deal with Sickle Blood. Soon, the two exchanged dozens of moves. Dark Fong. Devil Shadow Body. 3 minutes later, after they exchanged hundreds of moves, the Sickle Blood demon beast suddenly launched an attack. This caused his expression to change drastically. Admit defeat and quickly retreat. An old man around the arena saw this scene and hurriedly shouted at the 8th Chosen inside. When he heard this voice, he didn't hesitate at all and hurriedly fled out of the arena. There were no judges in the Blood Flow Sect's Chosen battles now. If one wanted to admit defeat, The only way was to flee the arena. Want to escape? Kiki, it's too late. At this moment, a sinister voice came from behind, causing his expression to change drastically. His arm shook, and a pair of flaming wings quickly condensed behind him. However, just as he was about to escape, his entire body stiffened slightly. Not good. It's snake venom. The eighth heaven's favorite's expression changed drastically, and a look of panic appeared in his eyes. Die! At this moment, the sickle blood that was flying in the air and emitting a bloody smell flew over, and its two tails directly coiled around his body. No! The eighth heaven's chosen's expression was greatly shocked, and his face was filled with fear. Ah! A miserable cry sounded. Haha, this is the human's heaven's chosen. The 10th heaven's chosen of our demonic beast clan can also easily kill the 8th heaven's chosen of your clan. Trash, humans are indeed trash. Haha, one sickle blood can kill 2 of them, not to mention the rest of us. A sinister and brutal voice came from the demonic beasts, and their eyes were filled with mockery. Seeing this scene, all the humans sighed, their faces extremely ugly. The 10th chosen one of the demonic beast clan could kill the 8th ranked human. One could imagine how big the gap between them was. Haha! Delicious, delicious. Come. Let's move on to the next one. Sickle Blood's excited voice rang out. It raised its head and licked its snake lips as it looked disdainfully at all the humans in front of it. This is simply not a match for us. We originally thought that this time, we humans would have the best chance of obtaining the Supreme Chosen. Who would have thought that this time, the gap would be even greater? Fuck. This is simply a disgrace. I'm not watching anymore. I'm going back. The surrounding humans looked down with gloomy expressions. There were even some who flew out in anger. Let me do it. Do you really think that we're afraid of you? At this moment, Long Xiaoqun, who was ranked 7th, flew over without the slightest hesitation. He also held a staff in his hand. The staff of light was inlaid with a pearl of light. He was dressed in pure white today and looked extremely holy. He's the first prince of the Light Dragon dynasty. He should be able to defeat that arrogant beast. So what if he's defeated? 7th place defeating 10th place doesn't have any honor at all. The crowd watched Long Xiaoqun enter the arena and discussed with a gloomy face. Kiki. Sickle Blood looked at the light staff in Long Xiaoqun's hand, and a trace of solemnity appeared in his eyes. Light and darkness countered each other. He could feel the powerful power coming from the staff. Beast, I will definitely defeat you today. Long Xiaoqun held the 2-meter-long staff in his hand. He looked incomparably holy as he directly opened his mouth to judge. Other than trash, humans talk a lot of nonsense. Sickle Blood shouted and directly rushed over. The third battle began. This battle, Long Xiaoqun did not disappoint. After 3 minutes, he defeated Sickle Blood. However, he did not manage to kill Sickle Blood. Who? He took a deep breath and solemnly looked at Sickle Blood, who had escaped from the arena. His face was slightly embarrassed. His strength had always been somewhat hidden. It was in order to expose his powerful strength when he was fighting against the demonic beast clan and attract some subordinates who wanted to rely on him. However, what he didn't expect was that even the 10th ranked heaven's favorite still made him spend a lot of effort to defeat him. Kiki, not bad, not bad. You've finally defeated one of our demonic beast's heaven's favorites. Now it's my turn. Ghost Monkey Clan, 9th on the Heaven's Favorites list, Double Phone Gue, come and experience this human's strength. Just as the sickle was about to fall, a dark red ghost monkey jumped into the arena. He stared at Long Xiaoqun, his eyes full of brutal fighting spirit. I've consumed too much energy. Long Xiaoqun looked at the ghost monkey and shook his head, his expression uncertain. His body moved and he flew out of the arena. Kiki, cowardly human, you don't even dare to accept my battle. Haha, next, get up here. The ghost monkey's 2-meter-long body stood on the arena. His body was covered in black scales. It had sharp claws that were half a meter long. Its mouth took up 1/3 of its head. It looked extremely ferocious. We demons are invincible. You humans will become our food one day. The ghost monkey stood in the ring and arrogantly looked down at all the humans in front of him, shouting loudly. The double-sealed ghost of the Ghost Monkey Clan stared at the humans' direction with a face full of ridicule as he roared loudly. Disregard and contempt were displayed without a doubt. An invincible aura directly rushed towards the human's direction. The monster race was invincible. The 6th ranked on the prodigy roll didn't come. How can we fight? The 10th, 6th, and 4th ranked didn't come. Now the 9th ranked monster race wants to fight with our 5th ranked prodigy? This is too embarrassing. This is too embarrassing. On the surrounding arenas, when the crowd saw the 7th ranked Long Shaochen retreat and the 6th ranked genius didn't come, their faces all turned ashen. Especially when they heard the arrogant words of the demonic beast race. Many people wanted to rush in. Even those experts at the profound void realm had extremely ugly expressions. Haha, the coward ranked 6th on the human prodigy roll didn't come. Come, let's put him in 5th place, hee. A maniacal laughter came out of Ghost Monkey's mouth, causing Luo Shihua, who was ranked 5th, to look extremely gloomy. 5th on the human prodigy roll versus 9th on the demon beast prodigy roll. If he lost, it would be a disgrace to humanity. Then let me experience it for you. Luo Shihua moved and flew towards the arena. The battle began. As one of the top 5 prodigies of humanity, Luo Shihua was also a disciple of a large faction. Whether it was battle experience or strength, he was definitely a peak existence at the half-step profound void tier. However, Ghost Monkey's strength was not weak either. The battle between the two of them was actually hard to determine. Seeing this situation, the human's expression did not look good. If this was the case for the 9th battle against the 5th, how was the battle going to continue? Luo Shihua will only be able to defeat this Ghost Monkey at most. Among the demonic beasts, the 2nd-ranked one is a powerhouse at level 1 of the see-through realm. Be careful. At this moment, there were only Wang Xian, Ling Jian'er, and Ren Xingxian on the Heaven's Pride Bridge. Wang Xian looked at the group of demonic beasts in front of him and reminded the two of them indifferently. Don't worry, senior. I'm not afraid even if I were to face that demonic beast at the 1st level of the see-through realm. Ren Xingxian heard Wang Xian's reminder and said respectfully immediately. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head faintly. I can also fight against demonic beasts at the 1st level of the see-through realm. Ling Jian'er, who was at the side, looked at Wang Xian and said plainly. That's good. Be careful. Wang Xian smiled and placed his hands together as he looked at Ling Jian'er with a smile. Good. As expected of the 5th-ranked Heaven's Pride expert. Haha. Double-sealed ghost. Admit defeat. The battle lasted for a full 10 minutes. In the end, the Ghost Monkey Demon Beast, double-sealed ghost, wiped the wounds on its body and jumped towards the back. Huff, this guy. Luo Shihua looked a little embarrassed. It took him a full 10 minutes to defeat his opponent. If another one who was stronger than him appeared, it was uncertain who would win. I'll kill this guy. Just as the demon beast of the Ghost Monkey clan flew out, an extremely slender female demon with long mouth parts and a body suffused with red and blue light appeared. Its 2 red and blue eyes stared at Luo Shihua and extended a tongue that was 2 to 3 meters long. Bloodthirsty sea demon beast. Luo Shihua's expression kept changing. After hesitating for a moment, he moved and walked out. I'll leave it to Ling Jian'er, Ren Xingxian, and the nameless sword demon brothers and sisters. Luo Shihua's departure meant that there were only 3 people on the human side. Tang Feng, who was the 4th, did not come, so Ling Jian'er, who was the 3rd, could only make a move. Kiki, there are only 3 people left. Then I'll take care of 2. The bloodthirsty sea monster's tongue was waving outside, and its entire body was emitting a bloody aura. It stared at Ling Jian'er and said, I like human girls. Kiki, come. Humph. Hearing the provocation of the bloodthirsty sea monster, a cold expression appeared in Ling Jian'er's eyes. 8th challenge, 3rd challenge, this. The humans around the arena revealed a bitter expression. Is this Ling Jian'er the daughter of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword Sect? At a spot around the arena, Manager Qian saw Ling Jian'er coming to the center of the arena and his eyes lit up as he asked the young man beside him. Yes, it's her. A few days ago, 20 insightful Emptiness Realm experts from the Heavenly Sword Sect invited Ling Jian'er back to the sect, but Ling Jian'er rejected them. In the past, her father didn't acknowledge her as his daughter. Now it's Ling Jian'er who doesn't acknowledge her father. Her personality is very strong. The young man beside him said to Manager Qian. Oh, is that so? Manager Qian raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared in his eyes. What's the matter, shopkeeper Qian? Have you taken a fancy to this beauty? The youth beside him asked with a smile. Ha ha! A graceful lady, a gentleman's dream. Shopkeeper Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. I hope that she won't be killed by the demonic beast clan. Otherwise, it would be a pity. I will kill you gently. At this moment, the sinister voice of the bloodthirsty sea monster sounded from the arena. His body moved like a ghost. A large amount of water energy surrounded it. This water energy condensed into its clone and attacked Ling Jian directly. Ling Jian's expression was extremely cold. The golden longsword in her hand trembled slightly. Ling Jian's strength isn't weak. She should be able to defeat this demonic beast. She should be able to. But so what if she can defeat this one? It's only ranked 8th. With Ling Jian's strength, it would be difficult to defeat even the 7th-ranked demonic beast. The people around the arena watched the battle below and sighed lightly. Although Ling Jian was strong, the demonic beast Heaven's Pride was even stronger. 1. In the arena, when the surrounding thousands of bloodthirsty sea monsters attacked her, the long sword in Ling Jian's hand directly swung forward. Resplendent golden light, like stars in the sky, directly attacked the clones one by one. Ah! In an instant, a terrified cry came from one of the clones. Ling Jian's figure moved, and the long sword in her hand once again slashed out a resplendent golden light. The golden light pierced through, easily piercing through the aquamarine defense. The aquamarine defense disappeared, and the surrounding water energy dissipated. A corpse fell onto the stage. What? This? Ling Jian's strength is so strong. My God, he actually insta-killed her. Amazing, simply amazing, Ling Jian is simply too strong. Awesome. Haha, awesome. When the people around the stage saw that Ling Jian had actually insta-killed a bloodthirsty sea monster, their faces were filled with shock and they immediately burst into cheers. Insta-killing a demonic beast prodigy with one move, this was simply an exciting thing for humans. This human woman. The demonic beasts looked at Ling Jian with shock and embarrassment. Ling Jian stood on the stage and didn't show any signs of killing the bloodthirsty sea monster. She looked at the demonic beast prodigy and said, 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, and 3rd. Come together. Don't waste time. 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th, 3rd. Come together. Don't waste time. When Ling Jian's voice rang out in the arena, everyone was stunned. Damn. There's no need to be so domineering, directly challenging 5 demonic beast heaven's favorites. This, so confident, Ling Jian actually wants to directly challenge 5. Oh my God, goddess. Haha, let's not talk about anything else. Just based on Ling Jian's aura, she will be my goddess in the future. Killing the 8th heaven's favorite of the demonic beast clan in one move, directly challenging 5 demonic beasts. Too domineering. When all the humans around the arena saw Ling Jian's confident figure, all of them had looks of admiration on their faces as they shouted and cheered loudly. Arrogant humans, you don't need us to work together. I alone will be enough. The demonic demonic beast, who was ranked 5th among the demonic beasts, had a cold expression in its eyes. His body moved and it directly flew towards the arena. Its enormous body, which was about 5 meters in size, was accompanied by intense flames as it directly attacked. Instant golden brilliance. Ling Jian's expression did not change. The moment the demonic beast entered the arena, she started to move. A bright golden light directly attacked the demonic beast. Roar, demonic flame shield. The demonic beast opened its eyes wide and roared. A flame shield instantly formed around it to defend itself. Wang! However, what everyone didn't expect was that the golden light easily penetrated the demonic beast's defense. Under its incredulous expression, the golden light entered its body and directly killed it. Pung! Sudden shock and astonishment. A demonic beast that rushed out, ranked 5th among the demonic beasts, was instantly killed. This hiss, with the combat strength that Ling Jian displayed, it can completely match an expert at the first level of the profound void martial stage. Haha. Too strong. Simply too strong. Exhale with pride. Really exhale with pride. Those beasts of the demonic beasts, why aren't you shouting anymore? Continue shouting. After 2 seconds of silence around the arena, the sound of shouting could be heard. Everyone had excited expressions on their faces. They looked at Ling Jian in the arena fervently, their faces filled with shock, astonishment, and admiration. The feeling of being sullen just now was completely released after Ling Jian made a move and instantly killed 2 demonic beast heaven's favorites. They cheered loudly and began to fight back against the demonic beast clan. Within the demonic beast clan, the expressions of the demonic beasts slowly turned solemn. Even the demonic beast heaven's favorites had slightly embarrassed expressions as their eyes flickered. Next, don't waste time. Ling Jian stood there with a golden longsword in her hand. Her thin and beautiful figure appeared much taller. Even many men could not help but feel admiration in their hearts. Although Ling Jian had a powerful background, in the past 10 years, she had not relied on her background. Instead, she had made it through on her own. Sect leader Jian's talent is much stronger than yours, especially her luck. I really didn't expect that our Heavenly Sword sect would also have a successor. In a corner of the arena, an old man looked at Ling Jian below and sighed as he spoke to the white-haired, middle-aged man by the side of the mountain. All these years, it's been hard on her. She's just a girl. The white-haired, middle-aged man looked at Ling Jian's figure lovingly and sighed silently. Don't worry, sect leader Jian, we'll forgive you. The old man revealed a faint smile. When he looked at Ling Jian, his eyes were filled with surprise and shock. As the strongest person in the Heavenly Sword sect other than the sect master, he could see that Ling Jian had obtained a shocking inheritance. Let me do it. The third-ranked demonic beast, the blood-savage demonic beast, stared coldly at Ling Jian. With a leap, he directly flew onto the stage. I never thought that there would be such a genius among humans. However, you are destined to lose today. It was obvious that the demonic beast race no longer had the arrogance they had earlier. They stared at Ling Jian with a grave expression. So. However, Ling Jian did not waste any time and attacked with the golden sword in her hand. The streaks of golden light caused the blood-savage beast to be extremely wary. The blood-savage beast had been in a passive position since the start of the battle. How can this human's attack be like this? That golden light can easily penetrate my attack and defense, The battle did not exceed 10 moves and the blood-savage beast's face was filled with fear and trepidation. Every time it attacked, Ling Jian's golden light could easily penetrate its defense. In fact, it didn't even doubt that if its vital points were hit, it would die instantly. Fire wings. When a golden light pierced through its defense and landed on its front hoof, the demonic Lin beast was completely flustered. It didn't hesitate at all and directly fled to the back. Haha, I escaped, I won again. Ling Jian is simply too cool. Roar roar. Ling Jian goddess is awesome. Cheers rang out from the surroundings of the arena, resounding throughout the entire sky. Even Manager Chen looked at Ling Jian in the arena with a face full of shock. The strength that she had displayed was not inferior to those powerful heaven's favorites in the vast region. At the demonic beast seats, all the demonic beast faces were slightly embarrassed. What had happened in the training grounds had caused the entire demonic beast clan to be incomparably furious. They did not hesitate to raise the strength of the current generation of demonic beast heaven's favorites in order to humiliate humans. But what they didn't expect was that a third-ranked Heaven's Pride actually consecutively killed and defeated several of their Heaven's Pride. This made all the demonic beasts extremely angry. You come. At this moment, Ling Jian, who was standing in the arena, pointed at the second-ranked demonic beast Heaven's Pride, the blood-savage demonic beast, in existence at the profound void first rank. Ho ho! I have to say, you've completely angered me. The last level, one of the Insight Void Tier blood-savage demonic beast, had an extremely cold expression in its eyes. Its 6-meter-tall body moved slightly and directly transformed into a blood shadow, entering the arena. Ling Jian brandished the long sword in her hand and instantly attacked. Facing a level 1 of the Insight Void Tier demonic beast, she wasn't the slightest bit afraid. When all the humans around the arena saw this scene, their eyes flickered. When Ling Jian displayed her abilities, she could definitely match up to a powerhouse at level 1 of the see-through realm. The current me might not even be able to win against Ling Jian, er. On the Heaven's Pride Bridge, Ren Xingchen looked at Ling Jian, who was fighting against a powerhouse at level 1 of the see-through realm. A solemn expression appeared on his face. With her strength, she can definitely defeat a powerhouse at level 1 of the see-through realm. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. He was also slightly shocked. Ling Jian had improved too quickly in the past few days. Of course, it was mainly because of the Gold of Origin. The Gold of Origin could destroy everything. Even a Dharma idol at the see-through realm could be destroyed. Ling Jianyar's strength is so strong to actually be able to fight fiercely against a demon beast clan's profound void tier first-level expert, and not at a disadvantage. My god, that profound void tier first-level blood savage demon beast is actually at a disadvantage. This. Right now Ling Jian's strength is probably not much weaker than the nameless sword demon, right? Hiss, too strong, too strong. Haha, if Ling Jian can defeat the second-ranked demonic beast Heaven's Pride, then we humans can definitely hold our heads high, haha. The battle in the arena began. Ling Jian and the blood-savage demonic beast were engaged in an intense battle. Facing the blood-savage demonic beast, Ling Jian did not have the slightest bit of weakness. Powerful attacks came one after another. Divine arts versus divine arts, sword rays versus sharp claws. In a confrontation, Ling Jian actually had the advantage. The strength of the origin attribute was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Currently, Ling Jian did not have much origin gold. Once she converted all the metal attributes in her body into origin gold, her attack power would be even more terrifying. At that time, even Ren Xingchen, who had 2 attributes, would definitely not be her match. Only with at least 3 attributes would she be able to fight against the origin gold. This level 1 see-through demonic beast has just stepped into the see-through realm not long ago. It is no match for Ling Jian. Wang Xian looked at Ling Jian, who was fighting in the arena, and a smile appeared on his face. It was obvious that the level 1 see-through demonic beast, who was ranked second on the Heaven's Favorites list, had just reached the see-through realm not long ago. It was much weaker than Qian Yi. Ling Jian had a very high chance of defeating it. What the hell is going on? A woman ranked 3rd among the human prodigies can actually defeat so many of our prodigies. Damn it, even the blood spirit doesn't seem to be his match. Damn it. I didn't expect the human race to have such a monstrous woman. Her attacks are strange. I must kill her in the future. At the demonic beast race's position, some of the demonic beast experts looked at the battle in the arena with ugly expressions. Call the demonic soul over, let it come over and suppress the human elites. At the demonic Lin race's position, a demonic Lin that was over 10 meters in size stared at the arena with cold eyes and said to his subordinate beside him, "Yes, Elder." A demonic Lin immediately responded and flew towards the back. How? In the arena, the blood-savage demonic beast turned into many bloody shadows and the entire arena was filled with its shadows. Strange attacks were launched at Ling Jian from time to time. However, around Ling Jian's body, there were swords and shields that were condensed from golden longswords. The swords and shields were extremely heavy and thick. When the bloody shadows landed on them, they could not break her defense at all. On the contrary, every single attack from Ling Jian had to be taken seriously by the blood-barbaric demon beast. The battle continued for 4 to 5 minutes. Faced with a profound Void Tier 1 expert, Ling Jian was still suppressed. It might not be long before she seized an opportunity to defeat a profound Void Tier 1 Demon Lin. When all the humans in the surrounding arena saw this scene, they revealed excited expressions. Haha, Ling Jian is really invincible. Even a level 1 profound void martial artist is no match for her. After today, Ling Jian's reputation will definitely soar. In the future, she will definitely be a top-notch expert that can shake the entire Lehigh region. At such an age, she already possesses such terrifying battle prowess. Even her former father is inferior to her. Unstintingly, praises rang out in the arena. Everyone cheered excitedly in the surroundings. The youths were even more so. Exhale. The 3rd-ranked human genius had defeated the 2nd-ranked demonic beast genius. To humans, this was a great honor. A group of trash, hurry up and get out. Don't disgrace US demonic beasts. At this moment, an angry howl suddenly sounded, causing the blood-savage demonic beast's body to stiffen slightly, and a flash of terror flashed across its face. It's the Demon Soul King is here. Once it arrives, it can easily suppress all the human geniuses. This year, the humans are a little strong. However, once the Demon Soul King appears, all the human geniuses will die. A furious roar sounded, causing cheers to ring out from the demonic beast's side. On the genius bridge of the demonic beast clan, a 7 to 8 meter tall figure that was emitting terrifying demonic flames slowly walked over. It raised its head high, emitting an invincible aura as it arrogantly glanced at the blood-savage demonic beast and Ling Jianer who were fighting in the middle of the arena. Its eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and disdain. Who? The blood-savage demonic beast that was at the first level of the profound void stage moved and directly dodged Ling Jian'er's attack, flying out of the arena. It came to the Heaven's Pride Bridge and looked at the imposing figure as it respectfully shouted, "Demonic Soul King." Demon beasts respected the strong, even if they were not of the same race. However, Demon Soul Kings suppressed the same generation of demon beasts. Even many demon beasts that had lived for thousands of years were not as strong as it. As the most monstrous demon beast of the Demon Lin royal clan, its position in the demon clan was very high. In the past 1,000 years, Demon Soul was the most powerful king of Heaven's Pride beast of the Demon Beast clan. Humph! Get lost. I thought you could kill all the humans in this small battle. I didn't expect you to ask me to fight. And your opponent is actually a human girl. Roar! As it spoke, it walked arrogantly and slowly stood in front of the arena. Its cold eyes swept across all the humans in front of it. All the Heaven's favorites that are still alive, all of you humans, come up, a bunch of ants. Today, your Demon Soul King will eat all of you. A domineering voice resounded throughout the entire sky. A disdainful aura spread out in all directions. Kiki, not to mention the appearance of 10 human Heaven's favorites, even if all 20 of them came out, it wouldn't be enough for Demon Soul King to kill them. Originally, Demon Soul King wasn't prepared to make a move. To him, fighting against human elites was a great humiliation. I didn't expect the other elites to be so weak. Roar roar, human elites, come and die. The demon beast saw Demon Soul King's arrival, and all of them started to roar excitedly. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the excited roars of demon beasts. Demon Soul King? Not good, it's that demon beast, the demon race's chosen beast king. It's this demon beast. In the training ground, it easily killed a peak level 1 insightful void martial artist from the Bloodflow Empire. This demon beast is a terrifying existence at level 2 insightful void martial artist. Level 2 insightful void martial artist? Is this the chosen beast king of the demon beast clan? With the strength of level 2 insightful void martial artist, who would be his match? Even if all the chosen ones were to join forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. The originally excited humans saw the king beast of the demonic beast clan walk out, and their expressions changed drastically. Especially those young men who had followed him into the training grounds. When they saw the appearance of the demonic soul, their bodies couldn't help but shiver. That time, if they hadn't run fast, perhaps more than 10,000 people would have died under its demonic flame. What did it mean to be invincible in this generation? If one was below the age of 50 and possessed the strength of the second level of the profound void tier, they could be considered invincible in the Flowing Sea region. Not to mention the strength of the demon soul in the Flowing Sea region. Even if it was placed in a wider and more vast region, it could still be ranked in the top 3 or even first. When it stood on the Prodigy Bridge, it was already destined that the supreme Prodigy stage in the sky would belong to it. All the humans' faces were extremely unsightly, and their hearts were filled with helplessness. How could such a prodigy king beast resist? In the human's position, everyone was somewhat silent. Looking at the prodigy king beast filled with demonic flames, their expressions changed. Such a powerful demon beast, not to mention the human prodigy. Even some veteran insightful Void Realm experts might not be a match for it. If we lose, there's no need to fight at all. The gap between the first and second level of the insightful Void Realm is too big. Even Renxingchen has the strength of the first level of the insightful Void Realm. Under the leadership of the nameless sword demon, he's still not a match for the second level of the insightful void realm demon beast. Some of the human elites frowned slightly and shook their heads slowly. Despicable and shameless humans, I'll let all of you elites go on stage today. Do you have the guts to fight? If you don't, when you see us demon beasts in the future, you will obediently bow down to us, a bunch of ants. You bunch of despicable fellows, you only used despicable methods to enter the training grounds. Roar roar, now let's have a fair fight and ask if you dare. You bunch of shameless bastards. Demon Soul saw that all of the humans were looking at him with fear in their eyes. Many of them were filled with fear as they mocked him angrily. A few days ago, he had been chased by a despicable human in the training grounds. Even his precious treasure had been snatched away. He was incomparably furious. He had already sworn that, in the future, he would kill every single human he saw and let the humans suffer the cruelty of the world. A bunch of ants. It stood on the Prodigy Bridge, raised its head, and roared mockingly in front of hundreds of thousands of people. This made all the humans' faces extremely ugly. Everyone knew that the Blood Flow Empire had used the descent technique to enter the training ground. However, everyone knew that the Blood Flow Empire's experts had been easily killed by the Demon Soul. The Heaven's Pride King Beast's expert had already exceeded everyone's expectations. Although some people later said that human experts had once again descended to the training grounds and wantonly killed the demon beasts, this was only hearsay. Now, it seemed that this matter was very likely true. Speaking of which, it was already a disgraceful matter for human experts to use a special method to descend to the training grounds. Now that it was brought out, it made everyone lose face. I really didn't expect that this beauty's strength would be so strong. However, the demonic beast's demonic soul strength is somewhat heaven-defying. The geniuses of your flowing sea region aren't her match. Even if this demonic soul was placed in our vast region, it would still be a top-notch genius. Manager Qian's eyes flickered as he looked at the demonic soul and Ling Jian in the arena. His eyes were filled with shock for the first time. He did not expect that there would be such an outstanding genius in this small place. Even he was far inferior to him. That might not be the case. Ling Jian has a battle prowess at the first level of the profound void martial stage. I believe that Round Xingqian isn't too bad either. In addition, he was able to insta-kill the nameless sword devil at the first level of the profound void martial stage. Perhaps, he might be able to contend against him. Long Xiaotian was slightly displeased with Manager Qian's words. After interacting with him for the past few days, he realized that this Manager Qian was incomparably arrogant. It was as if he had come from the city and looked down on the people from the countryside. His lofty aura made him slightly displeased. Haha, what are you going to use to fight? A heavens chosen like Ling Jian has already appeared in your Luhai district once in 1,000 years. If you want to defeat the demon soul, even the top heavens chosen in our vast region don't have the confidence to win. Shopkeeper Qian shook his head lightly and said with a smile. Yeah, this demon beast is too strong, Sai. There's actually a heaven's favorite at the second level of the profound void tier in the vast district. It's truly terrifying, a few young men at the side said with some ingratiation. Shopkeeper Qian smiled faintly and raised his head slightly. More than 20 years ago, an elder of our Qian family reached the second level of the profound void tier at the age of 50. Hiss, so powerful? Shopkeeper Qian might also be able to reach the second level of the profound void tier at that age. Haha, that's right. With Shopkeeper Qian's strength, he would be one of the top 5 prodigies in our flowing sea region. The bootlicking voices continued to ring out, causing Long Xiaotian to curl his lips slightly. Let me ask you, cowards of the human race, do you dare to fight? The taunting voice of the demon soul continued to ring out, and the demonic beasts around the arena let out a provocative roar. Ling Jian held the longsword in her hand tightly. She turned her head and looked in Wang Xian's direction. When he saw Ling Jian looking over, Wang Xian looked at the extremely arrogant demon soul with a mocking expression on his face. He nodded slowly at Ling Jian. All right, since you want to fight, we will accompany you. When Ling Jian saw Wang Xian nodding his head, she immediately looked at the demon soul and said coldly, Senior, I will go first. Ren Xingqian looked at Wang Xian and said respectfully. Following that, He looked at the demon soul with his eyes filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Fight, what do we humans have to fear? His body moved and he flew down directly. Facing a second-level void interpretation stage demon soul, he knew that he was definitely not a match for it. However, there was still his senior. In his heart, his senior was invincible. Even though he was only 26 years old, in his heart, he was still invincible. He would never forget that he was the one who saved him when he almost died twice. Being able to fight alongside his senior was the most exciting thing for him. Ren Xingqian flew to the arena and stood on the right side of Ling Jian'er, leaving a spot in the middle of them. Hiss, they actually chose to fight. This isn't wise. What do you mean not wise? This is the true pride of humanity. How can they dare to call themselves the pride of humanity without fighting? They are the true pride of humanity. This Ren Xingqian clearly has the battle prowess of a profound Void Tier 1 expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come down. I reckon the nameless sword demon is going to make a move too. I think it's better not to fight. Even if the three of them have the strength of a level 1 demon soul, they aren't a match for the demon soul. It's a little risky. They might have their own trump cards. Even if they can't win, as long as they can survive, it's fine. As long as they dare to fight, they will be the heroes of humanity. Support, fight, fight. When the people around the arena saw them fighting, their expressions changed. Some frowned, some looked worried, and most of them were filled with admiration. Even when facing such a powerful enemy, they still dared to fight. Even if they lost, they were still human heroes. Roar, good, good. My demon soul, if I don't kill all of you today, I'll be a heaven's chosen beast king in vain. Roar, roar, all right, my demonic soul. If I don't kill all of you today, I will be a king beast of heaven. With a roar, the demonic soul that was standing on the Heaven's Pride Bridge leaped and landed heavily on the stage. Boom! A powerful aura was instantly released. Demonic flames covered its entire body, and the flames on its body were at least 100 meters tall. It was like a flame demon king had descended. Its enormous body made it look disdainfully at Ling Jian'er and Ren Xingqian, who were 2,000 meters away. Sensing the aura of the demonic soul, Ling Jian'er and Ren Xingqian's expressions changed slightly, and their faces were filled with a solemn expression. This Jian'er is a little impulsive. A demonic beast at the second level of the profound void tier is completely not something she can deal with. Around the arena, the elder from the Heavenly Sword sect frowned slightly when he saw Ling Jian'er actually accepting the challenge. A person who doesn't fight and doesn't become a sword, very good. The white-haired, middle-aged man's eyes were filled with admiration. But very quickly, he sighed again. My daughter doesn't need to be so outstanding. Having a father is enough. Sect Master, if Jian'er fights with this demonic beast, she might be in danger. The old man said worriedly. Don't worry. I've placed a sword of protection on her body. It's a second-level void interpretation, so it can't hurt her. That young man isn't bad. He has 2 elements of metal and water. He's an outstanding swordsman. The white-haired middle-aged man said as he looked at Ren Xingqian and praised him. That Ren Xingqian is indeed a monster. He has 2 elements of metal and water. Now he's half-step into the void interpretation realm and has the ability to fight above his level. However, as he spoke, he looked at the figure on the Prodigy Bridge. That nameless sword demon is truly powerful. He should also have both metal and water attributes. However, he used a method to conceal his dual attributes. He should have already stepped into the first level of the void interpretation. This nameless sword demon once saved Ren Xingqian's life. He also saved Jian'er. Jian'er and Ren Xingqian are very respectful towards that nameless sword demon. However, that nameless sword demon is extremely mysterious. He completely ignores Jian'er and Ren Xingqian. The white-haired middle-aged man's eyes flickered as he looked at the Prodigy Bridge. Just the 2 of you? Get all the prodigies of the human race over here. I will kill all of you. The demon soul's body slowly rose up and hovered above the arena. His eyes were filled with killing intent and disdain as he stared at Ling Jian'er and Ren Xingqian. He roared. And me. I hope that you won't run away after a while. Wang Xian looked at the extremely arrogant demon soul with a mocking look in his eyes. He stood on the Heaven's Pride stage and moved towards the center of the arena. He landed in the middle of Ren Xingqian and Ling Jian'er with a smile in his eyes. When Ren Xingqian and Ling Jian'er saw Wang Xian flying over, they turned around and looked at him with a smile on their faces. Roar, roar. Escape? Haha, whoever escapes from the arena will be a coward and an ant. When the demon soul heard Wang Xian's voice, it replied without hesitation. It blew on its nose and flames shot out from its nostrils. However, when it finished its sentence and looked at Wang Xian, its pupils contracted slightly and its eyes sparkled. This figure was so familiar. Impossible. This was impossible. Following that, it shook its head. All right, whoever runs away is an animal. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile and said directly. However, Wang Xian's words gave it a bad premonition. It fixed its gaze on Wang Xian. This nameless sword demon is really arrogant. He actually wants to fight to the end? He really doesn't recognize himself. Even if the three of them are at the peak of the see-through void stage, they are still no match for the demon soul. When Manager Qian heard Wang Xian's voice, he shook his head with slight disdain. The humans around the arena were also slightly stunned. This nameless sword demon was really arrogant and confident. Could they really deal with a demon beast at the second level of the see-through void stage? Is this nameless sword demon looking for humiliation? If the three of them join forces, would they be a match for a Heaven's Pride beast king? The nameless sword demon might really have some powerful trump card. Who knows, he might really be able to defeat him. Pray. Some people felt that the nameless sword demon was a little arrogant, but some people guessed that he might have his own trump card. If the three of them work together, they might really have a chance to defeat the overwhelming prodigy king beast, that arrogant beast. Roar, roar. Demon Soul King. Kill that arrogant human guy and eat them. Courting death, how dare you say such words? Eat them and let them know how powerful our demon beast race is. Our demon beast race is invincible. Demon Soul King is invincible. A mere human genius. Just wait for your death. At the back of the demon beast race, all the demon beasts roared loudly. The entire arena was in an uproar. The demon beast race's genius king beast was fighting against the top three human geniuses. Both the demonic beast clan and humans were in an uproar. Let's fight. Ren Xingqian held the golden water greatsword in his hand. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Beside him, Ling Jian'er was also holding the golden longsword in her hand tightly. She was pointing it at the demonic soul. Today would definitely be a satisfying battle. Come on. Wang Xian moved his palm and the demon-free sword appeared in his hand. When the demon-free sword appeared in his hand, his entire body dashed towards the demon soul instantly. Senior, be careful. Be careful. Ren Xingqian and Ling Jian'er's expressions changed slightly when they saw Wang Xian dash out directly. They were not very clear about how strong Wang Xian was. However, they knew that his strength must not have reached the second level of the half-step void interpretation stage. From the previous battles, he could kill 2 experts at the first level of the void interpretation stage. However, his combat strength was still lacking compared to the second level of the void interpretation stage. It was a piece of cake for a second-level void interpretation stage expert to kill a first-level void interpretation stage expert. Even if it was 3 experts at the peak of the first level of the void interpretation stage, they would still be killed within a dozen moves if they did not have any trump cards. The 2 of them hurriedly followed closely behind Wang Xian. Roar, roar, you are courting death. You actually dare to attack US Demon Soul King first and kill these 3 arrogant humans. Ha ha! At the back, a group of demonic beasts saw Wang Xian and the rest taking the lead to attack. Their faces revealed a brutal expression as they roared loudly. Demon Soul King was invincible. It's you. At this moment, the flames on his body exploded when he saw Wang Xian attacking him. His face was filled with fear as his eyes widened. That's right. It's me. I let you escape last time. This time, it won't be so easy. Wang Xian smiled warmly when he saw that the demon soul had recognized him. He swung the demon-free sword forward. Water Tomb and Earth Burial entwined. 2 binding attacks were launched at the Demon Soul King. Damn it, it's actually you. How is this possible? Seeing the familiar attacks, the Demon Soul King's face was filled with fear as he roared loudly. A panicked voice came out from the Demon Soul's mouth. At this moment, everyone felt as though there was something wrong with their ears. They stared blankly at the scene in the arena. However, what shocked everyone even more was when Wuxia's attack was unleashed. The Heaven's Pride King Beast, a powerful demon beast at the second level of the see-through void tier. The Demon Soul King of the Demon Beast clan. Without the slightest hesitation, it actually turned its head and fled towards the outside. His actions left everyone dumbfounded. Regardless of whether it was the demonic beast clan or the human clan, their eyes were wide open and their faces were filled with disbelief. Bastard, I let you escape last time. Do you think you can escape this time? Wuxia's mocking voice rang out. However, when it landed in the Demon Soul's ears, it was like a life-threatening talisman. The incident at the trial grounds was still fresh in its mind. It had always held a grudge in its heart and was extremely furious. This was because a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm from the Bloodshed Empire had arrived at the trial grounds. This made it believe that the person who had been chasing after it all this while was the one who had almost killed it. The person who had almost killed it and caused it to lose its most valuable treasure would be a powerhouse from the older generation of the human race. It even swore in its heart that it would definitely seek revenge when it became stronger. When it saw the figure of Wuxia earlier, it was slightly stunned. It was a familiar figure, but it didn't dare to confirm it. However, the moment Wuxia took out his weapon, it was already 100% certain. This human heaven's favorite was the one who chased after it for more than 20 minutes at the training ground and nearly killed it. Furthermore, after it escaped with its life, it rejoiced in its heart. If that human powerhouse had wanted to kill it forcefully from the start, it might have already been killed. Especially that terrifying attack at the end which made its heart palpitate. However, it had never thought that that human expert was actually a human prodigy. A human prodigy. Since when did humans have such a terrifying prodigy? It was the most powerful monster of the monster race in the past 1,000 years. In the previous battle of the Prodigy Bridge, humans were completely defeated. Now that the strongest monster of the past 1,000 years had appeared, wouldn't it be easy to kill the humans? It had never thought that such a terrifying figure would appear among the humans. It's you, I didn't expect it to be you. Don't even think about killing me. Don't even think about it. The demon soul roared in fear. Looking at the attacks that covered it, it instantly unleashed all of its strength. All of its divine abilities were directed towards the water tomb and earth burial. It wanted to escape as soon as possible. Once it was entangled, it would be finished. At this moment, it was only 3,000 meters away from the stage. As for who it said was a coward and who was an ant if they escaped, it had completely forgotten about it. It would not admit to the pretentious act just now. Right now, escaping was more important. Boom! However, at this moment, everyone in the surroundings, as well as all the demonic beasts, finally reacted. Grasping grass, grasping grass, grasping grass. What the hell is going on? That incomparably arrogant genius king beast just now, a demonic beast that looked down on the world, how could it just run away? My God! What the hell is going on? This? Oh my God, this king beast has obviously fought with the nameless sword demon before, and the last time it was almost killed by the nameless sword demon. It's too shocking, too shocking. How strong is the nameless sword demon exactly? This is a demon beast at the second level of the profound void tier, yet it actually ran away when it saw him. Look at that king beast, it's obvious that it's very afraid of the nameless sword demon. Motherfucker, who would have thought that the overwhelming prodigy beast would actually run away upon seeing the nameless sword demon? Haha, this is too awesome. Around the arena, all the humans had shocked expressions on their faces as they watched this scene. All of them roared out in excitement. Just a moment ago, they had said that even if the three of them joined forces, they might not be a match for the overwhelming prodigy beast. However, right now, the moment the nameless sword demon charged over, that invincible, overwhelming prodigy beast was so frightened that it ran away. It almost ran away with its tail between its legs. This scene shook everyone's hearts. While everyone was shocked by the strength of the nameless sword demon, they were also extremely happy. This was their human's overwhelming prodigy. The invincible, overwhelming prodigy. How is this possible? How is this possible? Even the top-tier, overwhelming prodigies in the vast region might not be a match for this demon soul. Why? Shopkeeper Qian's face was filled with disbelief when he saw the scene. How could such a heaven-defying heaven's favorite exist in such a small flowing sea region? Haha, our flowing sea region also has powerful heaven's favorites. How delightful! This nameless sword demon is truly a dragon among men. On the side, Long Xiaotian shouted loudly when he saw Shopkeeper Qian's incredulous expression. This caused Manager Qian's expression to slowly become ugly. What he said just now was completely slapping his own face. Roar, roar, what's going on? What's going on? Why is the Demon Soul King so afraid of that human? What's going on? Demon Soul King. Kill them. Why are they escaping? Kill them. On the demon beast side, all the demon beasts roared in disbelief. This time, they were really dumbfounded. At this moment, their Demon Soul King was like a timid mouse that had seen its natural enemy. He fled frantically in an attempt to escape from the arena. Fire territory. Wang Xian looked at the demon soul that was trying to escape. A hint of coldness appeared on his face as he waved his arm. The fire territory was instantly activated. A terrifying mountain peak of 1,000 meters in size appeared out of thin air and smashed towards the demon soul's escape route. He didn't want to kill it. Instead, he wanted to seal its path. Damn it! Damn it! The demon soul, who had witnessed Wang Xian's terrifying attack, trembled slightly when it saw the terrifying mountain on its path of escape. Aspect: Wings of the Demon Qilin. It opened its huge mouth and unleashed its aspect without any hesitation. It charged towards the fire territory. It was really afraid. Could not be trapped here. Even if it was just for a second, it would be a second more dangerous for it. The demon soul immediately cast its Dharma idol. Its decisiveness caused Ling Jianer and Ren Xingchen, who were following behind, to be stunned. They were following behind Wang Xian, afraid that he was no match for him alone. However, now that Wang Xian was chasing after it, the demon soul was trying its best to escape. In order to escape from the arena, he actually used his Dharma idol. It seemed like he was trying his best to escape even before the battle started. Was this really a good idea? In the surroundings, all the humans and demon beasts were stunned when they saw the demon soul using his Dharma idol to collide with the divine ability of the nameless sword demon in order to escape. What happened to the invincible heaven's favorite king beast? Where was the unrivaled and terrifying Demon Soul King? How could he be so cowardly now? He ran for his life the moment they met. Was this really the battle between the supreme prodigies of the Prodigy Bridge? Black question marks appeared in everyone's minds. Stupefied. Stupefied fruit on the stupefied tree. You and me under the stupefied tree. Boom. Boom. On the arena, the sound of an explosion could be heard. The demon soul used its Dharma idol, the demonic Lin Wings, to attack the fire territory directly. The fire territory was originally a dual attribute divine ability. With Wang Xian's current strength, the dual attribute divine ability was still able to contend against the Dharma idol of the second level of the see-through realm. When the demon soul charged into the interior of the fire territory, a look of regret appeared on its face. The terrifying flames and the crumbling soil were like the collapse of a mountain. The entire space was like a collapsing volcano. Two types of energy charged towards the demon soul. Although the wings of the demon Lin could withstand it, its speed was completely restricted. Run, run. If I can't escape, I'm done for. The eyes of the demon Lin revealed an imposing manner that was unafraid of death. The flames on its body wrapped around its entire body. It directly withstood the powerful attack and ran for its life. This time, you won't be able to escape. Golden fire cleansing. The moment the demon Lin charged into the fire territory, Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. He unleashed his divine ability, Golden Fire Cleansing, once again. Golden Fire Cleansing, Golden Water Fire 3 elemental divine ability. Compared to the attack from the fire territory, Golden Fire Cleansing was much more powerful. Golden Fire Cleansing was a single target attack, and its single target destructive power was the strongest. When the golden light tore through the sky as if it was tearing through space, the demon soul in the fire domain revealed a hint of despair. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Before the attack could be broken, another attack came. The demon soul immediately roared in fear. The sound of begging echoed through the entire sky. At this moment, the mouths of the humans and all the demon beasts in the surroundings couldn't help but twitch. First, it ran away, then it begged for mercy. Why did this proud king beast feel like a coward? However, many insightful void tier experts had solemn expressions on their faces. They could clearly see that the nameless sword demon had completely destroyed the demon soul's aspect with his divine ability. This powerful attack shocked many people. Many people knew that the nameless sword demon had 2 attributes, but even if it was 2 attributes, it would definitely be a 2-attribute divine ability if it used a divine ability to break the aspect. Moreover, it would require the nameless sword demon's strength to reach level 2 of the void interpretation realm. Level 2 of the void interpretation realm? A 26-year-old level 2 of the void interpretation realm? Moreover, this level 2 of the void interpretation realm was very likely to have the strength to contend against a level 3 of the void interpretation realm. He could contend against a level 3 of the void interpretation realm at the age of 26. What kind of strength was this? Many kings of weak dynasties were only at level 3 of the void interpretation realm. However, a 26-year-old youth had already reached it. If this nameless sword demon wants to establish a dynasty or even a sect after today's battle, it won't be more than 5 years. He'll definitely be a powerful force in the flowing sea region. Some insightful emptiness realm experts thought to themselves, with the strength that nameless sword demon displayed, it could be said to be heaven-defying. If he wanted to establish a force, there would definitely be countless people following him. There would even be insightful emptiness realm experts coming over to seek refuge. Ah! At this moment, the demon soul's miserable cry sounded. Everyone looked over and saw a 4-meter-long wound on the demon soul's abdomen. The wound was half a meter deep, and one could already see the demon soul's internal organs. This genius king beast, the young king of the demon beast clan. If he doesn't escape, he will die here. The nameless sword demon's strength is too strong, it's really hard to imagine. Looking at the heavily injured demon soul's body, everyone was shocked. The demon race was even more silent at this moment. The clamoring voices had completely disappeared. The gap was too huge. Now, even if it was an extraordinary level 3 or 4 demonic beast, they could see how big the gap was between their demon soul king and that human. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. The demon soul king was trying his best to escape. It was actually the best choice. Brilliant sun, spirit poison. At this moment, Wuxia attacked the demon soul directly at a terrifying speed. At the same time, he unleashed 2 more divine abilities. Wuxia's entire body carried a terrifying attack power as he charged toward the demon soul. Seeing Wuxia charging toward him, the demon-free sword was exuding a sense of deadly danger. It widened its eyes. It was unable to defend against 2 or 3 types of divine abilities consecutively. Now there were 2 more. With Wuxia's current attack power, he could definitely kill it. The demon soul also knew that it would definitely not be able to withstand his attack. What awaited it next would be death. It was unwilling to accept this. It never expected that the once-in-a-thousand-years peerless demon beast, the Heaven's Pride King beast, would die after only 40 years. It was really unwilling to accept this. At this moment, the demon soul did something that no one expected. Roar! I surrender, don't kill me. It let out a pleading roar and knelt down in the air. Back in the training ground, this human didn't go all out to kill him because he wanted to take him as his mount. Now, there was only one way to survive. Become his mount and surrender. Ha! Wuxia looked at the demon soul who was in an extremely miserable state and was kneeling in the air. The attack in his hands stopped. He raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. It would have been better if I had submitted to him back in the training ground. I wouldn't have to suffer so much pain. When the demon soul heard Wuxia's words, it almost cried. Fuck! He even insulted a beast at this time. If it surrendered now, it would definitely be the first demon beast to surrender in history. Take this. Wang Xian moved his arm and threw a drop of divine dragon's blood essence at it. The demon soul felt the terrifying energy and was contained in the blood, and its face kept changing. However, looking at the sharp demon-free sword, it raised its head obediently and swallowed it into its stomach. King! In less than 10 seconds, the demon soul lowered his arrogant head and called out respectfully to Wang Xian. Very good. Wang Xian revealed a satisfied expression. Demon soul, you traitor, you cowardly thing. Demon soul, you are a heaven's favorite king beast in vain. You are a good-for-nothing, you traitor. However, at this moment, the entire demon beast race was completely dumbfounded. Fuck, demon soul wanted to submit to that human? Their heaven's pride king beast submitted to the human. This fuck was simply a great humiliation to the demon beast race. More than 10 insightful void-level demon beasts of the demon Lin race roared towards the arena with furious faces. What a shame! What a shame! The demon soul turned around and looked at the demon beast tribe behind him. He roared and ignored them. Ha ha! Wang Xian laughed out loud. With a move of his arm, he threw the water healing ability towards the demon soul. Following that, he continued to cast the water spirit. 2 powerful healing energies landed on the demon soul's body, causing his serious injuries to heal slowly. Oh my god, he's submitted. That overwhelming prodigy king beast actually submitted. This year's overwhelming prodigy bridge supremacies battle actually caused such a scene. An incomparably powerful demonic beast overwhelming prodigy actually submitted under the overwhelming strength of the nameless sword demon. Just how powerful is the nameless sword demon? From the beginning until the end, the nameless sword demon did not even use his Dharma idol. Do you guys think that the nameless sword demon has the strength of a 3rd-level profound void martial artist? Otherwise, why would the overwhelming prodigy king beast be so afraid of him? Haha! This is really exciting. After more than 100 years, another supreme being of the heaven's pride has appeared in our human race. Furthermore, he has subdued the king beast of the demon beast race. This is really giving us humans a boost in our morale. The demon beast race that was extremely arrogant just a moment ago. Look at the expression on their faces now. The nameless sword demon is invincible. The nameless sword demon is invincible. The nameless sword demon is awesome. When everyone saw the demonic beast king beast prostrating next to Wang Xian and submitting to him, a deafening cheer broke out around the arena. Everyone looked at this scene with shock and excitement. Subduing the demonic beast king beast and suppressing all the other geniuses of the demonic beast clan. He was truly the leader of the human heavens pride experts, the supreme heavens pride expert. Traitor! This traitor has disgraced the face of our demonic beast clan. Damn it! Within the demonic beast clan, the powerful demonic beasts stared at the demonic soul, and Wang Xian with eyes filled with killing intent as they roared furiously. Wang Xian swept his gaze across the surroundings. Regardless of whether it was the praises of the humans or the roars of the demonic beast clan, he didn't take them to heart. He raised his head and looked at the supreme platform of the heavens pride experts. A smile appeared on his face. Wang Xian's figure moved and flew directly into the sky. Supreme Heavens Pride Expert. A true Supreme Heavens Pride Expert. He can suppress all the young people in the current generation of the Luhai region and suppress all the Heavens Pride experts of the demonic beasts. As they watched Wang Xian fly towards the supreme platform of the Heavens Pride experts, all the young people raised their heads in admiration, respect, and admiration. Buzz. The moment Wang Xian stepped onto the Supreme Genius stage, the golden glow on the stage intensified and waves of powerful energy appeared around him. A shadow was projected directly into the sky. The shadow was Wang Xian's figure. He held the demon-free sword in his hand and wore a mysterious black mask on his face. Everyone looked at the 100-meter-sized shadow with respect. The Supreme Prodigy, the Supreme Prodigy. Ling Jian raised her head and looked at the figure. Her eyes sparkled. She thought of the figure she saw for the first time. The first time he saved her life. The second time, when the Hanhai Empire attacked her, the figure appeared. A faint smile appeared on her face. A special emotion was born in her heart. However, when she thought of Wang Xian's cold attitude, she frowned slowly. Her face was filled with unhappiness. That is? It's the powerful energy fluctuation that was released from the room of my Heaven's Pride stage. At this moment, the eyes of the person standing on the Supreme Genius stage looked towards the human Heaven's Pride stage. When he saw the light rising over there, a smile appeared on his face. His body moved and flew directly towards the Heaven's Pride stage. When the demon soul saw Wang Xian flying over, he immediately followed behind. Ling Jian, Air, and Ren Xingqian hesitated for a moment before flying over as well. It was not only Wang Xian's arena that was lit up. The top 10 on the Human's Heaven's Pride roll were also lit up. Since Wang Xian had obtained the title of the Supreme Heaven's Pride Expert, the entire human side would also receive rewards. When Wang Xian arrived at the Heaven's Pride stage and allowed the demon soul to enter, he directly entered the cultivation room. Buzz! In an instant, he could feel a majestic energy pouring into his body. The majestic spiritual energy turned into fog and was almost able to condense into spiritual liquid. Wang Xian revealed an excited expression. What a majestic spiritual energy! It can be converted into dragon energy rapidly. He opened his mouth excitedly and swallowed the dense spiritual fog directly into his stomach. The dragon qi in his body was increasing at a terrifying speed. Wang Xian sat in the training room. It took him 2 whole days to completely absorb the spiritual fog. On the other hand, his dragon qi directly increased by more than 200 million dragon crystals. Such a vast amount of energy. If one's comprehension ability can keep up, it can definitely allow a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm to break through to the second level of the see-through realm. Wang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He still needed more than 500 million dragon crystals to level up. He would return when he broke through to the see-through realm. At the thought of this, Wang Xian stood up and walked out of the cultivation room. Dragon King. Upon seeing Wang Xian coming out, the demon soul that was lying outside greeted Wang Xian respectfully. Currently, the demon soul was completely under Wang Xian's control. This control was not the control of the beast taming technique. Instead, it was the control of a draconid. In the future, when the demon soul entered the dragon pool, it could become a member of the dragon palace. The demon soul's physique was extremely domineering. As a mount, it was extremely handsome. Furthermore, its own strength was not weak. It was definitely a qualified mount. Next, I have to think of a way to earn more than 500 million dragon crystals. With another 500 million dragon crystals, everything will be perfect. Wang Xian thought to himself as he landed directly on the demon soul. Let's go. He raised his head slightly and flew towards the demon soul with a smile on his face. Master Nameless Sword Demon. Master Nameless Sword Demon. Just as Wang Xian flew out of the Heaven's Pride stage, a group of middle-aged young men and old men suddenly appeared around him. They were holding the invitation cards in their hands. Lord Nameless Sword Demon, in the name of the Bloodshed Empire's Emperor, I am here to offer a recruitment letter to Lord Nameless Sword Demon. His Majesty has asked me to inform you that if you join the Bloodshed Empire, you will be directly conferred the title of the opposite-sex king of the empire. You will be rewarded with 2 cities. An old man walked over respectfully and handed over an invitation card. Lord Nameless Sword Demon, I am a teacher of the Divine Wind Academy. Our Divine Wind Academy wishes to invite Lord Nameless Sword Demon to take up the position of Honorary Vice Dean of the Academy. Please consider it. Lord Nameless Sword Demon. One by one, people walked up respectfully and handed over the invitations one by one, coming forward to express their goodwill. After the battle at the Prodigy Bridge, after Nameless Sword Demon obtained the title of Supreme Prodigy with overwhelming force, his reputation spread throughout the surrounding dozens of dynasties within a short 2 days. The Emperor of the powerful Blood Flow Empire also sent people to recruit him. The title of Supreme Genius, Nameless, represented not only great strength and potential, but also great appeal. The name of the Nameless Sword Demon now represented great power. If he established a mercenary group, a sect, or even a dynasty, countless people would follow him. Especially the Nameless Sword Demon who had subdued a Heaven's Pride King Beast. His future potential was limitless. All the factions were fighting to rope him in. Give me the recruitment letter. I will consider it. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and took the letter one by one. Then he dashed into the distance. Sigh. What a mysterious heaven's pride. Seeing Wang Xian take the recruitment letter and leave, the people from all the factions showed admiration in their eyes. Ta 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 ta. Look, that's the nameless sword demon, the supreme prodigy. Wow, it's so domineering. Riding on the king beast, that's a terrifying demon beast that can grow to the 6th level of the profound void tier. The nameless sword demon is so domineering. Boss nameless sword demon, do you lack underlings? I'm willing to be your underling. Handsome nameless sword demon, do you need a wife? If you really can't do it, a maid can do it too. It's to warm the bed. When Wang Xian rode his demon soul and flew towards his residence, everyone saw him stopping in a hurry. Their faces were filled with respect. Some of the young men and women even shouted at him directly. When Wang Xian heard the voices around him, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Looks like I should hide my demon soul in the future. Otherwise, there will be a lot of trouble. Wang Xian thought to himself. When he arrived at the edge, his body moved and he landed on the ground. Demon soul, can you change your body size and make it smaller? Wang Xian jumped down from the demon soul and said to it, "It's the king." The demon soul nodded. There were 2 forms of the demon scale demon beast. One of them had 4 limbs facing the ground while the other was in the form of a human. The scales on the demon soul's body squirmed slowly and its entire body shrunk rapidly. It turned into a size of 1.78 meters. It seemed that there was a huge gap between it and the demon scale clan. King, this is already my limit. Turning into this state will affect my combat strength, the demon soul said to Wang Xian. It's all right, let's go. Wang Xian shook his head. The mask on his face disappeared and he brought the demon soul to his residence. The nameless sword demon disappeared. He was completely hidden and Wang Xian couldn't help but reveal a smile. I really hid my achievements and fame, he thought to himself and opened the door. The 2 ferocious beasts inside immediately roared at him. Wang Xian smiled and threw some food to them. He returned to his room in a good mood and began to rest. After sleeping for more than 10 hours, Wang Xian walked into the courtyard with a satisfied expression. He poured himself a cup of tea and thought about his next move. Now he could be said to have cleared the Heaven's Pride stage and the training grounds of the Bloodstream sect in the demi-human graveyard. He had also obtained a large amount of spiritual liquid. If he wanted to obtain more spiritual liquid, he could only do so in the blood refinement grounds and the main hall. Compared to these 2 places, they were much more bloody. Many insightful emptiness realm experts were active there. This was especially so in the main hall. Those who had not reached the insightful emptiness realm would be courting death if they stepped into it. A woo! Just as he was deep in thought, a cry was suddenly heard. Wang Xian was slightly stunned and raised his head to look. As expected, it was still the young lady in the white dress who was staring at him. Wang Xian was a little stunned. He extended his hand and gestured to her. Come over and have a seat. What's the matter? Ling Jian'er looked at him. She hesitated for a moment before flying over to Wang Xian. Xiao Ha, who was on his shoulder, jumped in front of Wang Xian. She extended her tongue excitedly and licked his arm. Ling Jian'er walked over and looked at the demon soul beside her. She wasn't too surprised. She already knew Wang Xian's identity. Pretty lady, why are you looking for me? Wang Xian was speechless when he saw her looking at him. My father is looking for me. He wants me to go back with him. Ling Jian'er suddenly said. Wang Xian raised his head and looked at her. He felt that her words were somewhat inexplicable. Eh? What does this have to do with me? What do you want to say? Wang Xian pointed at the seat beside him again and gestured at her. I don't want to go back. I've already abandoned it. I don't need it anymore. She still didn't sit down and said faintly. Do you have to think about this yourself? It's up to you. Wang Xian shook his head. He couldn't understand the thoughts of this beauty. He shook his head and took a sip of tea. I want to follow you. Ling Jian'er looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in her eyes. As she spoke, she slowly lowered her head. When Wang Xian heard her words, he revealed an extremely shocked expression. He couldn't help but stand up. Damn, Ling Jian'er, you. You are. I'm telling you, I can have a wife. Wang Xian widened his eyes and sized her up. What was this cold woman doing? Confessing. Fuck. She was actually confessed to. Ling Jian was slightly stunned when she heard Wang Xian's words. Her expression changed drastically. It's all right. Your wife is definitely not my match. I won't hurt her either. When Wang Xian heard her words, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. However, what Wang Xian and Ling Jian didn't know was that at a height of more than 10,000 meters, a white-haired middle-aged man and an old man were looking down. When they saw Ling Jian's performance, the corner of their lips couldn't help but twitch. This was especially so for the white-haired middle-aged man. His ice-cold face started to change. His daughter actually said such words? Sigh. But soon after he sighed. His former daughter was also extremely cheerful and lively. Now she was extremely cold. She didn't even acknowledge him as her father. Her entire personality had changed, and she was completely frozen. Everything was because of him. Especially that sentence, your wife isn't my match. As a father, he knew what that sentence meant. This made his eyes slightly moist. Sect leader, the demonic Lin beast beside this young man is a demon soul. Looks like he is the nameless sword demon. Jian might have a good impression of that young man. The old man at the side looked at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes and said, this young man is not bad. I have no objection to their matter. As the white-haired middle-aged man spoke, a bitter look appeared on his face. Ling Jian, you are thinking too much. Not only do I have one wife, but I also have 6. Moreover, your strength is not the strongest among them. Wang Xian felt that Ling Jian had a problem in her heart. She confessed to him without any reason and even said something without any reason. Wang Xian, a normal person, found it hard to accept it. Moreover, Ling Jian was not outstanding in any way. In terms of beauty, she wasn't as pretty as Ling Jian. In terms of figure, she wasn't as cold as a Jia. Wang Xian really didn't have any thoughts about her. 6. She frowned slightly and looked deep in thought. Are they on good terms? Yes, of course, they're very good. Wang Xian said directly. That works too. I can blend in with them. Ling Jian thought for a moment and said again. Wang Xian was stunned. He stared at Ling Jian in disbelief. In the sky, the white-robed, middle-aged man's body trembled. His face revealed endless bitterness as he shook his head slowly. All of this was his own fault. He was the daughter of the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword sect, yet he had to share a husband with someone else. This was something that was impossible in the past. Everyone lived in a different environment, and her thoughts were also different. Ling Jian had a very beautiful childhood, and even when she was 20 years old, she had a perfect background. But her mother was assassinated by Nyang and her younger brother, and she killed them. Her father chased her out, and for more than 10 years, she lived alone in the Ladyboy graveyard. Under such circumstances, it was indeed able to change a person's heart. Some people who were not strong-willed would even have their hearts distorted. During this period of time, Ling Jian did not trust anyone. She kept to herself and looked at the entire world coldly. It was only until Wang Xian appeared and helped her twice. Although the communication between them was very simple to Ling Jian, this was the only person who had barged into her world in the past 10 years. She, who didn't understand the ways of the world and didn't understand love, would say such words. Ling Jian didn't even know if she liked Wang Xian. She just wanted to be by his side. Especially in the past few days, when the Heavenly Sword sect came to look for her and begged her to go back, her father came to acknowledge her and wanted to bring her back. This made her very conflicted. That was why she wanted to be by Wang Xian's side even more. I think there's a fool. There's a person whose temper is very similar to yours. He might be very suitable for you. Ren Xingqian. Wang Xian looked at Ling Jian, speechlessly, and said directly. You want me to find a fool? A fool? I don't want to be with a fool. Ling Jian frowned slightly when she heard Wang Xian's words and spoke frankly as well. When Wang Xian heard her words, he was utterly defeated. Ling Jian and Ren Xingqian were very similar. They would not turn back if they did not hit the wall. They might not turn back even if they hit the wall. Both of them had problems in their hearts. Obviously, it was impossible for the two of them to see eye to eye. Your father is able to walk out from the knot in his heart. I think you should be able to walk out. After all, he is your father. I think you can go back with him. Wang Xian stopped talking about what happened earlier and changed the topic immediately. I don't have a knot in my heart, and I'm not in the wrong. Ling Jian looked at him and said with determination in her eyes. Wang Xian opened his mouth and sat down weakly. You are not in the wrong. Everything is your father's fault. Then you should let your father make it up to you, right? He is your father after all. The reason why you were able to live safely in the tomb of the demi-human for the past 10 years was all because of your father. You weren't killed by the Han Hai dynasty at the prodigy stage. It was all because of your father. That's why I said that he was at fault. However, you have to give him a chance to make up for it. After all, he is your father. He must have been very angry in that situation. After all, you killed his son. Wang Xian took a sip of tea and looked at her. Ling Jian was deep in thought. After a few seconds of silence, she said, but that doesn't stop me from following you. Forget it, forget it. I don't like cold people like you. If you want to follow me, that's fine too. You can be a servant girl, serving tea, pouring water, washing clothes, cooking, and washing feet. As Wang Xian spoke, he crossed his legs and looked at her mockingly. Ren Xingqian asked me where you are, but I didn't tell him. I feel that he can serve you tea, pouring water, washing clothes, cooking, and washing feet. Humph. As Ling Jian spoke, she snorted coldly. She carried Xiao Ha and turned around to leave. Fuck you. When Wang Xian saw her leaving, he stood up with a stunned expression. He then shook his head speechlessly. You should go back to your father's place. All right, don't let Ren Xingqian bother me. If he comes looking for you again, let him join your heavenly sword sect. Wang Xian said directly. Ling Jian's body paused for a moment. She didn't reply and her figure disappeared. It's difficult to communicate with people who are eccentric. Wang Xian smiled and shook his head. However, what he didn't know was that in the sky 10,000 meters away, the white-haired middle-aged man had an excited expression on his face. The old man beside him also had a happy expression. Sect leader, I feel that the knot in Jian's heart should be solved very soon. An excited expression appeared on the old man's face. With his strength reaching their level, coupled with the fact that he had lived for more than 1,000 years, he was able to sense every fluctuation of Ling Jian's emotions. Just now he was able to see Ling Jian's hesitation and hesitation. This was a very good sign. Moreover, that nameless sword demon actually allowed Ren Xingqian to join their heavenly sword sect. This was Ren Xingqian, ranked third on the prodigy roll. Most importantly, they could tell that Ren Xingqian's strength would definitely be extraordinary in the future. If Ling Jian returned with Ren Xingqian, their heavenly sword sect would at most be able to contend against the Blood Flow Empire in 100 years. I'll go look for Jian. The white-robed middle-aged man did not hesitate and flew towards Ling Jian's courtyard. Buzz buzz. Just as Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly, the communication stone plate beside him vibrated. Ha! Wang Xian looked over. He didn't have any friends here. The only person who sent him a message was Long Xiaotian. Looking at the contents of the message, he frowned slightly. Brother Wang Xian, you should be more careful recently. I received news that a few of my brothers seem to want to deal with you. I have found a mole among my subordinates. They have already found out about you helping me tame the nether deer. They will definitely make a move against you recently. Do you want to come to my place and stay in the Guanglong Island? No one will dare to harm you. Long Xiaotian sent 3 sentences with a worried look. It seems like I have completely fallen into the battle for the throne of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian's eyes flickered and a hint of contemplation appeared on his face. However, since I am involved, I shall be involved. I shall help Long Xiaotian to take the throne. In the future. He was deep in thought. In the near future, the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty would definitely come here. It would be much better if he had an ally. Moreover, at the Heaven's Sword sect. It's all right. We will go to the blood refinement ground tomorrow. I will help you tame some ferocious beasts. I will help you to take the throne. Wang Xian replied to Long Xiaotian. It was a very domineering reply. In a training ground on the Guanglong Dynasty Island, Long Xiaotian stood next to a corpse with a gloomy face. Around him, there were more than 300 people standing there. When he saw the message sent by Wang Xian, his eyes widened, followed by a look of pleasant surprise on his face. Ha ha, good brother. Ha 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 ha, what a good brother. He couldn't help but laugh wildly. This caused the subordinates around him to look at the second prince in astonishment. Since when did the second prince lose his composure? However, what they didn't know was how excited Long Xiaotian was when he saw Wang Xian's promise. This meant that the throne was within his grasp. As long as Wang Xian helped him tame hundreds of powerful ferocious beasts, what was there to be afraid of even if all his brothers joined forces? Big brother, the spy we placed with second brother has been discovered. On the same island of the Light Dragon dynasty, in a courtyard close to the sea, 4 princes were sitting at a round table. One of them looked at Long Xiaotian and said with a gloomy face, "We have received the news, so be it if he has been discovered. I really didn't expect that young man named Wang Xian to have such a powerful ability. The art of beast taming." Long Xiaotian's eyes flickered and he looked extremely embarrassed. He looked at the other 3 and said, "In the future, if we have the help of that kid, how can we fight against the second brother?" Then, "Big brother, what are you saying?" The eyes of the other 3 princes flickered and there was a faint killing intent on their faces. "You and I both know very well that we must not let that kid live," Long Xiaotian said coldly. "That kid has 2 level, 1 void interpretation beasts by his side. It'll be difficult for us to kill him with our strength unless." A prince knocked on the table and said, "Find an assassin. It's not cheap to assassinate a beast tamer who has 2 level, 1 void interpretation beasts. If we hire a magic level, the 4 of us will split the commission equally. There's no problem, right?" Long Xiaotian nodded and said in a deep voice, "Of course there shouldn't be a problem. Not only do we have to get rid of him, we also have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. If we don't get rid of that kid, we won't be qualified to compete with our second brother in the future." The other 3 princes didn't hesitate and nodded immediately. "All right, in case anything goes wrong, we will act immediately." The 4 princes stood up slowly, their eyes flashing with a cold glint. The young beast tamer who helped Long Xiaotian must not be allowed to stay. Time passed slowly. Wang Xian sat in the courtyard and looked through the information regarding the blood refinement ground. The blood refinement ground was not really considered as the territory of the ancient bloodstream sect. The blood refinement ground was located in a place further away. It was a paradise for ferocious beasts. There were all kinds of ferocious beasts. The highest level among them was even at level 6 of the see-through realm. The blood refinement ground was extremely vast. People from the cemetery of demi-humans preferred to call it the wilderness territory. It was where all the disciples of the ancient bloodstream sect and even the powerhouses were trained. In the wildlands, the bloodstream sect had built a safe passage. At the entrance of the passage stood a huge stone tablet with the words, "Land of Blood Refinement" written on it. Therefore, the wildlands was called the Land of Blood Refinement. "Get ready to make your move. The 2 of you restrain the 2 ferocious beasts in his courtyard. Leave the target to me." "Hee, all right, no problem." To assassinate a mere beast tamer, he actually sent out an epic-level assassin of the Devil Realm. What a waste. "Hee, since our employer is rich, we will naturally be happy. Don't be careless. Since that kid is able to tame 2 ferocious beasts of the first level of the see-through realm, his strength is definitely not simple. Let's go in." It was already night time. In front of Wang Xian's courtyard, 3 black figures were conversing in the dark. They looked forward and exchanged a glance before disappearing. Buzz. At this moment, Wang Xian did not rest. He sat in the courtyard and read the information under the moonlight. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. Sensing the energy from the surroundings, he slowly lifted the teacup in his hand. "Wang, there are 3 powerhouses at the first level of the see-through realm." At this moment, the voice of the demon soul entered his mind. Wang Xian nodded silently and looked at the spirit purple Qilin and the blood evil turtle in front of him. The 2 beasts at the first level of the see-through realm did not sense that someone had entered the courtyard. "Assassin." A word appeared in Wang Xian's mind. He was very clear about assassins. To be able to hide from the senses of the 2 ferocious beasts, only assassins who were good at hiding could do it. The few princes from the Light Dragon dynasty sent them over? No, it should be the assassins they hired. Wang Xian drank a mouthful of tea indifferently and sensed the strength of the 3 figures. With the strength of these 3 figures, They wouldn't be here to deal with the identity of the nameless sword demon. They could only be here to deal with him. Other than the few princes of the Light Dragon dynasty, there wouldn't be anyone else. In addition to Long Xiaoyan's reminder to him this afternoon, he was already 100% certain. Sensing that the three assassins were getting closer and closer to him, Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. "Everyone, are you courting death?" He slowly placed the blanket in his hand on the table and raised his head to sweep at the three assassins. "What?" The three assassins who were hiding in the surroundings were slightly stunned when they saw Wang Xian's gaze sweeping over them. Their faces revealed a look of shock. However, at this moment, Wang Xian did not give them any chance. His figure moved and attacked the three assassins at a terrifying speed. "Not good. This is bad. The strength of the target does not match the information." When the three assassins saw Wang Xian making his move, they were shocked. Bang! 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 "Three assassins at the first level of the see-through realm are trying to assassinate me?" Wang Xian's voice was heard. However, it was accompanied by a terrifying attack. The three assassins at the first level of the see-through realm were very strong. However, they were not strong enough in front of Wang Xian. It was normal for him to kill them in an instant with his strength. Cough cough, how is this possible? The three figures appeared. They widened their eyes and stared at Wang Xian in disbelief. The target of their assassination was a young man. How strong could a young man be? Not every young man was as strong and terrifying as the nameless sword demon. They could feel the sound in their bodies disappearing rapidly. They could not believe it as they stared at the young man in front of them with widened eyes. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept the three corpses into his interspatial ring. He continued to lie on the chair and picked up the teacup. It was a breeze. Maybe they still don't know who they are trying to assassinate. Wang Xian shook his head slowly and revealed a faint smile. This assassin organization was not weak. They sent out three assassins of the first level of the see-through realm at once. It was a pity that he was Wang Xian. At the same time, he was the nameless sword demon in their minds. After helping Long Xiaotian tame the ferocious beasts this time, I will help him get rid of all the subordinates of his brothers. It will save me a lot of trouble in the future. I need the resources to level up next. If I don't have enough, I can ask Long Xiaotian to help me think of a solution. Wang Xian thought to himself. He and Long Xiaotian had been helping each other all this while. It would be very beneficial to him if he helped Long Xiaotian to obtain the throne. He sat until dawn. With his strength, he didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Demon Soul, you stay here. Let's go. Wang Xian looked at the time and leaped onto Ling Zilin's body. The blood evil turtle followed behind him and walked out. When he arrived at the place he had agreed to with Long Xiaotian, he had already led more than 300 subordinates to wait there. Among them, more than 50 of them were riding on black shadow leopards, while another 50 to 60 of them were riding on dark deer. Awe-inspiring. Eh? Wang Xian looked at the spot beside Long Xiaotian and looked at an old man on the right. The old man seemed to be quite old, but Wang Xian could sense that he was at the first level of the see-through realm. Brother Wang Xian. Seeing Wang Xian flying over, Long Xiaotian greeted him with a smile on his face and shouted loudly, "Young Master Wang." Behind him, Long Xiaoyan's subordinates greeted him respectfully, especially those who were riding on their mounts. They had witnessed Wang Xian's strength and were impressed by his formidable strength and monstrous beast taming skills. Let's go. Wang Xian nodded at Long Xiaotian and the rest. Riding on the spirit purple Qilin, he followed beside him. His arrival caused by Qing Shan and the elder to take a step back consciously. At the front, only he and Long Xiaotian were there. Now, everyone knew Wang Xian's position in front of Long Xiaotian. Especially yesterday, they saw their second prince's excited expression. They had something important to do today, so they asked the second prince to push it aside and lead everyone to the blood refinement ground. Brother Long Xiaotian, I didn't expect a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm to join you. It seems like your strength has completely pulled away from your brothers. Wang Xian said to him with a smile. Haha, then I have to thank Brother Wang Xian. After you helped to tame the nether deer last time, Elder Zhu led his mercenary group to join you. Long Xiaotian said happily as he moved closer to Wang Xian. He looked at the spirit purple Qilin and the blood-fiend turtle with some envy. Hee brother Wang Xian. See if you can help me tame a level 1 void interpretation beast. If that's the case, it'll be too cool, he said to Wang Xian shamelessly. If I can meet it, it's totally possible. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. Really? Long Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. He nodded. After we return this time, I'll help you get rid of all your brother's subordinates. Eh? Brother Wang Xian, what are you doing? Long Xiaotian was slightly surprised when he heard Wang Xian's words. He asked in surprise. Someone tried to assassinate me last night. Therefore, it's better to let your brothers despair quickly. Wang Xian smiled and said calmly. What? They actually hired assassins? Long Xiaoyan's expression changed as a hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. All right then. If Brother Wang Xian helps with my strength, I can destroy their forces, even if it's the 4 of them working together. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head. With Long Xiaoyan's current 2 insightful emptiness realm experts following him and his 2 ferocious beasts, he could annihilate all of his brother's subordinates even if he didn't make a move. The group of them flew towards the blood refinement ground. Long Xiaotian was deep in thought along the way. It was obvious that he was thinking about what to do next. Wang Xian, Long Xiaotian and the rest flew towards the blood refinement ground in a mighty manner. Some of the people around them avoided them when they saw them. The current Long Xiaotian was well known in the human-demon graveyard. The blood refinement ground was even further away than the main hall. It was located at the edge of the human-demon graveyard. There were many huge buildings there. Each building contained a powerful energy fluctuation. There were some changes in the position of the ocean to the left. In the ocean to the left, there were islands of different sizes. That place also belonged to the land of blood refinement. Let's go, we'll go from the bottom. The group came to the bottom of the huge buildings. The buildings were like towers. There was nothing in the towers. Instead, there was a staircase leading down. This place was a huge tunnel left behind by the bloodstream sect in the past. The tunnel led to the interior of the blood refinement ground about 50 kilometers away. There were many such tunnels, and the number of people here was more than 10 times that of other places. There were hundreds of thousands of people entering and leaving the tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, they could see at least a few thousand people. There were mercenary groups and some powerful factions. The blood refinement ground was a desolate territory. There were countless fierce beasts living here, and there were also all kinds of spiritual herbs growing in it. In the land of blood refinement, there was an area of blood essence craggy demon beasts. The blood essence craggy demon was a kind of tree, an extremely terrifying tree. Especially the blood essence craggy demon king. It was a tree demon that covered an area of 10 kilometers and had countless vines. This tree demon had the strength of the 8th level of the profound void tier, and it was extremely terrifying. In the entire flowing sea area, it was absolutely an invincible existence. However, this tree demon could not move. The blood essence craggy demons could absorb the corpses of living beings and condense their blood essence. Many people came to the training grounds to kill ferocious beasts. Some weaker blood essence craggy demons would absorb them and turn them into blood essence before taking them away. The bloodstream sect's formation for condensing blood essence came from the blood essence craggy demons. By killing ferocious beasts, demonic beasts, and even humans, one could turn them into blood essence that could be absorbed by others in the training grounds. Brother Wang Xian, we are not familiar with the blood refinement ground. If we want to tame the ferocious beasts, we need to slowly search for them ourselves. Moreover, the blood refinement ground is filled with dangers. Demonic beasts, powerful ferocious beasts, even a group of us have to be careful. Walking in the deep tunnel, Long Xiaotian said to Wang Xian. Leave it to me. Wang Xian said to Long Xiaotian. He had the dragon eyes of light and dark fire. In the wild, it was an extremely heaven-defying investigative method. Brother Wang Xian, my subordinates are not weak either. Long Xiaotian smiled and shouted. Let's go. Let's increase our speed. The group of them increased their speed and sped forward. Soon, exit after exit appeared above them. They did not leave immediately but continued to go deeper. They arrived at the end of the tunnel. The entrance was in the middle of the forest. Towering trees and the roars of birds and beasts could be heard from afar from time to time. Due to the proximity to the ocean, the entire forest was extremely humid. Poisonous insects, birds, and beasts. This place was a paradise for ferocious beasts. Follow me. Wang Xian spoke to everyone and walked straight to the front. He scanned his surroundings with his bewitching eyes. The blood refinement ground was filled with danger. In his eyes, there was no danger at all. Now, let's begin my performance. Wang Xian revealed a smile. With his current strength, it was a piece of cake for him to tame a group of ferocious beasts below the insightful void realm. Follow behind. Scouts are scattered around the area. You must be careful. Long Xiaotian ordered loudly. A vigilant look appeared on his face as he followed behind Wang Xian. The two experts at the first level of the insightful void stage also braced themselves. This was a bloody place for blood refinement. Even the insightful void stage experts had the possibility of dying. They had no choice but to be careful. The blood refinement ground was filled with danger. There were at least tens of thousands of people entering the blood refinement ground every day, or even more. However, there were at least thousands of people dying in there every day. This was a natural desolate domain. 80% of the mercenary groups in the demi-human graveyard were here to hunt fierce beasts and demon beasts. This was a dangerous place for all the forces in the flowing sea region. However, at this moment, Long Xiaotian and all his subordinates were dumbfounded. Looking at Wang Xian, who was standing in front of the 6 transcendent level 8 beasts, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief. It had been 3 hours since Wang Xian and the rest entered the blood refinement ground. They followed behind Wang Xian and flew deeper into the sea. Along the way, they didn't encounter any beasts or any danger. On the contrary, once Wang Xian flew towards a certain place, he would definitely tame a few ferocious beasts that were at transcendent level 6, 7, or even 8. This unbelievable ability left Long Xiaotian's subordinates dumbfounded. Brother Wang Xian, your speed is insane. Furthermore, you can actually find ferocious beasts so easily. Long Xiaotian could not help but ask when he saw Wang Xian taming 6 level 8 extraordinary ferocious beasts. It's a powerful sensing ability. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Isn't the training ground full of ferocious beasts? It's still not dense enough. Young Master Wang, we only walked for 2 kilometers before we encountered more than 10 ferocious beasts. It's already very dense. Furthermore, we are now at the edge. If there are more ferocious beasts in the depths, there will be a herd of them. Elder Zhu looked at Wang Xian and said in a speechless manner. Looking at Wang Xian shuttling through the blood refinement grounds, they had a feeling that he was strolling through the back garden. Wang Xian nodded. All right, let's speed up. It would be best if we can encounter a group of ferocious beasts. This way our speed will be faster. As he spoke, he rode on the spirit purple Qilin and flew into the distance. Wang Xian was traveling at a very fast speed. He didn't continue to tame 1 or 2 ferocious beasts alone. With the light and dark fire dragon eyes, he could see everything within a 2-kilometer radius clearly. Coupled with the divine dragon system, nothing could escape his detection. Furthermore, he could discover the hidden spiritual herbs immediately. Long Xiaotian and the rest followed behind Wang Xian obediently as they dashed into the depths of the blood refinement ground. There's a group of violent monkeys ahead. It's a pity that they can't be used as mounts. Wang Xian looked towards the tree ahead. There were more than 100 violent monkeys there. Their strength was generally at transcendent level 7 and above. There were also a few at transcendent level 9 and 1 at the half-step void interpretation stage. If an ordinary mercenary group encountered them, it would be difficult to fight them without a void interpretation stage powerhouse. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian moved his body and dashed forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a wave of his arm, rays of golden light shot towards the violent monkeys. Chirp, 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 chirp. When the group of violent monkeys saw the humans, they immediately grinned. They stared at Wang Xian with ferocious expressions and pounced towards him. However, when rays of golden light landed on their bodies, the group of violent monkeys fell to the ground. Wang Xian waved his arm and kept them into his interspatial ring. These violent monkey corpses were used to condense blood essence. Long Xiaotian and his subordinates behind him widened their eyes and pursed their lips. Their faces were filled with shock. Brother Wuxia's strength is definitely comparable to a powerhouse at the first level of the void interpretation stage, Long Xiaotian said in a low voice. Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu nodded solemnly. Continue. Wuxia's figure could be heard from the front. Everyone followed behind him obediently and flew deeper into the forest. They had killed over 1,000 ferocious beasts in a row, but none of them were suitable to be used as mounts. As they continued forward, they were completely unable to differentiate their direction in the dense forest. It was truly a primitive forest. As they walked inside, they felt extremely tiny. Have we reached the Beast Valley? After traveling for about 20 to 30 kilometers, Wuxian stopped when he saw the ground in front of him sink. Brother Wuxian, we are in the depths of the land of blood refinement. Be careful. Long Xiaotian and the rest stopped as well. They walked up to him and reminded him softly. Okay, let's go down. Wuxian looked down and nodded. It was still a forest, but there was about half a meter of seawater inside. As it was lower than the sea level on the left, the seawater surged in. The seawater was half a meter deep and there were dense seaweed growing on it. The area ahead was twice as dangerous as the previous location. There's a group of manatees ahead. When Wuxian entered the sea, he looked to the left and saw more than 100 manatees eating grass. Each manatee was 5 meters in size and had a 2-meter-long rhino horn. The manatees were generally at transcendent level 8. Wuxian revealed a smile. He moved his body and flew directly toward the manatees. Manatees belonged to the aquatic species. With Wuxian's current strength of level 9 transcendence, aquatic species below level 9 transcendence could be controlled directly. When Wuxian flew over, he unleashed his dragon might and the group of manatees knelt down in fear. Compared to taming the ferocious beasts on land, the aquatic species were much simpler. Let me help you tame the ferocious beasts first. After taming these ferocious beasts, there are only about 100 left. Wuxian looked at the number of ferocious beasts and said with a smile. All right. Thank you, Brother Wuxian. Long Xiaotian grinned from the side. For the next day, Wuxian spent all his time helping them tame the ferocious beasts. As night fell, the entire area became darker. It was basically pitch black. There were only the roars of the beasts and the sound of the waves in the distance. Wuxian and the rest did not move at night. Instead, they lit a fire and rested on the spot. Fuck! There are so many demonic beasts ambushing us in the blood refinement ground. Damn it! It's all because of what happened at the Heaven's Pride Bridge. The entire demon race lost face and came to take revenge on us. I have to say that the battle at the Heaven's Pride Bridge was really satisfying. The nameless sword demon is simply too strong. There's light ahead. There should be someone. Let's go around. At this moment, the sounds of conversation came from ahead. As the group of people spoke, the voices gradually disappeared. Demon beast? Second Prince, young Master Wang, if there really are demon beasts ahead, we'd better not go any deeper. Otherwise, if we encounter danger, the gains will not be worth the losses. Bai Qingshan reminded them. Yes, although our strength is not weak. If we encounter a demonic beast of the second level of the see-through realm, there is basically no possibility of escaping. Long Xiaotian nodded his head in agreement. We are still lacking about 100 beasts. Let's look around and see if we can encounter a ferocious beast of the first level of the see-through realm. Wuxian did not care too much about it. All right. We can't force ourselves to meet a ferocious beast of the first level of the see-through realm. Long Xiaotian grinned when he heard Wuxian's words. Wuxian nodded with a smile as he scanned the surroundings with a smile. The group of people started to chat. Long Xiaotian's subordinates were also chatting excitedly. They were now 80% confident that their prince would become the crown prince and inherit the throne. As the first batch of loyal subordinates of the king of the Light Dragon dynasty in the future, their future would also soar. Some of the subordinates were discussing Wuxian with admiration. They were only short of comparing him to the supreme genius. Chirp, 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 chirp. The night slowly passed. When a ray of sunlight broke through the sky, the chirping of a flock of birds woke everyone up. Wuxian sensed the aura coming from the front and was slightly stunned. He immediately stood up and looked towards the sky. The fairy bird, a bird of light attribute. It possesses the bloodline of the insightful void tier. That is the leader of the fairy birds, the first level of the insightful void tier. When Wang Xian saw more than 10 white fairy birds flying in the sky, he was pleasantly surprised. Our luck is really good. Come, lock down this group of dodo birds. Wang Xian did not hesitate at all. He moved his body and flew directly into the sky. Void interpretation level ferocious beasts, go and help brother Wang Xian. We must capture that dodo bird. Long Xiaotian saw the white bird beast in the sky and his eyes were filled with excitement. He quickly shouted loudly, "Yes! Yes!" Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu did not hesitate at all. They knew very well that if they managed to capture this dodo bird, it could be the prince's mount. The two of them used all of their strength and flew straight into the sky. Roar! Ling Zilin and the blood evil turtle did not hesitate at all and flew straight into the sky. 2,000 meters in the sky, a group of dodo birds who were fleeing for their lives saw a group of experts who suddenly flew over from below. Their eyes turned red. Chirp, chirp. The Seathruff-level fairy bird flapped its 2-meter-wide wings. Rays of light shot towards Wang Xian. Under the sunlight, the wings flickered with a dazzling white glow. Roar, roar! Ling Zilin and the blood evil turtle immediately sealed off the surroundings. Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu immediately attacked the first-level Seathruff-level fairy bird. Chirp, chirp. After being attacked by several see-through realm experts consecutively, the dodo bird that was at the first level of the see-through realm let out a panicked cry. Wang Xian moved his arm and lightning struck what appeared in his hand. With a wave of his arm, a thorn easily wrapped itself around the dodo bird's claw. He pulled it gently and the dodo bird that was at the first level of the see-through realm fell towards the ground. I've caught it, haha! Long Xiaotian looked excited when he saw this scene. Bang! Under the restraint of Wang Xian, Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu immediately launched their attacks and pressed down on the dodo bird. The powerful force caused the dodo bird to land on the ground with a loud thud. Seawater splashed in all directions. Wang Xian looked at the dodo bird that was lying on the ground with a smile on his face. This was really a bird that had descended from the sky. Initially, he wanted to continue searching for it, but in the end, it flew over directly. The might in Wang Xian's body trembled and directly struck the head of the dodo bird, squeezing out a trace of blood. In less than 20 seconds, the dodo bird was easily tamed. Brother Wang Xian, there are still more than a dozen dodo birds here. Long Xiaotian revealed an excited expression when he saw Wang Xian taming it. He pointed at the other dozen dodo birds that were restrained at the side. These dozen of beasts were all at the half-step void interpretation level. One was at the first level of the void interpretation level, while the other dozen were at the half-step void interpretation level. If all of these beasts belonged to him, his strength would almost double. Who dares to capture my ferocious beasts? You're courting death. At this moment, an angry voice was suddenly heard, causing Wang Xian, Long Xiaotian, and the rest to be slightly stunned. That's right. Long Xiaotian raised his head and looked over. A hint of surprise flashed across his face as he looked at the group of people flying towards them with a solemn expression. There were more than 20 people in the group. Most of them were young men. Only 2 middle-aged men were around the young man in the middle. The young man's skin was fair and tender. He looked like a gigolo, but his face was filled with arrogance. When Long Xiaotian and the others were surprised, there were more than 20 fierce beasts behind them, and each of them was emitting a powerful aura. 3 of them were at least at the first level of the profound void tier. He looked over with an icy gaze. Eh? That's the Yen family. Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly and stared at the few men and women beside the young man in the center, his eyes flickering. Roar! 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 Behind them, Long Xiaotian and his men were riding on their mounts. They stared coldly at the group of people who were flying over. Ha! The young man in the lead ignored Long Xiaotian and his men. His gaze landed on Wang Xian and the dodo bird beside him. When he saw the dodo bird lying obediently beside Wang Xian, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. There were more than a dozen of them and more than 20 ferocious beasts. Although their numbers were much smaller than Long Xiaotian and the rest, their powerful aura caused by Qingshan and Elder Zhu's expressions to change slightly. This group of fairy birds is ours. Hand them over. The young man with fair and tender skin raised his head slightly. He stared at Wang Xian and ordered. When Wang Xian heard the young man's words, his gaze swept toward the two middle-aged men beside him. His pupils constricted slightly. Yours? Then call them over. Wang Xian pondered for a moment and said expressionlessly. That's right. If you say it's yours, then it's yours. What proof do you have? Long Xiaotian took 2 steps forward and said coldly. It's the second prince of the Guanglong dynasty, Long Xiaotian. It's him. The men and women behind the young man looked at Long Xiaotian with astonishment in their eyes. This is the one we chased after. Moreover, that dodo bird is my pet. I order you to hand it over to me. The young man pointed at the insightful Void Realm dodo bird and said with a strong expression. Who do you think you are? You still order us? Hearing the young man's words, a trace of coldness appeared on Long Xiaotian's face. He was the prince of the Light Dragon dynasty. In the Flowing Sea region, the only one who had a higher status than him was the Bloodflow Empire. Even so, he was not afraid of the young masters of some families of the Bloodflow Empire. You're courting death. When the young man heard Long Xiaotian's words, the aura on his body trembled. A powerful aura of the first level of the profound void tier directly covered Long Xiaotian. Be careful. Be careful, prince. By Qingshan and Elder Zhu's expressions changed slightly. They hurriedly stood in front of the young man and blocked the young man's aura. Young master, that young man is the prince of the Light Dragon dynasty. His power is not weak. Behind him, a girl quickly approached him and whispered to him. No matter who he is, the pet I like is mine. Give me the fairy bird. Young master, he arrogantly ignored him completely. An extremely arrogant attitude was displayed on the young man named He Xiaotian. Even when he heard Long Xiaotian's name, he still ignored him and stared at Wang Xian. The 2 middle-aged men standing beside He Xiaotian didn't say anything. They stood on both sides calmly. Your pet. Wang Xian heard his words and looked at the group of ferocious beasts behind him. He had a guess in his heart. If you let it pass, it should pass. We won't stop it. Let it go and take a look. He looked at young master He with a smile. Young master He raised his eyebrows slightly. A hint of curiosity flashed across his delicate and pretty face. He looked at the 2 level 1 void interpretation ferocious beasts beside Wang Xian. Then he looked at the more than 200 mounts around him. I will tame them. As young master He spoke, he walked straight towards the dodo bird. Chirp, chirp. When the dodo bird saw young master He walking over, a fierce look appeared in its eyes. Its sharp lips were flashing with light. Humph! Young master He snorted coldly. With a slight movement of his arm, 2 jade rings escaped directly towards the head of the dodo bird. Chirp, chirp. When the dodo bird saw the 2 jade rings, a look of fear flashed through its eyes. It curled its lips and a terrifying peck of light flew towards young master He. A trace of contempt appeared on young master He's face. His figure moved and the jade rings flickered, instantly appearing on the body of the dodo bird. The dodo bird was trapped by the jade rings and it struggled violently. You still want to escape? A smile appeared on young master He's face as he walked over arrogantly. Stop! Long Xiaotian was furious when he saw that his dodo bird was taken away. He shouted loudly with a cold gaze. Wang Xian waved his hand at Long Xiaotian, asking him not to speak. This young man in front of him was not simple. To be able to be accompanied by 2 powerhouses at level 3 of the see-through realm, even a prince from the Bloodshed Empire might not be able to do it. If I say it's my pet, it's mine. A light-attributed flying dodo bird. It's pretty. Young master He walked to the side of the flying dodo bird and revealed a faint smile. He looked at Wang Xian and grinned. Let me show you if it's obedient. As young master He spoke, he immediately squeezed out a trace of blood. With a move of his arm, he headed towards the head of the flying dodo bird. The fairy bird's eyes revealed fear and struggle. Beast taming technique. Young master He's beast taming technique is simply too strong. That's not it. Young master He has the exquisite heart. He can sense the heart of a fierce beast and control it. Taming a fierce beast shouldn't be too fast. At the back, the men and women of the Yen clan were discussing in low voices. Brother He later, can you give me a fairy bird? A pretty girl looked at young Master He with admiration and said softly, Sure. Don't disturb me now. Young Master He nodded and smiled. Second Prince, don't be rash. This young man's identity is not simple. The two middle-aged men beside him are very terrifying. Bai Qingshan saw Long Xiaotian's angry face and raised his voice. Long Xiaotian nodded with a gloomy face and stared at young Master He with an unfriendly gaze. Beast taming technique? He is also a beast tamer. I think so. However, his beast taming technique should not be as powerful as young Master Wang's. Of course, how can there be a beast tamer Nian who is even more powerful than young Master Wang in this world? The subordinates behind Long Xiaotian were astonished when they saw young Master He taming the dodo bird on the spot. They discussed in a low voice. Comparing beast taming skills with Brother He? In the front, the young lady from the Yen clan heard the discussion of Long Xiaotian's subordinates. She snorted softly and swept her gaze across Wang Xian. He is not someone that any one of us can compare with. He doesn't have the qualifications. I think he doesn't have the qualifications. Long Xiaotian snorted coldly. Compared to young Master He, the rest of the young beast tamers are like frogs in a well. A young man from the Yen clan shouted loudly. The few of them spoke in a tit-for-tat manner. The two middle-aged men remained silent. They looked at Wang Xian and the few ferocious beasts beside him. They exchanged a glance and their eyes were filled with astonishment. They didn't have much hostility towards Wang Xian and his group. Of course, if the other party dared to offend the pride of their clan, they would naturally teach them a lesson. Long Xiaotian looked at young Master He and walked to Wang Xian's side with a sullen face. Brother Wang Xian. Let's take a look here. Wang Xian didn't leave immediately. He looked at young Master He who was standing there and taming the dodo bird with a smile. He wanted to see how this arrogant young Master He tamed the dodo bird. Chirp chirp. After about 5 minutes, the dodo bird suddenly let out a weak cry. A hint of joy appeared in young Master He's eyes as he continued to tame the dodo bird with a smile on his face. When Wang Xian saw this scene, a faint smile appeared on his face. Time passed slowly. Young Master He stood beside the dodo bird for half an hour. He stood there and caressed the dodo bird. This scene caused Long Xiaotian's subordinates to frown slightly. Was this taming a beast? Why did it take so long? Haha, I'll call you Bai Ling from now on. After another 10 minutes, young Master He laughed loudly and patted the head of the dodo bird. Chirp chirp. The dodo bird lowered its head slightly and called out. Success. Too strong, young Master He is simply too strong. In less than an hour, he tamed another fierce beast. As expected of young Master He, his beast taming skills are unrivaled. Behind him, a few young men complimented him. It's not that simple. If you want to completely tame it, you will need at least a few more months. This is just a simple taming. Young Master He smiled faintly. He looked at Wang Xian and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. He said proudly, to be able to tame 2 beasts of the first level of the see-through realm, it seems like you are also a beast tamer. It's already not bad for you to have such achievements in the small area. I'll give you a chance. Follow me in the future and help me manage my subordinates' pets. This kid's luck is really good. To think that he can follow young Master He in the future. To think that young Master He has taken a fancy to him. This kid will have a meteoric rise in the future. When the disciples of the Yen clan heard young Master He's words, they looked at Wang Xian with envy. When the 2 middle-aged men saw young Master He's way of handling the situation, their eyes were filled with admiration. In this small area, it was considered outstanding for a young man to be able to tame a ferocious beast of the first level of the see-through realm. He was qualified to follow the most outstanding son of Heaven's pride in the He clan. When Wang Xian saw the arrogant young Master He and heard the envious looks of the people behind him and the admiration of the 2 middle-aged men, he felt a little overwhelmed. So narcissistic? Do you have to be so narcissistic? Is it because of your pretty face that gives you confidence? Wang Xian looked at him speechlessly. Is it the confidence that your pretty boy gives you? When Wang Xian finished his sentence, young Master He, who was standing in front of Wang Xian with his head slightly raised, froze. Very soon, his expression started to change. From white to red, from red to black, his eyes were flashing with anger. In his life, he hated it the most when others called him a pretty boy, even though he did look like a pretty boy. I hate it the most when you say this to me. You're courting death. Bai Ling, teach him a lesson. His aura trembled as he charged at Wang Xian with a powerful aura. He waved his arm and pointed it at Wang Xian as he commanded the dodo bird. Hee. Wang Xian could feel his aura and smiled when he saw him commanding the dodo bird. Chirp, chirp. The dodo bird looked at Wang Xian and let out a low growl. Shine on his face and make him whiter. Give him some confidence. Wang Xian was a little speechless as he ordered the dodo bird. Chirp, chirp. The dodo bird didn't hesitate at all. The feathers on its body trembled slightly and a white ray of light covered He Xiao directly, making him look spotlessly white. He looked like a saint. However, when He Xiaoya saw the dodo's ray of light enveloping him, his face flushed red rapidly. At the same time, a hint of shock appeared on his face. He stared at the dodo and his expression kept changing. Chirp, chirp. The dodo stood in front of Wang Xian and stared at him with its cold eyes. How's this possible? He couldn't believe it. He had tamed this fairy bird for dozens of minutes. He had a rare and exquisite heart. On the path of beast taming, it was tens or even hundreds of times easier than others. However, the ferocious beast that he tamed didn't listen to him. This made him recall that before he came, this fairy bird was obviously tamed. However, even if it was just a simple taming, he could guarantee that the other party's taming skills were definitely inferior to his. However, now, competing with brother Wang Xian in beast taming skills is really asking for humiliation. Long Xiaotian, who was at the side, saw this scene and revealed a mocking expression. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The subordinates behind Long Xiaotian also felt amused. This was simply asking for humiliation. They had witnessed young Master Wang's beast-taming technique with their own eyes. It could only be described as heaven-defying. This is impossible. I clearly tamed it easily just now. This was the first time young Master he had doubts about his beast-taming technique. He growled in a low voice in disbelief. Brother Bai, I'm also a beast-tamer. Don't think that your beast-taming technique is the best in the world. Wang Xian said to young Master He with a smile on his face. My surname is He. Mind your words. When young Master He heard his sarcastic words, he stared at Wang Xian with a gloomy expression. He stared at the dodo bird and found it hard to accept. He raised his head abruptly and stared at Wang Xian coldly. As a beast tamer of the younger generation, I am the strongest. I want to challenge you. Challenge? Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and revealed a faint smile in his eyes. How do you want to challenge me? Beast taming. There are more than 10 dodo birds over there. Let's see who can tame them faster. Young Master He fixed his gaze on Wang Xian and pointed at the more than 10 dodo birds at the side. Sure. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. All right, let's begin immediately. I will let you know my beast taming skills. With a gloomy face, young Master He immediately walked towards the dozen dodo birds. When Wang Xian saw how serious he was, he suddenly felt that young Master He was rather interesting. His actions were obviously from a powerful family and a canary that was perfectly protected by the family. Although it was a little inappropriate to describe a man in this way, it was indeed the case. He was much more innocent than the young men who had gone through battles in the graveyard of the demi-humans. Get over here. Young Master He walked over and stared at Wang Xian coldly. Wang Xian shrugged his shoulders and walked towards young Master He. Everyone looked over. Let's begin. Young Master He looked at Wang Xian coldly and said with a dark expression. Wang Xian nodded his head. Young Master He squeezed out a trace of blood and stretched out his hand. He touched the top of the dodo bird's head and closed his eyes slowly. Wang Xian smiled and walked to the side of a dodo. His aura trembled slightly. It was easy for Wang Xian to tame a half-step void interpretation level ferocious beast. In less than 5 seconds, he squeezed out a drop of blood and placed it into the dodo's mouth. He walked towards the next dodo. However, when they saw Wang Xian walking towards another dodo in just a few seconds, the young and middle-aged men of the Yen clan were shocked. However, when they saw the dodo bird submit to them, their eyes sparkled. How's this possible? It's only been a few seconds? How is it possible to tame a half-step void interpretation ferocious beast in just a few seconds? Oh my God! The young men of the Yen clan were filled with shock. Young master, he was the favored son of heaven from the He clan, a top force in the vast region. He had a unique physique and exquisite heart. He was also a top-notch favored son of heaven in the vast region. His beast-taming skills were heaven-defying. In the He clan, his status was comparable to those elders. If it wasn't for the fact that a beauty from the Yen clan married into the He clan, they wouldn't have gotten to know such an important figure. However, he was a top-notch genius in the vast region. How could he be inferior to a young man whom they got to know casually? This is. The two middle-aged men were also astonished as they looked at the speed of Wang Xian's beast-taming skills. In the past, there was a beast-taming expert who appeared in a small place like the Luhai region. I think his name was Baisun, an extremely crazy and arrogant fellow. If he didn't defend the dynasty, he wouldn't have been hunted down to the point of almost dying. I heard that he has already died. His beast-taming technique is similar to Baisun's. The speed of beginner-level beast-taming is extremely fast. The two middle-aged men whispered this young man might have obtained Baisun's inheritance. It's possible. Ha! Wang Xian, who was taming the flying dodos, was slightly surprised when he heard the voices of the two middle-aged men. He didn't expect the other party to know that his beast-taming technique came from Baisun. Looks like this Baisun old man is quite famous, he thought to himself, but his hands did not stop moving. After he tamed more than 10 fairy birds, young master, he was still closing his eyes and taming them slowly. When everyone around saw the serious look on young master his face, the corners of their mouths twitched slightly. Everyone else had tamed them. You did not even manage to tame one of them. Cough, cough. Brother Bai, wake up. After Wang Xian finished his training, he couldn't help but cough when he saw young master, he was still there. Don't disturb me. Young master, he was furious when he heard Wang Xian calling him Brother Bai. However, he still didn't open his eyes so as not to disturb him. Little Yuan. The two middle-aged men saw Wang Xian standing there with a smile on his face. Seeing that his heaven's favorite was still taming the first ferocious beast, one of the middle-aged men couldn't help but call out. Eh? Uncle? Young master, he was slightly stunned when he heard the middle-aged man's voice. He opened his eyes. However, when he opened his eyes and saw Wang Xian standing in front of him and more than 10 fairy birds beside him, he revealed a shocked expression. Slowly, his expression began to change drastically. Young brother, your beast-taming technique should be inherited from Baisun, right? A middle-aged man looked at Wang Xian and asked in a deep voice. That's right. By chance, I obtained the heritage of the Baisun master. Wang Xian nodded and did not hide anything. His beast-taming technique indeed originated from Baisun. However, his current beast-taming ability was definitely not something that the Baisun master could compare to. Baisun Elder? When young master he heard this name, he was slightly stunned. He thought of some of Baisun's deeds. Baisun Elder, you actually obtained Baisun Elder's inheritance. The essence of Baisun Elder's beast-taming technique is to dominate and become the king of fierce beasts. With the suppression of the bloodline, this method of taming low-level fierce beasts is very fast. However, he frowned and didn't say anything else. However, according to the records, old man Baisun's beast-taming technique wasn't that fast. However, the records were just records. Although old man Baisun's beast-taming technique is powerful, there is a drawback. Ferocious beasts are easily betrayed. When young master he saw the lark behind Wang Xian, he snorted coldly and said unwillingly, "That's right. You won against young master he only because your beast-taming skills are different. The strength of a beast tamer still depends on one's own strength. All spells are secondary. The most important thing is still one's strength. There's nothing to compare with a beast-taming skill." The young men from the Yen clan saw that young master, he was in a bad mood and quickly tried to help him out. HMPH, that's right. Strength comes first. Young master, he found an excuse for himself and said forcefully. Wang Xian was a little speechless. He shrugged his shoulders and said, whatever you say. When young master he saw Wang Xian's expression, he looked a little embarrassed. This made him feel a little humiliated. He who was competitive clenched his fists tightly. Wang Xian ignored him and walked to the side with a dozen dodo birds. I want to compete with you in terms of strength. Suddenly, young master his figure appeared in front of him. He stared at him and spoke with full of fighting spirit. Wang Xian looked at him and frowned slowly. Compete in strength? You are not my match. Not your match? We have not fought before. How can we not be your match? Kid, don't be arrogant. He Xiao glared at Wang Xian with a gloomy face. Seeing the competitive look of their own heaven's favorites, the two middle-aged men shook their heads slowly. However, they didn't stop him. This time, they brought him out because the clan leader wanted to bring him to the tomb of the humans and demons for training. The tomb of the humans and demons was considered a relatively bloody and cruel place. Moreover, the danger level of the tomb of the humans and demons wasn't very high in the eyes of the He clan. The clan leader was obviously aware of the deficiency in He Yuan's state of mind and asked him to come here to gain some experience. Pretty boy, you have provoked me time and time again. Do you want me to accept the challenge in vain? What if you lose? Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and said to He Yuan, I lose. How is this possible? It's impossible for me to lose. When He Yuan heard Wang Xian's words about being a pretty boy, he glared at him angrily and gnashed his teeth. You didn't believe that you would lose just now. Wang Xian said plainly. All right. If I lose, I'll be at your disposal. But if you lose, give me the beast taming technique of the Bison Master. He Yuan stared at Wang Xian coldly. All right. I'm not interested in dealing with you. 100,000 spiritual liquid. The beast taming technique of the Bison Master is worth more than that. Give me 100,000 spiritual liquid. Also, don't be so narcissistic in front of me in the future. Call me Big Brother when you see me. Wang Xian said with a smile. All right, 100,000 it is. If I lose, so what if I call you Big Brother? But if you lose, you will follow me in the future and serve my pet. He Yuan gritted his teeth and said, You are really shameless. However, I agree. Wang Xian saw that He Yuan had added another condition and said speechlessly. However, he naturally wouldn't reject it. He was taking 100,000 spiritual liquid for free. Looking at this pretty boy, he felt that this guy was a little cute. At least, he wasn't like the good-for-nothing disciples from other big forces. He didn't have too many schemes either. It was much easier to communicate with such a tsundere person. All right. I, He Yuan, will accept you as my follower. He Yuan stared at Wang Xian arrogantly and roared loudly. Roar, lion daughter. Ao Yuan. Roar. Roar. With He Yuan's order, 3 void interpretation level ferocious beasts flew over from behind. The other 20 or so ferocious beasts followed closely behind him. They stood behind him in an orderly manner and looked menacing. The group of people around hurriedly retreated. Long Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly when he saw the 3 level 1 void interpretation level ferocious beasts under him and the 20 or so half-step void interpretation level ferocious beasts. Brother Wang Xian, be careful. Long Xiaoyan quickly reminded him. Don't worry. Wang Xian nodded his head and faced He Yuan slowly. Ling Zilin and the Blood Evil Turtle came to his side. The void interpretation level dodos and more than 10 half-step void interpretation level dodos also came to his side. Roar! Roar! The group of beasts roared. HMPH, today I will defeat you and let you know my strength. He Yuan snorted coldly. The strength of a level 1 void interpretation realm expert was emitted from his body. Go! Go! With a command, all the ferocious beasts behind him charged toward Wang Xian. Ling Zilin and the rest of the ferocious beasts didn't need to give orders. They charged forward directly. 3 level 1 void interpretation realm ferocious beasts against 3 level 1 void interpretation realm ferocious beasts. It could be said that they were evenly matched. He Yuan had more than 20 half-step void interpretation realm ferocious beasts against more than 10 half-step void interpretation realm ferocious beasts. He had the upper hand. Wang Xian didn't mind. He moved his palm and lightning wood appeared in his hand. He Yuan also moved his palm slightly, and a wood-attributed staff appeared in his hand. His wood-attributed staff was emitting a bright light. It was at least a level 3 void interpretation weapon. Following that, he moved his palm again and 2 wood-attributed bracelets were attached to his arm. They were still at least level 3 void interpretation weapons. If he were to include his armor, shoes, and the like, he would have at least 5 level 3 void interpretation weapons. He Yuan was almost armed to the teeth. Upon seeing the equipment on He Yuan, Long Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. Such luxurious equipment, even if he were to become the crown prince, he would not be able to get it. "Brother Wang Xian, be careful," he quickly reminded loudly with a hint of worry in his eyes. With such powerful equipment, coupled with his strength of a level 1 insightful void tier, it would be very difficult for him to fight against a level 1 insightful void tier. Haha, that young man is obviously no match for young Master He. Of course, not to mention the powerful fierce beasts under young Master He, even his own strength is definitely not something that young man can compare to. Young Master He, teach that guy a lesson and let him know how powerful you are. Seeing the weapon in He Yuan's hand, the young men of the Yen clan had a burning look in their eyes as they flattered him from behind. Unless that youth is at the second level of the profound void tier, he is absolutely not a match for little Yuan. That's right, be careful later, don't injure your life. The 2 middle-aged men looked at this scene with smiles on their faces as they stood at the side, ready to attack at any time. Roar, roar! The roars of fierce beasts rang out, and the group of fierce beasts had already engaged in a fierce battle. Young Master Wang. Around them, Long Xiaoyan's subordinates were also shouting with worried faces. Haha, don't worry. No matter what, he is my follower today. I will not let him get hurt too badly. When He Yuan heard the voices of Long Xiaoyan and the rest, he laughed heartily in his heart. Wang Xian looked at the somewhat smug He Yuan and revealed a smile on his face. He waved the lightning strike wood in his hand and numerous thorns attacked He Yuan. Brother Wang Xian, aren't you of the metal and water attributes? Why is it wood and water? Long Xiaoyan, who was standing at the side, was surprised when he saw Wang Xian's attack. Could it be that he had obtained a special heaven and earth water attribute? Wood attribute. Haha. You still dare to use the wood attribute in front of me. He Yuan showed a hint of disdain in his eyes. He waved the staff in his hand and the trees within a radius of 1,000 meters in front of him attacked Wang Xian directly. Hee. Wang Xian smiled faintly. Water tomb. Earth burial entanglement. Wang Xian waved the lightning strike wood in his hand again. There was already half a meter deep sea water below them. After Wang Xian used it, it was completely silent. With his current strength, even if He Yuan was equipped with powerful equipment, he could still defeat him easily. He Yuan was slightly stunned by the unexpected restraint. Following that, he felt a strong entangling force coming from the water. What? He Yuan's expression changed drastically. 1,000 thorn slash. He swung the staff in his hand down heavily. However, what shocked him was that his attack did not break the thorns that were wrapped around his legs. The strong tearing force was still transmitted. Oh no, myriad wood protection. He shouted loudly immediately. His entire body emitted a bright green glow. Numerous thorns were surrounding him. Explode. Water danger explosion. Wang Xian shook his arm and unleashed his water attribute divine ability. Boom. 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 The powerful attack force caused the defense that he had yet to form to explode. What? Dual attributes. Dual attributes. The 2 middle-aged men who were watching by the side had a drastic change in expression. They cried out involuntarily. What this? Even He Yuan's expression changed drastically, as he felt the powerful tearing force coming from beneath him and the terrifying water attribute divine ability in the surroundings. A hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Little Yuan is no match for him. Dual attributes. He can almost fight across levels. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other. Without any hesitation, they flew straight towards the battlefield. All right, little brother, let's call it a day. A middle-aged man roared in a deep voice as he looked at Wang Xian in shock. Dual attributes. Powerful beast tamer. No one knew what kind of bloodline he had. However, They could guess that this young man's bloodline was definitely extraordinary. I really didn't expect that there would be such a powerful heaven's favorite in such a small domain like the flowing sea region. Coupled with the nameless sword demon, could it be that there will be a top-notch expert rising up in the flowing sea region? The two of them thought to themselves in surprise. They came to He Yuan's side and waved their arms to help him cut off the thorns that were entangling him. When Wang Xian saw them making their move, a smile appeared on his face. He looked at He Yuan and shouted mockingly, "How is it, little brother? Are you convinced?" At this moment, He Yuan was still in a state of shock. When he saw Wang Xian's mocking expression, his expression kept changing. However, he had to admit that he had lost. Moreover, he had lost completely. Dual attributes. You actually have dual attributes. What kind of bloodline do you have? To become a beast tamer, one had to have a bloodline. He Yuan was a little surprised as to what kind of bloodline Wang Xian had. In the supernatural continent, dual attribute demonic beasts existed. However, due to the preciousness of this bloodline, it had not appeared for thousands of years. "Haha, I'm stronger than you anyway." Wang Xian laughed out loud. "I'm just asking if you admit defeat, pretty boy." You. He Yuan's expression kept changing. He had lost in the beast taming competition and he had also lost in the battle of strength. Wasn't he one of the top heaven's favorites in the vast region? Was this the central region of the Transcendence continent? "I admit defeat. You won't go back on your word, right?" Wang Xian looked at him and asked with a smile. "I, He Yuan, am a man of my word. HMPH, here you are. This is 100,000 spirit liquid." He Yuan handed a few porcelain bottles to Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression. "Then how about calling me Big Brother again?" "Ha." Wang Xian took the porcelain bottles and laughed loudly as he continued to speak. "You, big." He Yuan's body was trembling slightly. It was difficult for him to call this fellow Big Brother. Big Brother. However, when he saw Wang Xian's mocking expression, he gritted his teeth and shouted loudly. The young men of the Yen clan were stunned when they heard Wang Xian call him Big Brother. He was a top-notch heaven's favorite of the He clan, yet he was calling him Big Brother. And this was the extremely arrogant young master he these few days? Where did the pride that came from his soul go? The two middle-aged men didn't say anything when they saw this scene. They had witnessed this matter from the beginning to the end. Naturally, they wouldn't attack Wang Xian directly because of such a small matter. Furthermore, they did not sense Wang Xian's hostility. "All right, little brother, you're a good boy now." Wang Xian smiled. "One day I will come for revenge." He Yuan looked at Wang Xian's smug look and swore through gritted teeth. Welcome. Wang Xian smiled and kept the spiritual liquid. 100,000 spiritual liquid and 70 million dragon crystals. Happy to have it. Humph. He Yuan turned around with a face full of anger. He wanted to leave immediately. Wait. Looking at He Yuan's figure, a smile flashed across Wang Xian's eyes. It was not easy to meet a rich person who could still see eye to eye with him. How could Wang Xian let him leave immediately? Naturally, he had to get more spiritual liquid from him. Speak quickly if you have anything to say. He Yuan turned his head to look at Wang Xian with an embarrassed expression and roared in a deep voice. Do you want to buy the beast-taming inheritance of the old man of Baisun? Wang Xian asked with a smile. Yes. He Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A hint of surprise flashed across his eyes as he hurriedly shouted. For the first time, he felt that this fellow was not that annoying. Although the beast-taming skills of the old man of Baisun were not that important to him. As a beast-tamer, he naturally wanted to master more beast-taming skills. 200,000 spiritual liquid, Wang Xian said faintly. He Yuan. 200,000 spiritual liquid was not a small amount. If converted to spiritual stones, it would be at least 1 trillion. He had obtained the title of the Supreme Prodigy, and the amount of dragon crystals he obtained was only over 200 million. The 100,000 spiritual liquid he obtained just now, together with the 200,000 spiritual liquid, was equivalent to over 200 million dragon crystals. Even though He Yuan had an extraordinary status, he could not take out so much spiritual liquid at once. Furthermore, he had already lost 100,000 spiritual liquid to Wang Xian. Aren't you trying to scam me? He Yuan couldn't help but shout at Wang Xian with a furious expression. It's a little expensive. Let's take 100,000 spiritual liquid then. Wang Xian also felt that the price he wanted was a little too high. He lowered the price by 100,000 with a smile on his face. HMPH, that's more like it. He Yuan snorted coldly and immediately looked at his interspatial ring. However, his expression quickly turned stiff. I have no more spiritual liquid here. I only have 10,000 essence blood. I'll give you the rest of the spiritual liquid in 2 days. He Yuan took out a porcelain bottle and gestured at him. All right, I feel that you, as a young master, will not go back on your word. Wang Xian waved his arm and threw the beast tamer technique that he obtained from Old Man Baisun directly to him. The beast tamer technique was not of much use to Wang Xian. Moreover, it was definitely worth it to exchange for 100,000 spiritual liquid. He Yuan looked at the secret manual that Wang Xian threw to him with some surprise. He took a glance at it. His impression of Wang Xian had changed a lot. All right, He Yuan will naturally not do such a despicable thing. Tell me a place and I will get someone to send it over. He Yuan raised his head slightly and said to Wang Xian, all right, you can get someone to send it directly to the island of the Guanglong dynasty. Wang Xian nodded his head. It will definitely be delivered within 3 days. He Yuan promised. All right. Wang Xian responded and looked at Long Xiaotian. Brother Wang Xian, let's go back now. We can go back first, hee. Long Xiaotian looked at the first-level void interpretation realm dodo bird beside Wang Xian and a dozen other half-step void interpretation realm dodos. His eyes lit up as he spoke. All right, let's go back. Wang Xian nodded with a smile. He knew that Long Xiaotian couldn't wait to go back and tame them. Furthermore, with the dozen of half-step void interpretation realm dodos, the influence of his subordinates had almost doubled. Let's go back. Long Xiaotian shouted and glanced at He Yuan and the others with a red face. Let's go. Long Xiaotian and the others also shouted at their mounts with excitement. Ha! Brother He, are you going back too? When they returned and saw He Yuan and the others in the same direction, Long Xiaotian hesitated and asked, let's go back. He Yuan looked at Long Xiaotian, who still appeared a little arrogant. However, he looked at Wang Xian curiously and said, this person, I wonder which family you come from. How can you be so strong? I come from a small country. My strength isn't that strong. At the very least, I can't be compared to the supreme heaven's favorites here. Wang Xian said indifferently, praising himself in a disguised manner. Nameless sword demon, is it? I've heard of this person before. To be able to defeat a demonic beast of the second level of the see-through realm easily, and he's only 26 years old, he's indeed very heaven-defying. As He Yuan spoke, he frowned slightly. He was one of the top heaven's favorites in the vast region. However, to come to this small place and have 2 contemporaries who were stronger than him, this made him feel a little uncomfortable. This brother's strength is also very powerful. He has 3 insightful void-level fierce beasts and more than 20 half-step insightful void-level fierce beasts under him. Among his contemporaries, there are few who can match him, Long Xiaotian said with a smile. These are just some of my pets. At home, I still have 3 insightful void-level pets. If I bring all of them here, I won't lose our competition. When He Yuan heard Long Xiaotian's praise, he raised his head in enjoyment and said, 3 more? That's impressive. Long Xiaotian's eyes were filled with astonishment. He didn't flatter him. To have 6 pets at the first level of the insightful void tier at such a young age was indeed heaven-defying. He Yuan smiled and his face was filled with pride. In the future, I want to build a strong pet army. An army that is even more powerful than the old man Baisun. Is the old man of Baisun very famous in the vast region? Wang Xian asked He Yuan curiously. Famous, of course he is famous. More than 100 years ago, the old man of Baisun had 5 pets at the peak of the 6th level of the see-through realm. Don't you think they are powerful? There are more than 100 pets above the see-through realm. Their strength is simply heaven-defying. However, they were too arrogant and provoked. He Yuan began to explain to Wang Xian about the deeds of the 100 patrol masters. During the rest of the journey, Wang Xian, Long Xiaotian, and He Yuan started to chat. He Yuan came from a vast region, so he was naturally more knowledgeable. As the prince of the Light Dragon dynasty, Long Xiaotian was also very knowledgeable. Wang Xian was considered to be the least knowledgeable among the three of them. However, Wang Xian was the strongest. Long Xiaotian was close to him, so He Yuan was obviously superior to Long Xiaotian. When the young men of the Yan clan saw young master He conversing with the second prince of the Guanglong dynasty and the young man who defeated young master He, they were slightly envious. They were not on equal terms with young master He at all. Perhaps only Long Xiaotian, who had a high chance of inheriting the throne, and the young man who defeated young master He were qualified to have a normal conversation with him. The two middle-aged men behind him saw He Yuan conversing with him and were more supportive. He Yuan came out to train mainly to train his heart. Brother He Yuan? How long have you been in the transvestite graveyard? Long Xiaotian asked He Yuan as they walked out of the blood refinement ground. I've only been here for half a month and I've spent most of my time in the blood refinement ground. I need to rest well for the next few days. He Yuan replied to Long Xiaotian. Oh? Then, Brother He Yuan, if you want to take a stroll around the tomb of the demi-human, you can come and look for us. I'm the host here. I'll bring you around to have some fun. Long Xiaotian looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile. Wang Xian nodded his head in agreement at the side. HMM, sure. Of course, there's no problem. Let's do it tomorrow. I'll deliver the rest of the spiritual liquid to Brother Wang Xian tomorrow morning. He Yuan also revealed a smile and nodded his head. Haha, alright. How about Brother Wang Xian? There are still a lot of fun to be had in the human-demon graveyard. Long Xiaotian laughed out loud and looked at Wang Xian. Sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. Apparently, Long Xiaotian also wanted to befriend someone with a deep background like young Master He. Wang Xian didn't have much to do recently. The three of them agreed on a time. When they arrived at the edge of the tomb of the demi-human, they separated from He Yuan and the rest. Wang Xian followed Long Xiaotian to the island of the Guanglong dynasty and tamed the ferocious beast. Then, he returned to his own residence. This is... When he returned to his room, he was slightly stunned when he saw an invitation card on the table in the courtyard. Ling Jian-er's invitation card? Heavenly Sword Ling Yun, has this Ling Jianer gotten over it? Has she acknowledged her father? What will Heavenly Sword Ling Yun be? The welcoming ceremony her father held for her. Wang Xian looked at the words on the invitation letter and guessed curiously. Heavenly Sword Ling Yun would be held on the island of the Heavenly Sword sect 2 days later. Wang Xian thought about it and kept the invitation letter. He could go and take a look at the Heavenly Sword Ling Yun meeting in 2 days. The night passed quickly. The next morning, Wang Xian arrived at the island of the Radiant Dragon Empire punctually according to the time. When Wang Xian arrived, He Yuan and Long Xiaotian had already arrived. Brother Wang Xian, the remaining spiritual liquid is for you. He Yuan waved his arm and threw a porcelain bottle at him. Wang Xian smiled and caught it. 200,000 spiritual liquid could be converted into 140 million dragon crystals. He was still about 400 million away from leveling up. Let's go. I'll bring you to Xiaoyun Pavilion. It's a good place. Long Xiaotian said to Wang Xian, He Yuan, and the rest in a good mood. The two of them followed by the side and walked towards the Xiaoyun Pavilion that he mentioned. The so-called Xiaoyun Pavilion went straight into the clouds. Clouds and mist passed through the pavilion. However, the most distinctive feature of this place were the naked beauties. When Wang Xian entered, he was slightly stunned. However, when he saw Long Xiaotian winking at them, he gave them an understanding look. It was obvious that this was the first time He Yuan came to such a place. His eyes were somewhat attracted and he would look left and right from time to time. It was obvious that he was a novice. This made Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian feel amused and mocked him. This made He Yuan's face turn red. As the most outstanding son of heaven's pride in the family, he had grown up in the eyes of everyone in the He clan. Naturally, he had never been to such a place. Moreover, after coming here, the young disciples of the Yan clan did not dare to bring him to such a place. There were 3 great ironies in life. Going through the same window, going through the same spear. The other one was understood by everyone. This clearly made sense even if it was on the transcendental continent. Although they were not considered to be a place for red lanterns and feasting, they were simply relaxing and watching the dance. Hey, do you guys know about the Heavenly Sword sect? 1 day ago, the the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect went to the royal city of the Hanhai dynasty and killed 5 or 6 insightful Void Realm experts. He also killed the prince who besieged Ling Jian'er. How could we not know? This is a big event that shocked the Lehigh region. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect broke through and reached the 6th level of the insightful Void Realm, becoming one of the strongest experts in the Lehigh region. In the future, the Heavenly Sword sect will be able to stand on equal footing with the Bloody Flow dynasty. The sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect has personally come to bring her daughter back. I heard that he has failed several times. In the end, I wonder how Ling Jian'er agreed to it. Tomorrow, the Heavenly Sword sect will hold the Heavenly Sword Ling Yun event. Firstly, it is to announce the current strength of their Heavenly Sword sect. Secondly, it is to bring Ling Jian'er back. Oh right, I heard that the Heavenly Sword sect will announce that a disciple will join. I told you it is best not to provoke Ling Jian'er. Her father will definitely come to pick her up. However, what everyone did not expect was that her father actually made a breakthrough and directly charged into the royal city of the Hanhai dynasty, which bullied his daughter. It is simply too domineering. With Ling Jian'er's current status, even some princes of the Bloodshed Empire can't compare to her, right? Just as Wang Xian and the other two were lying in the special hot spring of the Yunxiao Pavilion, a conversation came from the side, causing Wang Xian to be slightly stunned. By the way, brother Wang Xian, don't you know Ling Jian'er? Did you receive the invitation from Tianjin Ling Yun? Long Xiaotian heard the conversation and asked him. I received it. Wang Xian nodded. Ling Jian'er? Is the Heaven Sword sect very powerful? He Yuan asked curiously. She is considered one of the top forces in the Lehigh region. Ling Jian'er is also very powerful. She has the battle strength of the see-through void tier at such a young age. She is ranked 3rd on the Heaven's Favorites list. Long Xiaotian explained to him. Oh? She has the battle strength of the see-through void tier at such a young age. Moreover, she is a girl. I realized that the Heaven's Favorites in the Lehigh region are also very powerful. He Yuan said with some surprise. This year is a little special. I wonder how each and every one of these freaks appeared. Long Xiaotian shook his head and said with some emotion. I reckon that all the major factions in the Flowing Sea region will be present this time. The sect master of the Heaven's Sword sect is going to become the strongest powerhouse. In the future, even the Blood Flow Empire will have to be wary of him. He continued, tomorrow should be a grand gathering. Brother Wang Xian, let's go together. Yes, sure. Wang Xian nodded his head. The 3 of them played for more than 10 hours in some well-known places in the tomb of the demi-human. On the afternoon of the 2nd day, Wang Xian flew towards the seaside. The island of the Sky Sword sect was not very far from the Light Dragon Empire. It was only about 10 kilometers away. The Heavenly Sword sect was a powerful sect that wasn't weaker than the Light Dragon Empire. Now that the Heavenly Sword sect's sect master's strength had increased, the Heavenly Sword sect had become a force that was comparable to the Bloodflow Empire. The entire Lehigh region was an unparalleled existence. This Heaven's Pride Lingyun gathering was a form of propaganda for the Heavenly Sword sect. At the same time, it announced the return of Ling Jian'er. From this Heaven Sword Lingyun gathering, everyone knew what kind of status Ling Jian'er had in the Heaven Sword sect. When Wang Xian arrived at the island of the Heaven Sword sect, there were already many people at the front. Everyone had an extraordinary temperament. The forces they represented could intimidate a large group of people with just a casual display. Brother Wang Xian, Long Xiaotian's voice rang out as he looked over. Let's go in. He Yuan will come over with the Yen clansmen later. All right. Wang Xian nodded his head and the 2 of them walked towards the Heavenly Sword sect's island. No one dared to reject the invitation letter from the Heavenly Sword sect. Even the Bloodflow Empire had to give them some face. There were many people around them. Young masters and young ladies from various forces, as well as the outstanding Heavens Chosen on the Heavens Chosen roll, Wang Xian, had met quite a few of them. Tonight, Sky Sword Lingyun would be located in front of the back mountain behind the island. In front of the 100-meter-long mountain peak, there were artificial mountains and fake water. The environment was very beautiful. There were hundreds of tables placed around them. There would be no less than 3,000 to 4,000 people who would arrive tonight. Second Prince, you're here so early. Hee. Big brother Long Xiaotian, I heard that you got a batch of mounts. Congratulations! Wang Xian followed Long Xiaotian to the back of the mountain. As soon as he entered, some young men came up to him. They spoke to Long Xiaotian with some compliments. Recently, almost everyone thought that the second prince of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty had a high chance of inheriting the throne and would become the king of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty in the future. Naturally, they had formed a good relationship in advance. When Long Xiaotian saw the few of them approaching, he politely responded to them one by one. At a place in front of them, more than 10 young men were sitting at a table. When they saw Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian, their eyes turned cold. The mission over there failed. What a piece of trash. It was the Devil Realm who was careless. That kid opened a grocery store that even sold a level 2 profound void formation array. The assassins they sent were obviously discovered by the array and killed. This kid is very tricky to deal with. When second brother saw us coming together, he also put all his subordinates on the island of the Light Dragon Dynasty. We can't drag this on any longer. If we drag this on any longer, even if second brother cowers now, we won't be his match in the future. On the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword Sex Island, the first prince, the 16th prince, the 22nd prince, the 36th prince, and the 42nd prince of the Radiant Dragon Empire were sitting at a table. Beside them, there were 7 to 8 young men. All of them were disciples of aristocratic families and favored sons of heaven. When the 5 princes saw Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian arriving, a cold look flashed across their eyes. A few days ago, they paid a huge price to hire a Devil Realm assassin organization to assassinate the young beast tamer. In the end, what they didn't expect was to fail the mission. The 3 assassins disappeared immediately, causing them to look extremely embarrassed. Yesterday, they received news that Long Xiaotian had obtained more than 100 powerful ferocious beast mounts, which shocked them greatly. If this continued, even if Long Xiaotian stopped developing, they would still not be a match for him. This made every prince's expression extremely awkward. A bloodline cultivator from a small country. He is actually a powerful beast tamer. Humph. Su Wenling, who was sitting at the side, followed the gazes of the 5 princes. When he saw Wang Xian, his eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and jealousy. Initially, he was prepared to seek refuge with the second prince. However, due to the appearance of Wang Xian, he was displeased and did not seek refuge with the second prince. Instead, he sought refuge under the first prince, who was also a heaven's favorite. Under the first prince, he was indeed more valued and had a high status among the subordinates of the first prince. However, when he saw the second prince's powerful strength, he felt a strong sense of dissatisfaction. It was all because of that young man. You can look down on bloodline cultivators, but you can't look down on beast tamers. Su Wenling's words caused a young man on the opposite side to retort lightly. Big brother Jiang Chuan, I heard that a powerful and beautiful beast tamer teacher came to your academy. Is that true? A young man asked with a smile. Jiang Chuan picked up the wine cup on the table and took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with a trace of heat, and he nodded with a smile. Brother Jiang, have you considered the matter of the young beast tamer? The 36th prince looked at Jiang Chuan and asked with a smile. The other princes, Long Xiaoqian and the others, also looked at him with smiles. I won't participate in the competition between the princes of the Light Dragon Dynasty. It won't benefit me at all. Jiang Chuan looked at them and shook his head lightly. Brother Jiang Chuan, you only need to deal with that kid, not my brother. The reward in the future is negotiable. Long Xiaoqian frowned and asked Jiang Chuan. You can't even get rid of that kid even if you invite the demon realm. How can I have the ability? Jiang Chuan smiled and shook his head. This made Long Xiaoqian and the others' faces turn ugly. The 36th prince was on good terms with Jiang Chuan, but Jiang Chuan didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. After all, it involved the competition for the throne of the Light Dragon Dynasty. If the second prince, Long Xiao, was naive enough to ascend the throne in the future, then he would make enemies with him and might suffer revenge in the future. Long Xiaoqian and the other princes' faces turned ugly. They had used an assassin once and paid a huge price. If they continued to hire assassins, they wouldn't be able to afford the spirit stones and spirit liquids they needed. Besides assassins, there weren't many people who could help them kill 2 experts of the first rank of the Profound Void tier. To kill him, they would need to use experts of the second rank of the Profound Void tier at the very least. As for experts of the second rank of the Profound Void tier, they didn't have any. When the other forces saw that the other party was the second prince's man, they didn't dare to offend him. This was because they were afraid that Long Xiaotian would take revenge on them after he ascended the throne. Jiang Chuan had the ability to do so because he was the great-grandson of the current principal of the Divine Wind Academy. He was a descendant of the principal. Moreover, Jiang Chuan was deeply loved by the principal. He was able to mobilize experts at the second level of the Void Interpretation realm, but he did not want to get involved. This made them very helpless. The 5 princes looked at each other and frowned while drinking wine. They were thinking about how to deal with Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian. This must be the second prince's good brother, Brother Wang Xian. I've heard a lot about you. On the other side, when Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian arrived, many people came to greet them. Many of them also greeted Wang Xian. Now, some of them knew that he had a deep relationship with Long Xiaotian. Furthermore, they also knew about Wang Xian killing the 8th prince's subordinates with the 2 ferocious beasts. Wang Xian replied politely as well. At this moment, his expression suddenly froze. He stared straight ahead and his expression changed slightly. Why is she here? I didn't expect her to be here. Wang Xian sighed slightly. Looking at the figure, he hesitated for a moment before standing up and walking over. Where are you going, Brother Wang Xian? Long Xiaotian saw Wang Xian leaving and asked hurriedly. I met an acquaintance. Wang Xian waved his hand without turning his head and walked straight towards the figure. Long Xiaotian looked over curiously. When he saw Wang Xian in front of him, he was slightly taken aback. His expression was a little strange. Brother Wang Xian's old lover? Zhang Fengying. Wang Xian looked at the tall and graceful figure standing together with a girl. A smile appeared on his face as he shouted directly. Meow! A cute kitten squeezed out from her exaggerated clothes and looked at Wang Xian. Zhang Fengying, who was chatting with the girl next to her, froze slightly. She turned around and looked at him in astonishment. What a coincidence! I didn't expect you to be here. Wang Xian smiled and continued. Zhang Fengying was slightly stunned when she saw Wang Xian's face. She pursed her lips and her eyes flickered. Fengying? Who is this? The lady at the side looked at Wang Xian and looked at him in astonishment. A friend. Zhang Fengying suddenly smiled and looked at the lady. Xiaoye, talk to your friend first. I still have something to do. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Xian with a smile and walked over. Wang Xian took a wine cup from the side and walked to her before handing it to her. Why are you here? Wang Xian looked at her and asked. To improve my strength and ability. That's why I'm here. Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian with a smile on her face. I didn't expect to meet you here. Haha, this might be fate. Wang Xian smiled and sized her up. It seems like you were much skinnier than before. This focus of yours doesn't look like a good person. When Zhang Fengying saw him sizing her up, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and said unhappily. Hehe, what are you doing now? Why are you here? Wang Xian asked her. I'm a teacher in the Divine Wind Academy. I joined the academy by chance not too long ago. What about you? Why did you come here from the Dragon and Phoenix dynasty? Zhang Fengying asked him. To gain experience and improve my strength. I think I'll be back in 7 to 8 months at most. Wang Xian said to her and hesitated for a moment. I'll go back then. Come with me. The tomb of the demi-human is too messy. It's not safe. Zhang Fengying was stunned when she heard his words. She smoothed her long hair and her eyes sparkled. We'll see. Wang Xian shook his head and said, It's decided then. HMH. If I don't go back, can you still tie me up and bring me back? Zhang Fengying glared at him and snorted softly. Wang Xian smiled and started to talk about what had happened to her during this period of time. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuan, who was sitting beside the few princes of the kingdom of Light Dragon, suddenly stood up. His gaze was directed at Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying as his expression kept changing. Brother Jiang Chuan, what's wrong? Everyone at the table looked at Jiang Chuan and asked in surprise. Why did he suddenly lose his composure? They followed Jiang Chuan's line of sight and were a little surprised. Eh? When Long Xiaoqin and the other princes saw Wang Xian's figure, their eyes flickered. They looked at Zhang Fengying, who was beside Wang Xian, and then at Jiang Chuan, whose expression kept changing. A faint smile appeared on their faces. I really didn't expect the kid to have such luck with women. That beauty is really beautiful. Long Xiaoqin said it on purpose. However, the envy on his face was very real. Zhang Fengying's appearance was definitely one of the best. However, the most popular thing was her figure. Top-notch. She was simply top-notch. That guy doesn't have the right to enjoy such luck with women. Prince number 16 glanced at Prince number 36 and said faintly, Brother Jiang Chuan, may I know what is the relationship between that beauty and you? Prince number 36 looked at Jiang Chuan with a smile and asked. Jiang Chuan didn't answer. His gaze was fixed on Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying. Even though he didn't dare to believe it himself, he had to admit that the relationship between that guy and Zhang Fengying wasn't ordinary. In fact, they were overly intimate. He knew that Zhang Fengying was very cold to other men. But now, phew! He took a deep breath and finished the wine in his glass. Then he looked at the few princes of the Light Dragon dynasty. Help me humiliate that kid. Leave the rest to me. He looked at Long Xiaoqin and the others with a gloomy face. Huh? Haha, good, good. Brother Jiang Chuan, don't worry. A kid from a small country, even if he has some ability, is not qualified to snatch a beauty from you. Long Xiaoqin and the others burst into laughter. They looked at each other and said, Leave this matter to us. What do you guys do? Jiang Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and asked coldly. The few of them fell silent and looked pensive. The simplest way is undoubtedly to tarnish his reputation. However, after today, I hope Brother Jiang Chuan can give it a try. The eyes of the 42nd prince flickered as he looked at the group of women on the table beside them. Don't worry about that. I won't be a dilettante. Jiang Chuan said coldly. That's good. The 42nd prince stood up and walked to the side with a smile on his face. When the group of women on the table saw him walking over, two of them immediately stood up. Vixen, Cherry Blossom Mercenary Group. Seeing the 42nd prince walk over, the rest of them revealed a trace of contemplation, followed by a trace of a smile on their faces. Done. Soon, the 42nd prince came back with a big smile on his face. He looked at them and said, If Princess Tangling finds out about this, we'll have to compensate her. As expected of a prince. He's really resourceful. Jiang Chuan said with a faint smile. We're taking a big risk. We can't be ordered by Brother Jiang Chuan to do such a thing, right? The 42nd prince smiled and said nonchalantly, Fengying, come here. Let us introduce you to a few sisters. After Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying had talked for more than 10 minutes, the girl called Xiaoya shouted at her. All right, I'll be leaving for a while. Zhang Fengying waved at Xiaoya and said to Wang Xian helplessly, Okay. Wang Xian nodded and said with a smile. Zhang Fengying walked towards Xiaoya. There were at least 5,000 to 6,000 people around her. Fortunately, the island was very large and didn't seem crowded at all. Among them, the disciples of the various major forces and the experts representing the insightful emptiness realm were gathered together. Some of them were conversing while others were greeting each other. This is young Master Wang Xian. Just as Wang Xian was about to return to Long Xiaoyan's place, a gentle and charming voice suddenly came from the side. Wang Xian was stunned for a moment. He looked at a lady who was walking towards him with a surprised expression. The lady was dressed in a slightly revealing manner. She perfectly displayed her impressive body. Her looks were not bad and she was considered a beauty. You are? Wang Xian looked at her with a puzzled expression. I'm a vixen, Mayor. The woman walked to Wang Xian's side with a smile on her face. Her body was soft as she leaned over with a strange Hong Wan in her hand. You must have mistaken me for someone else, right? Wang Xian frowned as he looked at her. There was a hint of impatience in his eyes. You don't recognize me just like that? You are really heartless. Didn't you say that you would marry me in the future? Didn't you say that when the second prince ascends the throne, you would give me a bright future? Why are you like this now? Sob sob. As the woman spoke, she gently placed Hong Wan on Wang Xian's body and started to cry. Tears fell from her eyes. She looked extremely miserable, just like a woman who had been abandoned. The second prince? When Wang Xian heard these 3 words, he raised his eyebrows and scanned his surroundings. When he saw more than 10 people looking in his direction, he understood a little. Get lost. Don't court death. Wang Xian waved his arm and shook it gently. Hong Wan landed directly on her body. A trace of aura shook her. Aya. Sob 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 sob. I didn't expect you to be such a person. You promised to give me happiness. Now that you want my body, you actually pretended not to know me. You heartless man. Under Wang Xian's aura, the woman fell to the side. She cried miserably and shouted at Wang Xian loudly. Eh? What's going on? What's going on? The surroundings were crowded with people. When they saw the woman who suddenly fell, they were stunned. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. It's all my fault for being blind to believe you. A miserable and indignant voice came out of the woman's mouth. He stared at Wang Xian with a face full of anger. He looked as weak as he could be. He was as miserable as he could be. Wang Xian looked at the woman who suddenly accused him in her grief and indignation. He frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what this woman was up to. What benefits could he gain by framing him? What kind of blow could he cause to Long Xiaodian? Wang Xian looked at the woman on the ground with an expressionless face. A hint of coldness flashed across his eyes. From the moment this woman mentioned the second prince, he knew that it was definitely Long Xiaoyan's brothers who framed him. However, he didn't understand how a woman could hurt him by framing him. Eh? Isn't that the Fox clan's fox charm? This young man actually abandoned the fox charm. This is somewhat inhumane. The Fox clan's women have always been extremely loyal. There are many young masters who want to marry the Fox clan's women. Unfortunately, their horizons are too high. This young man actually abandoned the fox charm. That's right, that's right. This young man seems to be the Light Dragon Dynasty's Long Xiaoyan's brother. He seems to have 2 profound void-tier first-level fierce beasts. TSK, so what? He's rather powerful. Who here has a weak background? How could this fellow do such a thing? It's really embarrassing. Some people around looked over. When they saw this scene, all of them pointed at Wang Xian with disdain. Don't court death. I don't even know you. It's best for you to disappear from my sight as soon as possible. Wang Xian frowned and said coldly as he listened to the discussions of the people around him. Wang Xian, I didn't expect you to be so heartless. You've been with Maya for so long and now you've turned your back on her. You're too shameless. Maya treats you so well. That's right. Maya often praises you in front of us. I didn't expect you to turn your back on her now. It's a waste for her to hand everything she has to you. At this moment, 2 voices filled with anger rang out. 2 figures walked over to him and helped the fox seductress up from the ground. Pitch. How can there be such a scumbag? He actually said that he didn't want to die and that he should just disappear from my sight. Such a man should be exterminated. That's right. A woman with fox bloodline is extremely loyal. This scumbag actually did such a thing. Damn it. Damn it. When the surrounding girls heard the words of the 2 girls, they also cursed at Wang Xian angrily. Get out. People like him should get out. Some of the young men also shouted at Wang Xian with cold faces. Everyone around had a strong background. Even if some of them knew that Wang Xian was Long Xiaoyan's brother, there were still people who refused to give him face. Wang Xian looked at the thousands of people around him who were looking at him. Many of them started to criticize him and frowned slightly. How is it, Brother Jiang Chuan? Are you satisfied now? Not far away, the 42nd prince looked at this scene with a smug expression and said to Jiang Chuan, Haha, good, good, beautiful. It's really beautiful. This is the effect I wanted. Jiang Chuan could not help but laugh when he saw this scene and gave the 42nd prince a thumbs up. This was exactly what he wanted. He wanted to destroy that kid's reputation. If that was the case, Zhang Fengying would never get close to such a scumbag. Come, let's go and take a look. He stood up happily and walked forward. The group of princes followed behind. They looked at Prince number 42 with a smile on their faces. Brother number 42, I didn't expect you to have so many beauties. Is it still useful? Hee hee, brothers. I have sacrificed a lot here. Prince number 42 smiled faintly. The five of them laughed at the same time. They did not expect that Jiang Chuan would be willing to take action to get rid of that kid because of this matter. This was a pleasant surprise to them. Eh? Long Xiaotian and Zhang Fengying, who were not far away, frowned slightly when they saw the incident with Wang Xian. Eh? Fengying, isn't that your friend? What's going on? The lady beside her looked at this scene in astonishment. Zhang Fengying frowned slightly and walked over directly. Xiaoye, who was beside her, immediately followed behind. Look over there, that's Luo Hongwan. A woman with fox bloodline is extremely loyal. She would always carry her Luo Hongwan with her. I didn't expect that guy to throw her away. That's true. Sigh, it's such a pity for Miss Foxy. I feel sorry for him for meeting such a man. Yeah, a guy like that should be eaten by fierce beasts. When more people gathered around, a lady suddenly pointed at Luo Hongwan, who was on the ground, and said, Luo Hongwan was the fresh blood left behind by the lady during her first time. A lady with fox bloodline would always carry her with her. When they saw Luo Hongwan, they also saw the miserable look on Hu Mei's face. With the witnesses and evidence gathered, everyone stared at Wang Xian angrily. What's going on, brother Wang Xian? Long Xiaotian walked over hurriedly. He frowned as he looked at Wang Xian. Then he looked at the vixen beside him. His eyes were filled with doubt. I don't know her. Wang Xian looked at Long Xiaotian and said directly, You don't know her? Long Xiaotian frowned slightly. He stared at the vixen and said, I will investigate this matter clearly. If you are the one who slandered my brother, you, including the Fox clan, will have to wait and see. Long Xiaotian's domineering words caused Ling Hu Mei's face to turn pale. Some of the surrounding youths and women also frowned when they heard his words. However, they did not dare to speak. There was almost no one in the area who could match the Light Dragon Empire's strength. Long Xiaotian, you are a little immoral. A woman was abandoned by your brother, and you actually said that? Are you using your power to oppress others? However, at this moment, Jiang Chuan's voice was heard. When he saw this scene, a trace of a smile flashed across his eyes as he said faintly, That's right, you can't bully a girl like that. That's right, that's right. The few girls next to him were somewhat afraid of Long Xiaotian's power, and they echoed in a low voice. Hee hee, what kind of person are you? What kind of friends do you have? Second brother, don't embarrass us. As soon as Jiang Chuan finished speaking, Long Xiaochen and the others walked over with smiles on their faces and said loudly, I naturally know the character of my friend. I also know the character of my brother. That's why I said that someone might have deliberately framed him. Long Xiaotian saw them and frowned slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said, Haha, deliberately framed? We will waste time to frame your friend for such a thing. What loss will it bring to you? What benefit will it bring to us? We won't be so bored. The corner of Long Xiaochen's mouth slightly curled up as he said with a face full of ridicule. Long Xiaotian frowned slightly. Indeed, just as Long Xiaochen had said, using such a low-level method to frame Wang Xian and implicate him was of no use. A woman could at most cause Wang Xian's reputation to be a little bad. But speaking of which, it didn't affect Wang Xian at all. In a world where strength reigned supreme, there was no need to care about anything else. Looking at the seductive fox and Luo Hongwan on the ground, Long Xiaotian looked at Wang Xian again. Even he had some doubts. Wang Xian was really a reckless person who was always abandoned. When the crowd heard Long Xiaochen's words, they nodded their heads silently. They also knew that it was meaningless to use such means in the fight for the throne. It was impossible for the prince of the Light Dragon dynasty to use such low-level means. This had no effect on the overall situation. With this, it made others think that Wang Xian was a scumbag. HMPH Fengying, I didn't expect your friend to be so despicable. I think it's better for you not to get so close to him in the future. Xiaoyu and Zhang Fengying came closer. When they heard the conversation over here, they said angrily. Zhang Fengying looked at Wang Xian and then looked at the vixen. She frowned slowly. I don't know why you are trying to frame me, but let me tell you, you are from the Fox clan, right? I will seek justice. Wang Xian looked at Hu Mei, who was trying to frame him. His heart was filled with killing intent. Since the other party dared to deal with him, he would have to pay the price. And some of the costs were not something that some people could afford. Hu Mei's face turned pale when she heard Wang Xian's cold words. Her eyes revealed a look of horror. She couldn't help but take a glance at the 42nd prince's position. The 42nd prince's expression changed slightly as well. He immediately shouted, "Humph! You are really arrogant. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have second brother. Why? Don't tell me you want to exterminate the Fox bloodline clan? How arrogant." When Wang Xian saw Hu Mei's pleading gaze earlier, he looked at the 42nd prince with a cold gaze. "I hate arrogant people like you the most. Not only did you abandon a woman, you even wanted to exterminate another family. Let me tell you, don't be too arrogant. Do you believe that I can exterminate you?" Jiang Chuan raised his head slightly and took a few steps forward. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and said with a face full of disdain, "Hiss. Looks like this guy has angered the public. Even young Master Jiang Chuan can't stand it anymore. Jiang Chuan is the descendant of the Dean of the Divine Wind Academy. If he really wants to deal with this Wang Xian, he really has the ability to do so. I support young Master Jiang Chuan to kill this scumbag, haha. Young Master Jiang Chuan is so upright. I support you." When the surrounding people heard Jiang Chuan's words, they all looked over with admiration and admiration. When Jiang Chuan saw this scene, he raised his head slightly with a smile on his face. He glanced at Zhang Fengying, who was not far away, with a smug look in his eyes. He was standing at the highest point of justice. If he were to trample on a jerk, she would definitely look up to him. Wow, young Master Jiang Chuan is really handsome. Fengying, Jiang Chuan has been chasing you for such a long time. You should consider it. He's handsome, strong, and has a strong background. You have to stay away from this guy. Such a scumbag is really annoying. Xiaoyu looked at Jiang Chuan, who stood up and spoke to Wang Xian in a domineering manner. A hint of admiration appeared on her face as she spoke to Zhang Fengying. "Jiang Chuan, if you dare to touch my brother, you better consider the consequences." Long Xiaotian stared coldly at Jiang Chuan and said coldly, "Humph, what? Long Xiaotian, do you think I'm afraid of you?" Jiang Chuan's face turned cold when he saw Long Xiaotian threatening him. "Second brother, it's good to protect your friend, but don't forget your heart and don't be too arrogant." Long Xiaoqin and the others took a few steps forward and said in a tit-for-tat manner. Everyone was slightly silent when they saw this scene. In the current Lahai region, the strongest few powers were the Blood Flow Empire and the Heaven Sword sect. Next were the Hanhai Empire, the Light Dragon Empire, and the Divine Wind Academy. Long Xiaotian and Jiang Chuan were confronting each other. Other than those few forces, no one else had the right to interfere. However, many people were on Jiang Chuan's side this time. "Wang Xian, is this true?" At this moment, Zhang Fengying, who was standing at the side, walked towards Wang Xian and asked with a frown. "Ha!" Zhang Fengying walked out, causing many people to be slightly stunned. This was the first time many people had seen her. However, her outdated appearance and hot figure had attracted the attention of many people. "It's the first time I've seen her." Wang Xian's face revealed a hint of bitterness as he spoke to Zhang Fengying. Damn it, he was framed by this woman. There was really no way to refute it. The other party's plan was simply foolproof. "Fengying, do you know him?" Jiang Chuan's expression changed slightly when he saw her walking out. He pretended to be surprised and said, "Fengying, it's best for you to stay away from such a scumbag and arrogant guy. If he doesn't apologize to this lady today, I will definitely not let him off." As he spoke, he even pretended to be righteous and raised his head as though he was showing off his greatness. However, Zhang Fengying didn't even look at him. "I believe you." Zhang Fengying nodded at Wang Xian and looked at the vixen. After sizing her up, she said to her directly, "His looks are average and his figure is average. He won't take a fancy to you. You're the one who lied and framed him." This. Jiang Chuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Fengying's words. He opened his mouth slightly and his face was filled with astonishment. Everyone around was stunned as well. They didn't expect this beautiful lady to say such words. "You, who are you calling average-looking and average-looking?" "You. He pursued me for a long time and now he abandoned me, you." When Hu Mei heard Zhang Fengying say that she was average-looking, she revealed an angry expression. Her face was embarrassed and her body was trembling. "You are indeed average. He has 6 wives. and each one of them is completely incomparable to you. There is no need for him to find someone like you. To put it bluntly, you are too ugly and unqualified." As Zhang Fengying spoke, she walked to Wang Xian's side and smiled at him. Following that, she stared at Hu Mei with a cold expression. A hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. "You are a lady from the Fox clan. The Fox clan's bloodline is only at the first level of the see-through realm. I don't know why you are framing him. However, if you dare to cause trouble for no reason, be careful of your entire clan." As she spoke, a faint pressure emanated from her body. This was the pressure of a first-level see-through expert. Meow. Following that, the ice-fire civet cat that was hanging on her clothes jumped onto her shoulder. Its demonic eyes were sparkling. A murderous aura erupted from its body. This was also the murderous intent of an insightful emptiness realm expert. The aura that Zhang Fengying suddenly released shocked everyone around. "You are a lady from the Fox clan. The Fox clan's bloodline is only at the first level of the see-through void tier. I don't know why you are framing him. However, if you dare to cause trouble again, be careful of your entire clan." Threatening words rang out once again. If Wang Xian threatened and Long Xiaotian threatened, everyone would understand. After all, Long Xiaotian was Wang Xian's brother. But who was this woman to him? She was as domineering and arrogant as Long Xiaotian. She directly threatened her entire family and even used her powerful aura and killing intent to target the fox. This made everyone dumbfounded. However, compared to Zhang Fengying's domineering and even a little arrogant, the strength she displayed shocked everyone. She was at least at the first level of the profound void tier, and what surprised everyone else was her pet. It looked like an ordinary kitten, but it exuded an even more terrifying power than hers. "What? You. Hu Mei sensed Zhang Fengying's aura and killing intent, and her face changed dramatically. Her eyes were filled with fear. She was already somewhat regretful. She regretted agreeing to the 42nd prince and regretting framing that young man. Not only did she offend the second prince of the Light Dragon dynasty, but she also offended this powerful woman. "Fengying, you." Jiang Chuan looked at Zhang Fengying, who had suddenly exploded. His face was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. What was going on? Zhang Fengying was actually defending him under such circumstances? And she even wanted to kill the entire Foxy family. Just now, he was standing on the opposite side of that young man. He was standing at the highest point of justice. Under the circumstances where all the witnesses and evidence were present, he only believed the simple words of that young man? However, Wang Xian, who was standing at the side, was speechless when he heard her words. What did she mean by, "I have 6 wives"? What did she mean by, "I don't need to find such a wife"? Although it was the truth and he was speaking up for him, Wang Xian still felt that something was amiss. Was he sure that he wasn't blackmailing him? Wow! This has 6 wives? Every one of them is beyond the reach of a seductive fox? A seductive fox looks pretty too. Oh my god, what a terrifying aura. She looks extremely young. How could she possess such terrifying strength? She is an insightful emptiness realm expert, yet another extremely young insightful emptiness realm expert. See, who is this woman? Young Master Jiang Chuan seems to know her. Could she be from the Divine Wind Academy? She seems to be a teacher from the Divine Wind Academy. This is interesting. What is the relationship between this beautiful teacher from the Divine Wind Academy and that young man? He actually dares to offend the Prince of the Light Dragon dynasty and Jiang Chuan for him. When everyone saw this scene, they were instantly in an uproar. A trace of shock appeared on everyone's faces. Suddenly, a beautiful teacher from the Divine Wind Academy appeared. She did not care about Jiang Chuan helping that young man. Jiang Chuan's great-grandfather was the principal of the school. He was one of the top experts in the Lehai region. Even Long Xiaotian, who was standing at the side, looked up at Wang Xian with a face full of admiration. 6 wives? Each of them was beyond the reach of a fox. Then look at Zhang Fengying's looks and figure. Cowhide. Role model. The 5 princes of the Light Dragon dynasty frowned as they looked at Zhang Fengying and then at Jiang Chuan, whose expression was extremely ugly. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly. It seemed that Jiang Chuan didn't even have the qualifications to compete with that young man. Under such circumstances, if that beauty was so protective of him, what was the point of pursuing her? However, the more this was the case, the happier they were. This was the only way that Jiang Chuan would be even more determined to destroy that young man. At the thought of this, a faint smile appeared on the prince's faces. No, no, all of you are bullying me. When Humei saw that Jiang Chuan had stopped talking, and even the 42nd prince had stopped talking, a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Feeling Zhang Fengying's aura, her somewhat broken body slowly collapsed. Sister Humei, let's go. The bad guys will eventually get their retribution. If anyone dares to bully your family members, the regiment commander will stand up for you. A woman frowned slightly when she saw the devastated Foxy. She walked over and spoke to her. Although Zhang Fengying was extremely powerful, most people still believed that it was true that Wang Xian had gotten rid of the Foxy. This was because all the evidence was right in front of them. There was no need for others to frame him in such a manner. However, the person who came out to help Wang Xian was too powerful. He was in the limelight and was considered by most to be the second prince who would ascend to the throne of the Light Dragon dynasty. He was the powerful mentor of the Divine Wind Academy. These two forces were enough to crush most of the forces present. It's Sister Bei. Yes, yes. Humei nodded her head in a slightly devastated manner. Her eyes were filled with panic. This time, she was not acting but was truly afraid. With the help of the woman, she stood up and glanced at the 42nd prince. If I remember correctly, you looked at that young man twice in a row. What is your relationship with him? Girls were usually more meticulous. When Zhang Fengying saw Humei looking at the 42nd prince again, her gaze was ice-cold as she asked, "Haha, this beauty. Don't tell me you think I ordered you to do this? Let me tell you, some things cannot be said carelessly." A trace of discomfort flashed in the eyes of the 42nd prince. He instantly laughed out loud with a cold face and stared at him coldly. I've already said it, little 42, what can you do? It's not that I look down on you, but even if the 5 of you work together, I'm not afraid of you. Just as the 42nd prince finished speaking, Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly and swept his gaze over his brothers as he spoke arrogantly. Although his words were arrogant, he had the qualifications to do so. His words caused the faces of Long Xiaoqin and the others to instantly darken. They stared at Long Xiaotian with faces full of anger. However, Long Xiaotian looked at them with a cold smile. When everyone around saw this scene, they sighed inwardly at the second prince. The important matter had already been settled halfway. The woman who was supporting the vixen frowned slightly. As a careful girl, she had also noticed that every time the vixen was threatened, she would look at the 42nd prince. Among them. However, she didn't think too much about it. After all, this vixen was in the same mercenary group as her. They could be considered good sisters. She supported the vixen and walked outside with an expressionless face. Some of the people around them looked at them but didn't say anything. Their gaze swept past Zhang Fengying, who was beside Wang Xian. Their eyes were filled with shock and astonishment. Leader. At this moment, at the entrance of the back mountain, a group of people walked in front of Humei and another woman. They were slightly shocked. When they saw Tang Ling, who was walking beside them, they hurriedly shouted. The Cherry Blossom Mercenary Group was considered a relatively famous mercenary group in the cemetery of demi-humans. The reason why it was famous was not because of its powerful strength, but because of the founder and members of the mercenary group. The founder, Tang Ling was the princess of the Blood Flow Empire. She was one of the few girls on the prodigy roll and had a deep background. The members of the Cherry Blossom Mercenary Group were all girls from aristocratic families. They were all girls with outstanding strength. What's going on? At the entrance of the Heavenly Sword Sect's back mountain, Tang Ling stood beside a group of people. She looked at the bewitching fox and asked with a slight frown. Logically speaking, with her strength and background, it was absolutely impossible for her to stand at the side. But today, among this group of people, she really had to stand at the side. In the center was a slightly chubby young man. The young man had a smile on his face, and he looked very kind. Beside the young man were Tang Feng and Tang Yuan, her 2 older brothers. Beside her 2 older brothers were the slightly chubby middle-aged man's assistants. She was beside these people. Other than them, there were 7 or 8 other middle-aged young men. 2 of them were on the prodigy roll, and there were a few other young men. There were a few others who were already in their 50s or 60s, but they looked no different from youths. They were all experts who had been on the prodigy roll in the past. Their current strength was even stronger than some of the geniuses on the prodigy roll. Each and every one of them was an extremely famous character. Other than these geniuses and the former geniuses, there were also a few core disciples from the top-tier powers in the Bloodshed Empire. These top core disciples of the Blood Flow Empire had strong backgrounds. 2 of them were only slightly weaker than the Light Dragon Empire's Divine Wind Academy and the Boundless Sea Empire. The woman who was supporting the fox-like woman looked at the fox-like woman. Leader. When she saw Tang Ling, she slightly pursed her lips and her eyes flickered. Brother, you and Manager Chen can go in. Tang Ling said to Tang Feng and the others and looked at Hu Mei. Tell me what's the matter. Hu Mei hesitated for a moment and stammered out everything that had happened just now. What? There's really someone who dares to treat you like this. Let's go, I want to see what ability the other party has. Someone who dares to bully my people. When Tang Ling heard Hu Mei's staccato words, her expression was ice cold. Regiment Commander. No, there's no need. Hu Mei hurriedly walked over, her face slightly embarrassed. Don't worry, as long as I'm here in the Flowing Sea region, no one can do anything to you. No one dares to do anything to your clan. Tang Ling-er's face was full of arrogance as she said, Follow me. As she said that, she directly walked inside. Hu Mei bit her lips. Her eyes were filled with worry and hatred. Seeing that Tang Ling-er had already walked over, she didn't dare to disobey and followed closely behind. The woman who was supporting her just now frowned slightly. She hesitated for a moment and did not join in. Instead, she walked to the side. In the back of the mountain, the people around had not dispersed. In fact, less than 2 minutes had passed. When everyone saw Manager Chen and the Prince of Blood Flow Empire arriving, some of them quickly walked over to greet them. Who's Wang Xian? Come out. A cold voice was heard and once again attracted the attention of everyone around. When Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the rest heard their sister's voice, they looked over in puzzlement. Ha! Everyone around also quickly looked over. When they saw Tang Ling bringing Foxy over, everyone was slightly shocked. It's Princess Tang Ling. What is she trying to do? Foxy is a member of her Cherry Blossom mercenary group. Tang Ling might want to stand up for her. That Wang Xian is going to be in trouble now. Tang Ling is very strong and has a very strong personality. When the people in the surroundings saw Tang Ling bringing Foxy back, a hint of surprise appeared in their eyes. Many of them were gloating over Tang Ling-er's misfortune. With Tang Ling coming forward to seek justice for Foxy, even Long Xiaotian was a little afraid. Huh? Is this an unexpected surprise? Long Xiaochen and the other princes, who already had bad expressions, saw Tang Ling-er's appearance, and their eyes sparkled. This is also the reason why I asked the Foxy woman to go. A cold look flashed in the eyes of the 42nd prince at the side. This made Long Xiaochen and the other princes wary. This 42nd brother was not simple. Jiang Chuan, who was standing at the side and his expression kept changing, raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw the scene. However, even when he saw Tang Ling appearing, his expression still didn't look good. It was because Zhang Fengying's behavior just now made him very uncomfortable. Upon hearing Tang Ling-er's voice, Wang Xian frowned slightly. He looked over. She naturally knew this Tang Ling-er, the princess of the Blood Flow Empire. Long Xiaotian looked over and his expression didn't look too good. Zhang Fengying stood quietly beside Wang Xian and looked at Tang Ling-er coldly. If you don't know the specific reason, don't get involved. Wang Xian didn't give her any face just because she was the princess of the Blood Flow Empire. He said coldly, Oh? You are Wang Xian, right? Are you very arrogant? Tang Ling followed the voice and looked at Wang Xian. Foxy is a member of my mercenary group. You bullied her and even dared to threaten her. Are you looking down on me? Now, you'd better apologize to Foxy 3 times respectfully. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Tang Ling stared at Wang Xian aggressively and spoke to him in a commanding tone. Princess Tang Ling you have yet to understand the exact reason behind this matter. Can you deal with it after you've investigated it thoroughly? Long Xiaotian squeezed out a smile and said with a smile, "Shut up. I'm asking you, do you want to apologize?" Tang Ling spoke to Long Xiaotian coldly without giving him any face. This made Long Xiaotian's expression extremely awkward. So what if you don't apologize? So what if you're not polite? Zhang Fengying looked at Tang Ling and coldly asked directly. Tang Ling was slightly stunned when she heard Zhang Fengying's words. She did not expect that someone would actually dare to speak to her like this. Moreover, he was so unyielding. Her gaze looked at Zhang Fengying. When she looked at her appearance and figure, her eyes flickered, and a faint trace of jealousy welled up in her heart. If you don't apologize, the consequences will not be something you can bear. Tang Ling's gaze was ice cold as she glared at Zhang Fengying. HMPH, then we really want to see if we can bear it. Zhang Fengying stood there and spoke with a domineering expression. You're courting death. When Tang Ling heard her words, her expression instantly turned ugly as a faint aura gushed out from her body. As a proud daughter of the heavens, she was second only to Ling Jian in the entire prodigy role. She was confident that other than Ling Jian her strength could dominate the entire Luhai region. The Zhang Fengying in front of her definitely did not look much older than her. As a proud daughter of the heavens, the aura she emitted could not be underestimated. However, she was facing Zhang Fengying, who possessed the ice-fire civet cat and the entire inheritance of the 100 patrol elders. Put away your imposing manner. If you were to make a move yourself, we can bear the consequences. Zhang Fengying said faintly to Tang Ling His tone was very calm, but he was still full of dominance and strength when facing the Blood Flow Empire's princess. When everyone around saw that Zhang Fengying was willing to offend the Blood Flow Empire's princess for the sake of Wang Xian, they were slightly shocked. At this moment, Zhang Fengying was like, even if Wang Xian had committed all sorts of evil deeds, she would still follow him. Even if Wang Xian was the enemy of the world, she would still follow him and become the enemy of the world. On the back mountain of the entire Heavenly Sword Sex Island, everyone was stunned as they watched the two women clash head-on. One was the Blood Flow Empire's princess, the proud daughter of the heavens on the prodigy role. The other was the mysterious and powerful Divine Wind Academy's beautiful teacher, an expert at the profound void realm. If one were to talk about background, it was naturally the Blood Flow Empire's Princess Tang Ling who was stronger. However, Zhang Fengying's dominance left everyone dumbfounded. What is the relationship between this beauty and that young man? To think that he offended Princess Tang Ling for him. If their relationship is average, I wouldn't believe it at all. Could it be that this beautiful teacher is also Wang Xian's old lover? It's possible. Otherwise, she wouldn't protect him like this. Zhang Fengying, who was standing beside Wang Xian, had a glint in her eyes. There were two situations where a woman could offend an organization that could not be provoked for a man. One of them was the relationship between a mother and a child or a relative. The other was the relationship between a lover. Obviously, they were most likely the latter. Jiang Chuan's face turned completely black when he saw Zhang Fengying protecting that guy so forcefully. Then, he felt that his head was a little muddled. This woman that he had spent so much effort to get had actually sacrificed so much for someone else. This made him feel like he was crowned a cuckold. Although this was also his narcissistic coronation, but it still made him feel extremely uncomfortable. You! Tang Ling's face instantly changed when she heard Zhang Fengying's words. She felt his profound aura and her small face instantly turned red. Which family are you from? Slowly, Tang Ling's expression turned cold. She stared at Zhang Fengying with murderous intent in her eyes. I don't represent any power. Zhang Fengying replied coldly. Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying in front of him and smiled. There are some things that Princess Tang Ling doesn't understand. Please don't make trouble without reason. He turned his gaze to Tang Ling and said faintly, Princess Tang Ling regarding the matters of your subordinates, I, Long Xiaotian, will give you an explanation in the future. I hope that you will give me some face. I will apologize to you here first. Long Xiaotian felt a little helpless when he saw Zhang Fengying and Wang Xian being so domineering. He apologized to Tang Ling-er. Tang Ling-er stood there and her expression kept changing. At this moment, the surroundings were silent. Even the powerhouses at the first or second level of the see-through realm remained silent when they saw this scene. They were watching silently from the side. Ha! At the edge, Tang Feng and Tang Yuan, who had just followed her in, raised their brows slightly when they saw their sister's situation. A hint of coldness flashed in their eyes. They looked at Long Xiaotian and exchanged a glance. You guys go over there. How dare you bully our sister? Hee. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan gestured to the group of young men beside them and said indifferently. Yes. The proud son of heaven beside them nodded. His eyes flickered as he walked straight over. Even if it's only us, Princess Tang Ling-er, alone, the consequences are not something you can bear. I advise you to do as the princess says. Apologize and nothing will happen. Otherwise, you will be making an enemy out of us. Just as the entire situation was in a stalemate, a young man's voice was heard. A few footsteps were heard. They raised their heads slightly and walked proudly behind Tang Ling-er. They came to Tang Ling-er's side and stood directly behind her. Their eyes were staring at Wang Xian, Zhang Fengying, and the rest. Their eyes were filled with coldness. These are the Heaven's Favorites on the Heaven's Favorites list. The other three have been on the Heaven's Favorites list before. Oh my God! That's Hongshan. He used to be the second strongest Heaven's Favorite on the Heaven's Favorites list. He's already 60 years old now. But his strength has already reached the first level of the see-through void tier. I knew it. Tang Ling-er didn't come here by herself. How could Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the rest not help their little sister? This is interesting. If they want to clash with Tang Ling-er, neither Long Xiaotian nor that teacher from the Divine Wind Academy have the qualifications. The 5 powerful geniuses on the prodigy roll, or those who have been on the prodigy roll plus Tang Ling-er, this lineup is so grand that only the bloody imperial family can bring it out. When the crowd saw the group of prodigies walking over, their eyes flashed with shock. Each and every one of these prodigies was famous. Now that they were all gathered together, it was even more shocking. Tang Ling-er looked at the few prodigies who were following her brothers, and her somewhat embarrassed expression slowly turned better. She took a deep breath and stared coldly at Zhang Fengying. At this moment, she no longer wanted to stand up for her seduction. Instead, she wanted this woman to apologize to her. Now, it's not just you who has to apologize to the members of the Cherry Blossom Mercenary Group. You also have to apologize to me and loudly apologize until I forgive you. Tang Ling-er extended her hand and pointed at Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying as she said coldly. With just the few Heaven's Favorites behind you? Zhang Fengying looked at the few young men behind Tang Ling-er and raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Are we not qualified enough? Hongshan, who was at the first level of the see-through realm, who was standing behind Tang Ling-er, stared at Zhang Fengying indifferently. A trace of aura was locked onto Zhang Fengying's body. Meow! When his aura was released, the ice-fire civet cat standing on Tang Ling-er's shoulder let out a cry. His red and blue eyes flickered with a demonic expression, and that trace of aura instantly collapsed. The ice-fire civet cat stared at Hongshan with a demonic gaze. It was as if it was ready to kill him at any moment. Hongshan's pupils constricted slightly and his face was filled with vigilance. Oh! Some of the experts around also noticed the unusual behavior of the ice-fire civet cat on Zhang Fengying's shoulder. All of them revealed astonished expressions. If we add in the strength behind us, are we still not qualified? A Heaven's Pride expert stared at Zhang Fengying and Wang Xian with a gloomy face. I'll give you 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, if you can't satisfy us, I'll settle this in my own way. Tang Ling-er raised her head slightly and looked down at Wang Xian and Zhang Fengying. Sigh! Long Xiaotian saw this scene and looked at the two princes who were looking over from afar. He sighed slightly. This matter was related to Tang Ling-er's face. Tang Ling-er's face still had to be taken into consideration. Brother Wuxian, Tangling Yar's background is not something we can deal with. It's better for us to give in. Long Xiaotian whispered to him. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. Zhang Fengying, who was at the side, wanted to say something. She patted her shoulder gently, indicating for her not to say anything. He looked at Tangling and said, I would like to see your solution. Such strong words came out of Wang Xian's mouth. Eh? He didn't give Princess Tangling any face. This Wang Xian is so arrogant. He has some qualifications to be arrogant. He has 2 beasts at the first level of the profound void tier under him. Arrogant. Let's not talk about the scumbag thing he did to the fox. Even if he is arrogant to Princess Tangling, I don't think this kid will live for long. Among the few heaven's favorites behind Tangling, some of them have powerful families. Their families also have experts at the 2nd or 3rd level of the see-through realm. This kid is probably courting death. Good. It would be good if such an ungrateful bastard was killed. When the surrounding people saw Wang Xian's domineering and arrogant words, they were all stunned. However, following that, some of them showed disdain on their faces. Although Tangling Yar's identity could not represent the entire Bloodshed Empire, she was not someone that ordinary insightful void martial artists could bully. If a kid dared to clash with Princess Tangling to the end, he would definitely pay a heavy price. All right. When Tangling heard Wang Xian's domineering words, her face turned cold. However, very soon, a smile appeared on her face. Since that's the case, I will let you witness it within a day. Princess Tangling, you don't have to do anything about this. Leave it to me. A brat still dares to be arrogant towards you. If this isn't the Sword Whisper Sex Sky Sword Ling Yun Association, I'll let him die here right now. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to be arrogant here. The few elites behind Tangling narrowed their eyes slightly. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. All right. Tangling nodded her head and looked at Long Xiaotian. If anyone dares to help him, they would be making an enemy out of me. Princess Tangling, don't worry. If my second brother dares to help, we will help you to stop him. Haha. Long Xiaotian laughed out loud when he heard Tangling Yar's words and said fawningly from the side, Don't worry, princess. No one can help him outside the heavenly sword sex island. The group of heaven's favorites behind him stared coldly at Wang Xian and curled their lips in disdain. Even if a kid had a pet at the first level of the see-through void tier, even if he had the help of the lady beside him, it was still suicidal to go against Tangling and them. To kill them, it was a piece of cake for the group of heaven's favorites to rely on their family's influence. When Long Xiaotian heard their words, his expression changed drastically and he looked worried. The people around him were gloating at Wang Xian, especially Long Xiaotian and the other princes. They couldn't hide the smile on their faces and almost burst out laughing. Wang Xian swept his gaze across all of them and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. They still wanted to kill him? It was simply wishful thinking. When the time came, it was uncertain who would kill who. Whoever dares to deal with him, you will have to ask the sword in my hand. Just when the atmosphere was a little heavy, a cold voice was suddenly heard. The sudden voice caused everyone to be slightly stunned. Their faces were filled with astonishment. What was going on? At this moment, there was still someone who dared to stand up for Wang Xian and the rest. Tangling had just released the words that whoever dared to help him would become his enemy. The group of heaven's favorites even swore to kill him. Under such circumstances, who would dare to stand up for him? When Wang Xian heard this familiar voice, he was also slightly stunned as he looked in front of him. In front of him, a young man with a huge sword in his hand walked over. Compared to his tattered clothes from before, he had slightly long hair at this moment. He had sharp eyes and was dressed in golden clothing. In the middle of the golden clothing, there was the word large sword. Looking at the young man walking over to him, he raised his eyebrows and a smile appeared on his face. The young man holding the sword was naturally Ren Xingqian. Behind him, there were more than 10 Sword Whisper sect disciples. These disciples stood behind him and looked at him with some respect. When they saw Ren Xingqian suddenly speaking, they were slightly shocked. However, they didn't say anything. Eh? That's Ren Xingqian. It's Ren Xingqian. It's actually him. Why is he wearing the uniform of the Heaven Sword sect? Could it be? The Heaven Sword sect is announcing that a disciple has joined today. Could it be him? Ren Xingqian has joined the Heaven Sword sect. Hiss, Ren Xingqian has actually joined the Heavenly Sword sect. However, what is the relationship between this Ren Xingqian and Wang Xian? Why would he say such a thing? Everyone was shocked. Everyone understood Ren Xingqian's strength. A peerless heaven's favorite with dual attributes was able to fight against a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through realm. If it wasn't for the appearance of the nameless sword demon, he could be said to be the most dazzling existence and the strongest dark horse in this year's prodigy role. Seeing him joining the Heavenly Sword sect, everyone was a little surprised. What was even more surprising was that under everyone's gaze, he walked straight towards Wang Xian. However, at the next moment everyone was dumbfounded. Ren Xingqian walked to Wang Xian's side and bowed respectfully. He bowed heavily. When everyone saw the scene, they were a little dumbfounded. Ren Xingqian was a peerless heaven's favorite of the current generation. He was a dual-attributed genius who was comparable to a powerhouse at the first level of the see-through void stage. Now he was actually bowing respectfully to that young man. This bowing contained a lot of things. When Wang Xian saw Ren Xingqian walking over, a faint smile appeared on his face. Although this Ren Xingqian was rather stubborn, he was still more obedient. Ling Jian should be the one who relayed his words to him when he joined the Heavenly Sword sect. He had also obtained his true identity from Ling Jian. Clang. Ren Xingqian stood beside Wang Xian. The huge sword in his hand let out a cold sound. The long sword in his hand was pointed straight at Tang Ling Er's position. This sword finger caused everyone to reveal a look of horror. You bunch of trash want to deal with him? Ren Xingqian's cold voice came from his mouth. His sword covered Tang Ling and all the heaven's favorites behind him. His words caused Tang Ling and the other heaven's favorites behind him to have a drastic change in expression. Their expressions instantly turned gloomy and cold. A moment ago, they were still saying that whoever dared to help him would become their enemy. No one could save such words. The next moment, Ren Xingqian rushed over and pointed his fierce long sword at him. This matter was a little too serious. In particular, everyone looked at Ren Xingqian's clothes. A few days ago, the Heavenly Sword sect had sent news that a new disciple would be announced at the Heavenly Sword Lingyun meet today. This disciple was obviously Ren Xingqian. Ren Xingqian's strength and talent definitely belonged to the most outstanding and core disciple of the entire Heavenly Sword sect. Now, Ren Xingqian, who was ranked second on the prodigy roll, was standing directly beside that young man to confront Tang Ling. What was he trying to do? A confrontation between the Blood Flow Empire and the Heavenly Sword sect? This is crazy. What is the relationship between Ren Xingqian and that young man? He actually bowed directly to that young man and even pointed his great sword at Tang Ling and the others. Who knows? Looking at the situation, it's completely a head-on clash. Ren Xingqian is a peerless Heaven's Pride, and there aren't many Heaven's Pride experts who can compare to him. The few Heaven's Pride experts behind Princess Tang Ling are completely unqualified to compare to him. The most important thing is his identity. Heaven's Sword Sect. A core disciple of Heaven's Sword Sect had a conflict with the Princess of the Blood Flow Empire? What is he trying to do? For a young man, first it was the second prince of the Light Dragon Empire, Long Xiaotian, then the mentor of the Divine Wind Academy, Zhang Fengying, and now it's the peerless Heaven's favorite of Heaven's Sword Sect, Ren Xingqian. Everyone looked at Ren Xingqian, who was standing beside Wang Xian, in a daze. Such a peerless prodigy actually offended Tang Ling of the Bloodshed Empire for a young man. Regardless of the reason, Ren Xingqian was indeed qualified to confront Tang Ling head-on. With the current strength of the Heaven Sword Sect, even the Bloodshed Empire was fearful of them. Ren Xingqian, the core disciple of the Heaven Sword Sect, was not inferior to the Princess of the Bloodshed Empire in terms of status. In fact, he was even slightly stronger, because Ren Xingqian's future was not something Tang Ling could compare to. And the Blood Flow Empire had hundreds of princes and princesses. Ren Xingqian, you have to stand up for this guy. Tang Ling looked at Ren Xingqian's clothes and her expression changed slightly. She stared at him and said with embarrassment, Tang Ling watch your words. Just based on the group of trash behind you, if you want to deal with him, Ask the sword in my hand whether it will agree or not. If you don't have the strength, then get lost. Ren Xingqian's gaze was as cold as an ice-cold sword as he coldly said to them. He didn't give them any face at all. He also had the strength to look down on Tang Ling and the group of Heaven's Pride experts. The elites standing behind Tang Ling looked at the domineering Ren Xingqian with an extremely ugly expression. They opened their mouths, wanting to retort, but in front of his powerful strength, they really didn't dare. Most importantly, the other party was a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Today's Heavenly Sword Lingyun gathering, all the forces in the Luhai region came to congratulate him, including the Bloodflow Empire. It was because of the breakthrough in the strength of the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. The breakthrough in the strength of the sect master of the Heaven Sword sect had raised the status of the entire Heaven Sword sect's disciples by a level. In the past, they were on the same level as the Divine Wind Academy of the Light Dragon Empire. Now, they were no longer a match for the Heaven Sword sect. Hiss, the people who are defending that Wang Xian are all more overbearing and arrogant than the last one. Yeah, that beauty just now didn't give Tang Ling any face at all. If it weren't for a few Heaven's favorites coming over, Tang Ling would have lost face. Now that Ren Xingqian is here, he's not giving them any face at all. A conflict between a disciple of the Sky Sword sect and the princess of the Bloodflow Empire. This won't cause an even bigger dispute, right? When the surrounding people saw this scene, they sucked in a breath of cold air. What happened today was really out of everyone's expectations. First, it was the competition between the princes of the Light Dragon dynasty, then Jiang Chuan's participation, and finally it involved the two top forces in the Luhai region. Everyone present could only watch silently. The reason for all of this came from a girl. Come, let's go. Manager Qian will go first. At the side, Tang Feng and Tang Yuan had solemn expressions on their faces when they saw Ren Xingqian suddenly appear. They spoke to Manager Qian and walked straight towards Tang Ling. As guests of your Heavenly Sword sect, is this how you treat your guests? Tang Feng and Tang Yuan walked over and looked coldly at Ren Xingqian, who was holding a large sword in his hand. Two princes. This time, the matter has blown up. When some people saw them walking over, their eyes sparkled as they quietly stood at the side and watched. You also know that this is the Heavenly Sword sect's territory. You're the ones who directly threatened our friends here. You're the ones who were unreasonable in the first place. How can there be guests like you? When Ren Xingqian saw Tang Feng and Tang Yuan walking over, his face didn't have the slightest fluctuation. If he didn't dare to humiliate my subordinates, would I have caused trouble for him? Tang Ling stared at Ren Xingqian with a somewhat embarrassed expression as she coldly said, You don't even know the truth of the matter, yet you're listening to her one-sided story. You're really stupid. Zhang Fengying looked at Tang Ling and said disdainfully, You. Tang Ling stared at Zhang Fengying, her eyes filled with killing intent. Ren Xingqian, I don't know what relationship that kid has with you, but you're not giving face to our bloodshed empire. Aren't you being too arrogant? Tang Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and stared coldly at Ren Xingqian. Ling Jian is here. Some disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect and Ling Jian are here. Look at Ling Jian. Oh my god. She's so beautiful. So beautiful. Yeah, she's simply too beautiful. In the past, Ling Jian basically wore that white shirt. Now wow, it's pink. Oh my god. She's simply too beautiful. This goddess in the past, when Ling Jian wasn't dressed up, there weren't many people who could compare to her. Now that she's slightly dressed up, she's even more beautiful. Look at the disposition of goddess Ling Jian. She seems to have undergone a huge change. In the past, she was incomparably cold. Now she looks a little sweet. Right at this moment, sounds of exclamations could be heard from outside. Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the others who were standing in the middle were slightly taken aback. As for the dispute, everyone stopped. Everyone looked outside, and when they saw the beauty in the pink dress, they were all stunned. A pink dress. A little makeup. She looked incomparably exquisite, and her perfect figure caused the eyes of all the men present to light up slightly. Even the girls present felt a little ashamed of their inferiority when they looked at Ling Jian. However, what surprised everyone was that Ling Jian actually wore a pink dress. This was a huge difference from their impression of the ice-cold woman. Ling Jian'er has changed so much, to actually wear a pink dress and look much more cheerful. It should be because of his father. It should be a true goddess. With Ling Jian'er's current status, even a prince of the blood flow empire can't compare to her. Right? Unless it's a prince who has inherited the throne, he can't compare to her. The rest are all inferior. Everyone's gaze was attracted over. As they looked at Ling Jian'er, each of their faces revealed an astonished expression. This goddess was the true second generation of the flowing sea region. Not long ago, her father directly killed several profound void martial experts of the vast empire and killed the prince who was attacking her. Apart from the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect using his tyrannical strength to break into the Han Hai dynasty's imperial city, there was another matter that shocked many people. Back then, on the day that Ling Jian'er was besieged, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples who didn't lend a helping hand were all crippled of their cultivation. This included a very outstanding core disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect who had a great relationship with the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect. Now, there were rumors among the Heavenly Sword sect disciples that the sect master's breakthrough was because he had broken through the demonic barrier from more than 10 years ago. He had comprehended a powerful guardian Dharma idol. As for who the guardian Dharma idol was, everyone was very clear. The Heavenly Sword sect had once sent 20 profound void martial experts to bring Ling Jian'er back, but in the end, she had directly rejected them, not giving them any face at all. Later on, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect had come personally. Some people saw that the first time, he had been directly rejected by Ling Jian'er. Later on, the sect master of the Heavenly Sword sect used some unknown method to move his daughter, and only then did he bring her back to his side. The entire Heavenly Sword sect knew what kind of status Ling Jian'er currently held in the Heavenly Sword sect. No one could compare to her. Looking at the beautiful Ling Jian'er walking over, Manager Qian's eyes lit up, revealing a heated expression. Many of the men around him were the same. If they could get this woman, they would be able to save thousands of years of effort. To be able to leap to become the top existence in the entire Luhai region. Thank you all for being able to participate in today's Heavenly Sword Ling Yun meet. This time, we are mainly inviting the elite disciples of the younger generation. Of course, there are also experts. Our Sky Sword sect has no other intentions. We just want to announce two things. First, the young miss of our Sky Sword sect has returned. Second, Ren Xingchen will join our Sky Sword sect and become a core disciple of the Sky Sword sect. Ling Jian'er walked to the front and stopped. Beside him, an elder stood by her side and spoke to everyone. Ling Jian'er, who was standing beside him, did not listen to the old man. Her gaze swept across the entire venue. When she saw Wang Xian, her eyes lit up slightly. Visitors are guests. I will go over to thank everyone one by one in a while. The old man spoke for more than 10 sentences before he ended the conversation. Even a powerhouse at level 4 of the see-through void tier of the Heavenly Sword sect addressed Ling Jian'er as Miss. This position is too high. When everyone on the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect heard the old man addressing Ling Jian'er, their faces revealed a look of surprise. A 4th-rank profound void martial expert was already a top-tier expert in the Flowing Sea region. His status was extremely noble. Even the kings of some countries only had this level of cultivation. Even so, for such an expert to address Ling Jian'er as Miss, one could imagine her status in the Heavenly Sword sect. However, what everyone didn't know was that Ling Jian'er was able to obtain her current status not only because of her father's unlimited love. There was also her own strength. Now, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Sword sect all knew that Ling Jian'er had obtained a terrifying opportunity. In the future, her achievements were very likely to be above that of the sect leader. Miss, do you want to get acquainted with some disciples? After the old man finished speaking, he asked Ling Jian'er in a low voice. I'm going to meet a friend. Ling Jian'er shook her head with a smile on her face as she walked straight ahead. Oh! The old man was slightly stunned as he thought of the words of the Grand Elder. His eyes flickered and he did not bother about it anymore. Goddess Ling Jian'er, you are simply too beautiful. Can I treat you to a cup of wine? Ling Jian walked forward. Shopkeeper Qian, who was standing not too far away, had a fiery look in his eyes as he walked over with 2 cups of wine in his hands. Some of those who knew Shopkeeper Qian had a look of shock on their faces. However, Ling Jian acted as though he did not see him as he walked past him. This caused Shopkeeper Qian's face to instantly freeze up as his expression changed slightly. Some of the people who noticed this were also slightly stunned. However, they soon started to laugh secretly. Goddess Ling Jian doesn't know your identity as Manager Qian. Manager Qian took a deep breath and allowed his facial expression to return to normal. He looked at Ling Jian's figure with some displeasure. I'm a little late. If I had known earlier, I would have come with Brother Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian. At this moment, a well-dressed young man who had just entered the island of the Heavenly Sword Sect said plainly. There was a hint of arrogance on his face. This temperament would make many young men feel inferior. Young master, it's not too late. A few insightful emptiness realm experts from the Yen clan said fawningly from the side. The young man nodded his head indifferently, his gaze unwavering. This was an innate nobility, not posturing. Goddess Ling Jian, how do you do? Ling Jian, how do you do? In the conference hall at the back mountain of the island, Ling Jian walked in. Many young men looked at her beautiful figure and could not help but greet her. Ling Jian nodded her head indifferently, her eyes never leaving the area in front of her. Who is Ling Jian looking for? Ren Xingqian. Ren Xingqian and Ling Jian seemed to have known each other not too long ago. Could it be that they... This is really possible. A perfect match. But why is my heart broken? Ah, my goddess. Some people saw Ling Jian walking towards Ren Xingqian without paying any attention to anyone. Their hearts ached as they guessed. At Ren Xingqian's side, Ling Jian's appearance made Tang Ling Tang Feng, and the others no longer oppose her. After all, they didn't come here today to make enemies. When they saw Ling Jian walking over, Tang Feng and Tang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. Under everyone's gaze, when everyone thought that Ling Jian was about to walk to Ren Xingqian's side. In the end, she directly ignored Ren Xingqian. Ling Jian didn't even glance at Ren Xingqian and continued to take a few steps forward. In the end, she stayed by Wang Xian's side. However, the next moment everyone widened their eyes. How is it? Am I pretty? They saw Ling Jian standing in front of Wang Xian. She slightly loosened her dress and revealed a happy smile on her face. Wang Xian stood there and looked at Ling Jian, who was wearing a pink dress. He was filled with surprise. Ling Jian walked towards him. He was not surprised at all. After all, this beauty who had a problem with her brain had once confessed to him. Furthermore, he had rejected her. However, Ling Jian had undergone a huge change compared to the past. In the past, he was extremely cold. His cold appearance was like a sword. Now, he was much more open-minded and feminine, especially with this pink dress. You are much prettier and more cheerful. However, I don't want you. You shouldn't have any other thoughts. I'm a man that you can't have. Wang Xian looked at Ling Jian's expectant gaze and said with a serious expression. The moment he said that, everyone's jaws dropped. You are much prettier and more cheerful. However, I don't want you. It's better if you don't have any other thoughts. I'm a man that you can't have. When these words were said, the lively surroundings became quiet. Everyone looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. They looked at his serious face as if he wasn't joking. However, Ling Jian, who was standing beside Wang Xian, was a little disappointed. Didn't you say that I'm not pretty enough and that you don't like my cold appearance? Am I not pretty enough now? Furthermore, do I still look cold now? Ling Jian looked at Wang Xian and said in a low voice filled with disappointment. When Wang Xian heard her words, his body stiffened slightly. He shook his head slightly and didn't say anything else. Is she one of the 6 wives you mentioned? Do you like this? When Ling Jian saw that Wang Xian didn't reply, she frowned slightly and looked at Zhang Fengying, who was beside her. Her words were a little shocking. I'm not. He's not a good person. You better be careful. When Zhang Fengying saw Ling Jian, who suddenly appeared, she frowned and glanced at Wang Xian with a frosty expression. Her eyes were filled with disdain and disdain. I didn't expect you to have so many confidants. It has only been a short while since we arrived at the tomb of the transvestite, and you have already let such a beautiful woman follow you." As she spoke, her words were filled with sarcasm. However, anyone could tell that this woman was jealous. Everyone around was completely stunned. They looked at the conversation between the three of them in a daze. This was fucking dog food. Moreover, it was the dog food that countless men envied. Everyone looked at Wang Xian. If eyes could kill, he would be dead already. Who is this guy? What did he do to make Ling Jian'er confess to him without caring about her status? Furthermore, that guy actually rejected him. Oh my god. What is going on? That guy. Fuck. How could he do this? Oh my god. How could such a scumbag be liked by two goddesses? What did he do? Isn't he Long Xiaoyan's brother? How could he be so awesome? Exactly. How could such a scumbag who abandoned his seductive charm be liked by goddess Ling Jian'er? No wonder Ren Xingqian is so respectful to him. It's because of Ling Jian'er. I really hope Tang Yuan and Tang Feng can get rid of this fellow. The corners of the mouths of the surrounding youths twitched, and their eyes turned slightly red. This was Ling Jian'er's pursuit. What right did he have? However, what shocked them even more was that that fellow actually rejected Ling Jian'er's confession. Moreover, listening to their conversation, this was not the first time he had rejected. Oh my god! Even such a goddess rejected him? Ha! Ling Jian'er was frowning when she heard the voices around her. Her eyes revealed a cold expression. What are you saying? Her cold gaze looked at the young man who said the last sentence. The young man who said that he hoped Tang Feng and Tang Yuan could kill Wang Xian. The young man felt Ling Jian'er's cold gaze and his breathing stopped. He squeezed out a wailing smile on his face. Miss, just now. A disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect told her what had happened in a low voice. This caused Ling Jian'er's face to slowly turn cold. She looked ahead and swept her gaze across Tang Ling'er, Tang Feng and the rest. Finally, her gaze landed on the fox. With your looks, you are not qualified to tempt Wang Xian or even abandon you. I don't know why you want to frame her. I will investigate this matter clearly. At that time, you will not be the only one who will be in trouble. Your family will also be in trouble. Ling Jian'er stared at the fox-like woman coldly and said directly, I. The fox-like woman looked at Ling Jian'er's tone that carried a hint of killing intent. She could not help but shed tears once again. She, who had already broken down once again saw despair. Oh! Suddenly, the fox-like woman took 2 quick breaths. She rolled her eyes and fainted. She was dealt a blow that was dozens of times stronger than her. She even threatened to exterminate her entire clan, causing her to faint. Forget it. Wang Xian shook his head at Ling Jian'er when he saw her frosty expression. Hu Mei was merely a chess piece. The main culprits were the few princes of the Guanglong Empire. Wang Xian and Long Xiaodian would soon let these few princes know what despair was. In the territory of the Heavenly Sword sect, no one can frame you or bully you. They don't have the strength and qualifications to do so. Ling Jian'er looked at Wang Xian and returned to her usual cold expression. After she finished speaking, she looked at Tang Ling'er and said, "Bring your men and get out of here immediately. If Wang Xian is injured in the future, I will definitely look for you." Ling Jian'er's unscrupulous words stunned everyone. Even Tang Ling'er, Tang Feng, and Tang Yuan were stunned, not to mention the group of heaven's favorites behind her. Unscrupulous, too unscrupulous. She was the daughter of the sect leader of the Heaven Sword sect. Now, she actually disregarded the big picture and directly provoked the princess of the Bloodshed Empire for a man. An ordinary person would definitely not do such a reckless thing. But Ling Jian'er did it. Not only did she do it, she even did it thoroughly. She directly told Tang Ling'er and the other elites behind her to scram. If this were to spread, where would Tang Ling'er's face be? You, Ling Jian'er, do you know what you're saying? When Tang Ling'er heard Ling Jian'er's words, she was so angry that her body was trembling. She actually wanted her to get out? She was the princess of the Blood Flow Empire, and today, she was invited to the Heavenly Sword Sect's Lingyun gathering. This was giving face to the Heavenly Sword Sect. Now, she actually wanted her to get out. If she was really kicked out, then where would her face go in the future? Even the face of the blood flow empire wouldn't look good. Your subordinates are framing him, yet you still dare to threaten him here. Do you really think this place is your bloody dynasty? I want you all to get out. Didn't you hear me? Ling Jian'er stared at Tang Linger and said coldly once again. This caused Tang Linger's face to turn from red to white and then from white to green. I want her to get out. I actually want her to get out. Looking at Ling Jian'er's cold expression, she was almost driven mad with anger. Everyone around stared blankly. This Ling Jian'er was actually so overbearing for a man, it was simply, Ling Jian'er, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you are sect leader Ling's daughter, you dare to humiliate us. Don't think that just because your father has broken through, our blood flow empire will be afraid of you. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan looked at Ling Jian'er with ashen faces. Just now, Ling Jian'er's appearance, Tang Ling and the others had already let it go. They didn't expect that as the host, Ling Jian'er would actually be so overbearing as to ask Tang Ling to get lost. Did she really think that blood flow empire was easy to bully? Hiss this. Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the rest have spoken. What's going on? If we don't handle this properly today, it might affect the relationship between the blood flow empire and the Heavenly Sword sect. It might even cause a huge dispute. Who would have thought that a fox and that Wang Xian would actually cause such a huge incident? Judging from the confessions of the teachers of the Divine Wind Academy, Zhang Fengying and Ling Jian'er, that Wang Xian might really have been framed. Framed? Then why did the vixen frame him? However, he didn't even accept Ling Jian'er and that Zhang Fengying. He shouldn't have taken a fancy to the vixen. It's troublesome now. If they start a dispute, it will cause a huge sensation. When Tang Feng and Tang Yuan walked out and stared at Ling Jian'er with ugly expressions, everyone could not help but take in a breath of cold air. The eyes of everyone in the surroundings flickered as they looked over. A few experts from the Heavenly Sword sect also looked over. When they saw this scene, they shook their heads helplessly. They did not go over. Everything would be handled according to how happy their young miss was. Although today's matter would affect their relationship with the blood flow empire, it would not affect them too much. It was impossible for two powerful factions to start a war because of the conflict between the younger generation. No matter who it is, if they dare to say that they want to kill him or bully him, they will have to pay the price. It is already good enough for them to get lost. I did not say that killing them is already giving face to your blood flow empire. Ling Jian'er stared coldly at Tang Feng and Tang Yuan. She did not relent just because of their words. This caused Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and Tang Linger's expressions to turn extremely ugly. Their eyes flickered as they stared at her. Are the few of you going to get lost on your own, or do you want me to help you get lost? Ren Xingqian held a huge sword in his hand. His gaze was filled with killing intent as he stared at Tang Linger and the group of Heaven's Pride experts behind him. He immediately threatened them. Arrogant. Each of them was more arrogant than the last. Regardless of whether you are a princess, a prince, or a Heaven's favorite, as long as you provoke Wang Xian, you must get out immediately. Wang Xian looked at Ling Jian'er and Ren Xingqian speechlessly. The personalities of these two people really made him speechless. However, Wang Xian was slightly gratified towards them. It was not in vain for him to have saved their lives back then. Such a friend could be made. Good. Ling Jian'er, we, the Bloodshed Empire, will remember what happened to your Heavenly Sword sect today. Tang Linger glared at Ling Jian'er angrily. This was the first time she was chased out directly by someone. This was the first time in the entire Lehigh region. She would definitely return the humiliation today. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan took a deep breath when they saw Ling Jian'er's domineering manner. A cold glint flashed in their eyes. They were a little unwilling to leave this place like this. However, facing the current Heavenly Sword sect, they were no longer afraid of the Blood Flow Empire's forces. They were no longer afraid of the other party when they brought out their strength. The two of them looked at each other and looked towards the back. How disappointing. Manager Qian was displeased when he saw the two of them looking at him. He had originally planned to get to know more forces in the Lehigh region through Tang Feng and the others. However, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. What made him even angrier was that Ling Jian'er completely ignored him when he toasted to Ling Jian'er just now. He even walked to the side of the young man and confessed to him. This made his expression extremely ugly. He was a disciple of the Qian family of the third largest trading company in the world, but he was actually ignored by a lady from a faction in the Lehigh region. This made him feel extremely humiliated. As a result, his heart was filled with a faint killing intent towards Wang Xian. Harmony, Miss Ling Jian. Harmony begets wealth. The cause of this matter is that your friend abandoned Miss Tang Ling Er's subordinate, and her subordinate was just a little angry. Nothing much happened? Why did he chase Miss Tang Ling out? This isn't good. Since he abandoned a woman, then it doesn't matter if he apologizes to her. As for Miss Tang Ling it's also for the good of her subordinate. This matter is just an apology from that young man. Simply let him apologize to Miss Tang Ling and this matter will be over. The slightly chubby young man, shopkeeper Qian, walked forward with a smile on his face and said indifferently. Seeing the slightly chubby young man suddenly walk forward and hearing his words, the surrounding people were slightly stunned. Many people's pupils constricted slightly. Oh, that young man is. The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect looked at shopkeeper Qian and looked at the middle-aged man beside him with a surprised expression. The middle-aged man next to him looked at shopkeeper Qian's figure with a slightly unpleasant expression. Elder, this is a bit troublesome. Shopkeeper Qian is the third trading company in the world in charge of the Flowing Sea region. He has a deep background and is not someone that any faction in the Flowing Sea region can provoke. The middle-aged man said with a grave expression as he looked at shopkeeper Qian, who was walking toward the center. The third trading firm in the world? The elder from the Sky Sword sect was slightly startled as he slowly frowned. For the third trading firm in the world to be able to achieve such a feat, it was not an ordinary faction. In reality, the third trading firm in the world represented an allied faction. The third trading firm in the world was controlled by the Qian family, which was famous for doing business. However, in reality, behind the Qian family there were a few terrifying factions as shareholders. The Qian family had only reached its current stage thanks to the support of the several terrifying factions behind it. Any of the factions behind the Qian family could annihilate all of the factions in the Flowing Sea region. They absolutely couldn't afford to provoke them. The old man hesitated for a moment, frowning as he looked at shopkeeper Qian. He had already made some decisions in his heart. They could not afford to offend such a force. They could not afford to offend Manager Qian. Is it Manager Qian? It's him, the person in charge of the Luhai district of the third largest trading company in the world. Hiss, Manager Qian, everyone has overlooked such a huge figure. What does Manager Qian mean? He wants Wang Xian to apologize to Tang Linger? He wants to help the people of the Bloodshed Empire, Tang Feng and the rest. The third largest trading company in the world is a businessman. The Blood Flow Empire is very important to them. Of course, they have to speak up for Tang Feng and the rest. This is troublesome. This Manager Qian is not someone the Heavenly Sword sect can afford to offend. Some of the people around who knew about Manager Qian's background looked at him in surprise. Their eyes were sparkling. From his 3 sentences just now, it was obvious that he wanted to help Tang Feng and the rest. Furthermore, he did not agree to kick Tang Ling and the rest out. However, Manager Qian didn't offend the Death Heaven Sword sect. He just wanted that young man to apologize. Hee. Seeing Manager Qian walking over, Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the rest revealed a faint smile. They looked at Ling Jian and narrowed their eyes slightly. Ling Jian Wang Xian beside you. After apologizing, we will leave your Heaven Sword sect. To be honest, our Blood Flow Empire disdains your Heaven Sword sect. We are only here to give you face. Since you guys don't give us face, there's no need for us to accompany you guys here. Turning the tables. The words of the two of them meant that it wasn't your Heavenly Sword sect that chased us out. You guys don't have the right to chase us out. We are the ones who look down on us here. If it was an insult for Ling Jianyar to ask them to scram, then it was also an insult for them to leave with disdain. On the island of the Heavenly Sword sect, in the venue of the Heavenly Sword Lingyun's meeting, the atmosphere changed a little after Manager Qian appeared. Manager Qian's identity, the strength and background of the third trading company in the world, made everyone present extremely fearful. Even the Heavenly Sword sect and the Bloodshed Empire had to treat him with respect. Especially now, Manager Qian came to speak up for the Bloodshed Empire at this time. Although he said that it was not good to chase Tang Ling out, Wang Xian should apologize to Tang Ling. In fact, what he meant was that he could not chase Tang Ling out. He wanted Wang Xian to apologize to Tang Ling. As a businessman, he spoke very tactfully, but everyone knew what he meant. Everyone looked at the smiling Manager Qian and would not ignore him. Tang Feng and Tang Yuan were obviously using this opportunity to say that the guest was the host. The atmosphere was slightly solemn. Shopkeeper Qian looked at Ling Jian with a smile. Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and Tang Ling also stared at Ling Jian with cold expressions. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? I think you should scram with them. Ling Jian looked at Shopkeeper Qian and a cold expression flashed across her eyes. Her expression was slightly unsightly as she said directly. Oh! Ling Jian's words caused everyone in the surroundings to be slightly stunned as they looked at Shopkeeper Qian in astonishment. Did she do this on purpose? Or did she really not know his identity? Ling Jian did not know Shopkeeper Qian's identity in the past. But just now, from the discussions around her, she also knew that this Shopkeeper Qian's identity was extraordinary. Perhaps he was not someone that their Heavenly Sword sect could provoke. But she pretended not to know his identity and coldly questioned him. You! When Shopkeeper Qian heard Ling Jian's domineering words, the smile on his face instantly disappeared. He stared at Ling Jian with an embarrassed expression, his eyes flickering. Young lady, watch your words. Don't bring undeserved disaster to your Heavenly Sword sect. As he spoke, he slowly narrowed his eyes and coldly said, Ling Jian, Shopkeeper Qian is the person in charge of the world's third largest trading company, Flowing Sea region. You'd better be careful when you speak to Shopkeeper Qian. Don't think that just because your father broke through, he can do as he pleases and not put anyone in his eyes. Tang Feng took 2 steps closer to Shopkeeper Qian and coldly said, Humph. Ling Jian coldly snorted. Her expression was somewhat unsightly as she turned her face to the side. Manager Qian, I'm sorry. Our miss doesn't know your identity. Please forgive us for taking such a risk. The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect immediately walked over and said with an apologetic smile on his face, Your miss doesn't know how to be polite. Then teach her more. Manager Qian looked at the elder expressionlessly and said coldly, Yes, yes. The elder from the Heavenly Sword sect didn't dare to offend her and hurriedly said. He looked at Ling Jian indicating for her not to speak. Coming to the Heavenly Sword Lingyun conference is giving face to your Heavenly Sword sect. It's not appropriate for you to treat Miss Tang Ling and the others like this. As a fair and impartial person, you can just apologize to Miss Tang Ling and the others. Manager Qian stood there and said indifferently. He looked high and mighty with his head slightly raised. Even if this was the territory of the Sky Sword sect. However, with his background, he did have the qualifications. Manager Qian has stepped out to help Tang Ling and the rest. This time, that young man is going to apologize. That Wang Xian is really unlucky. With so many people protecting him, he still has to apologize. What bad luck. He deserves it. I think it would be best if he was killed. Humph. When the crowd heard Manager Qian's words, a smile appeared on their faces. Some of the young men wanted to kill this fellow who was loved by the 2 goddesses. Who do you think you are? Let me apologize to them. However, what shocked everyone was a cold voice. Wang Xian looked at Manager Qian who was standing there proudly. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. He glanced at the 2 underlings beside Manager Qian. They were only at the 2nd level of the see-through realm. Such strength was not weak in the demi-human graveyard, but it was definitely not invincible. Manager Qian dared to be so unbridled and did not put the Heaven Sword sect in his eyes. It was just his background. However, if he really provoked Wang Xian, so what if he killed him? Moreover, he would use his identity as the Nameless Sword Demon to kill him. No one would be able to find him. Therefore, Wang Xian wasn't afraid of Manager Qian at all. What? This? When Wang Xian had just finished speaking, everyone was slightly stunned. They looked at Wang Xian in disbelief. Even Long Xiaotian and the elder from the Heavenly Sword sect who were standing at the side opened their mouths slightly and looked at Wang Xian in astonishment. Hiss! Is this guy courting death with his strength? This is simply courting death. Does he not know the meaning of death? How dare he say that to Manager Qian? Who gave him the courage? When the crowd heard his words, they stared at Wang Xian with widened eyes and disgust in a low voice. Impudent. You're courting death. I think you're tired of living. Before Manager Qian could speak, Tang Feng, who was at the side, shouted angrily at Wang Xian with a face full of killing intent. You're courting death. How do you speak to Manager Qian like that? I think you don't want to live for even a second. When the few princes from the Guanglong dynasty heard Wang Xian's words, a hint of excitement flashed across their eyes. They immediately stood up and shouted. They glared at Wang Xian with eyes filled with killing intent. Haha, who do I think I am? Very good, very good. You are the first person who dares to speak to me like this since I came here. When Manager Qian heard Wang Xian's words, he suddenly burst into laughter. Kill him for me. All of a sudden, his laughter came to an abrupt end. He said those 5 words with a cold expression. Kill him. The 2 powerhouses standing beside him instantly emitted a violent, murderous aura. The strength of the second level of the see-through realm was directly emitted. With a move of their arms, a weapon appeared in their hands. They were ready to attack at any time. Even if it was the territory of the Heaven Sword sect, they didn't have any scruples. Seeing the 2 powerhouses beside Manager Qian suddenly preparing to attack, everyone around them changed their expressions slightly. All of you stop. Ling Jian'er's expression changed slightly. She quickly stood beside Wang Xian and stared at Manager Qian in embarrassment. There's no need. Wang Xian pulled her to the side and swept his gaze across Manager Qian and the 2 experts. He swept his gaze across the few princes of the Dragon Dynasty, Tang Feng, Tang Ling and the others. A hint of killing intent flashed across his eyes. Since this group of people was trying every means to deal with him tonight, he might as well kill his way back. At most, he would become wretched for the next period of time. Wang Xian, was really not afraid of anyone. A staff appeared in Zhang Fengying's hand. She did not speak, but she had already expressed her determination. Ren Xingchen narrowed his eyes slightly and fixed his gaze on shopkeeper Qian. Even Ling Jian'er's body shimmered with a metallic luster. Without the slightest hesitation, Manager Qian, please calm down. Please calm down. If there's anything that we need to settle in the future, please give our Heavenly Sword sect some face. The old man from the Heavenly Sword sect had a slight change of expression when he saw this scene. He quickly walked up to Manager Qian, cupped his fists, and said respectfully, "This." When the surrounding people saw that Wang Xian and the people beside him actually dared to confront Manager Qian, their expressions changed drastically. They hurriedly took a few steps back. They were really afraid of a direct fight. Manager Qian, please calm down. Let's have a good talk. Long Xiaotian, who was standing behind Wang Xian, took a few steps forward with a bitter look on his face. He bowed and lowered his posture. Eh? What's going on? At this moment, at the entrance of the back mountain, He Yuan, who was a little late, looked at the gathered people with a curious expression on his face. I don't know. There should be some kind of activity, right? Young Master He, let's go and take a look. A few experts from the Yen clan said with smiles on their faces. And let's go and take a look. I heard that Ling Jian'er from the Heavenly Sword sect is quite beautiful. She is a heroine among women. Let's go and get to know her. He Yuan nodded his head indifferently and walked forward. Haha. It's not that I don't want to give you guys face. It's that someone doesn't want to give me face. Before He Yuan walked in, a voice was heard, causing him to be slightly stunned. In the middle of the room, Manager Qian didn't even glance at the old man from the Heavenly Sword sect or Long Xiaotian. He stared coldly at Wang Xian and the rest. Let me tell you guys, now I will definitely kill this kid. Anyone who dares to help him will be considered an enemy of the 3rd trading company in the world. When the time comes, don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, his gaze swept across Ling Jian'er, Ren Xingchen, and Zhang Fengying. Finally, his gaze landed on Wang Xian. I just want you to apologize. You don't know what's good for you and dare to call me a nobody. Interesting, interesting. I hope you can still be arrogant in a while. Manager Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. His face was still full of smiles as he said faintly, Make your move. Anyone who dares to stop me Kill them all. Finally, he gave a loud shout and gave an order. How overbearing, how domineering. It's him who's courting death. He's trying to act cool in front of shopkeeper Qian. Damn it. This fellow is going to be finished. I hope that beauty Ling Jian and that beauty Zhang Fengying won't be irrational. Shopkeeper Qian isn't someone that Blood Flow Empire can compare to. To actually dare to scold him, he's simply courting death. The expressions of the surrounding people changed slightly when they saw this scene. The people who were surrounding them retreated once again. Don't make a move. Wang Xian swept a glance at Zhang Fengying, Ling Jian, Ren Xingxian, and the rest. His gaze was cold. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? Did he really think that his background was invincible and that others wouldn't dare to make a move? A terrifying aura emanated from his body as he slowly took a few steps forward. Miss. The old man from the Heavenly Sword Sect was also afraid that Ling Jian would make a move, so he instantly moved to her side. You reckless bastard, go. Bastard, how dare you attack Brother Wang Xian? I think you are the one who is courting death. Go. Under the command of Manager Qian, the 2 second-level insightful void martial artists shouted coldly and charged at Wang Xian with their weapons in hand. However, before they could say anything, a furious look came from behind them. Boom! 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 After they finished their words, 3 figures dashed out. 2 middle-aged men and an old man were the 3 strongest people of the Yen clan, the second-level insightful void martial artists. They dashed over without any hesitation and attacked the 2 men with their weapons. The powerful energy hacked forward directly. What? The expressions of the 2 second-level see-through void martial artists who had already rushed out changed drastically. When they saw the energy that was attacking them, their bodies trembled and they immediately deployed their defenses. This is the clan leader and elders of the Yen clan. The Yen clan has gone crazy. They actually dared to attack Manager Qian's men. This is crazy. What is the relationship between the Yen clan and Wang Xian? They actually attacked him directly. When the surrounding people saw the Yen clan's powerhouse who had suddenly charged out, their expressions changed drastically. Could it be that the Yen clan had gone crazy? They actually dared to attack Manager Qian's subordinate? Ha! Wang Xian, who was about to attack, was slightly stunned. He looked behind him. When he saw He Yuan, who had a cold expression, his eyes flickered and revealed a hint of a smile. At this moment, the surrounding people also realized the voice from earlier. Some of them noticed the young man behind them and quickly turned their heads to look. Arrogant and noble. The first time they saw the young man, these 2 words appeared in everyone's mind. He was dressed in a purple gown and had his head slightly raised, making him look extremely arrogant. He strolled over and swept a cold glance at Manager Qian. Then, he looked at the 2 second stage profound void martial stage powerhouses who were surrounded by the 3 powerhouses of the Yen clan. Who is he? Is he from the Yen clan? I don't think so. What is his identity? What is his relationship with Wang Xian? Everyone looked at this fair-skinned, handsome, and noble young man with astonishment. At this moment, Manager Qian was staring fixedly at He Yuan. Gradually, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. Brother Wang Xian, is this dog trying to kill you? He Yuan walked towards Wang Xian and came to his side. He turned around and asked Manager Qian directly. How about the people from the 3rd trading company in the world? Can you handle them? Wang Xian looked at him and asked with a smile on his face. Are they from the Chen family? If they are the core disciples of the few factions behind him, I might have to be wary of them. If they dare to provoke Brother Wang Xian, then kill them. He Yuan said to Wang Xian indifferently. All right, I'll make my move then. Wang Xian didn't hesitate at all. After confirming that He Yuan could handle it, he didn't hesitate at all. With a move of his palm, the lightning strike would appeared in his hand. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he placed the lightning strike wood on the ground. Terrifying thorns emerged from under Manager Qian's body in an instant. What, you? Manager Qian's expression changed drastically when he saw Wang Xian's sudden attack. He hurriedly wanted to flee into the distance. Humph! He Yuan looked at Manager Qian, who was dodging with disdain. In the next moment, the terrifying thorns covered his entire body. Waves of golden light lit up from his body. The defense of his armor was activated. Extremely hot water sea. Without any hesitation, Wang Xian unleashed his dual attribute combined attack. Don't kill me. No, young master he. No. Feeling another attack from Wang Xian, Manager Qian's face was filled with shock. He stared at He Yuan and shouted loudly. Boom. Just as he finished his sentence, the sound of an explosion was heard. Under the tearing of the thorns, his body sank into the ground. Stunned, everyone was stunned. Manager Qian was gone. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was gone just like that. He was crushed so forcefully that there wasn't even a corpse left. Just now, the invincible Manager Qian, who even the Heaven Sword sect was afraid of, was killed directly. This made everyone feel a little dazed. Their eyes were wide open and filled with shock. When Tang Linger, Tang Feng, Tang Yuan, and the rest saw the scene, they couldn't help but shiver. They looked at Wang Xian with a hint of fear in their eyes. It won't bring you any trouble, right? Wang Xian looked at He Yuan and kept the weapon in his hand into his interspatial ring. There's no trouble. I'll just kill this thing. He Yuan shook his head nonchalantly. You actually dared to kill young Master Qian. The three experts of the Yen clan who were at the second level of the see-through realm looked over. Their faces were filled with shock. They looked at Wang Xian and gritted their teeth as they spoke. Oh, that's right. The two of you should go back and tell your Chen clan that the bastard of your Chen clan has recklessly provoked my He Yuan's brother. Kill him immediately. If he dares to take revenge, let him come to the He clan. He Yuan looked at the 2nd rank profound void martial artists and said indifferently, then added, also, don't think about taking revenge. Otherwise, the Chen clan will be the unlucky one. He Yuan's expression was calm and composed. It was as if Manager Qian's death was like stepping on an ant. He didn't care about it at all. Cough, cough, cough. He clan. He Yuan. The 2nd rank profound void martial experts widened their eyes, and their pupils constricted slightly. The two of them looked at each other, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. Young Master He, I'm sorry. The two people's expressions were extremely unsightly, and they bowed to He Yuan. With a wave of their arms, they directly grabbed the spatial ring left behind by shopkeeper Qian after his death. Their bodies moved and they flew out. When they saw the 2 second-level profound void martial artists leaving, the surrounding people were stunned again. They actually left and even apologized. Oh my God, what is the identity of that young man? Manager Qian, kill him as you wish. That Wang Xian is also very fierce. He didn't hesitate at all. However, what is the identity of that young man called He Yuan? How dare he ignore the Qian family of the 3rd trading company in the world? Another young master with a terrifying identity. One by one, people with powerful forces came to help Wang Xian. Why is Wang Xian's network so terrifying? What is his identity exactly? Everyone around looked at the 2 young men who were chatting. Their eyes were filled with shock. Haha, brother Wang Xian, in the future, be it in the flowing sea region or the vast region, if anyone dares to provoke you, tell me. I will help you. Standing in front of Wang Xian, He Yuan patted his shoulder in a forthright manner. I will remember this favor. Thank you for today. Wang Xian smiled. If He Yuan was not around today, there might be some trouble. It's a small matter. It's only right for friends to help each other. Brother Wang Xian, are these 2 your female confidants? Awesome, awesome. He Yuan shook his head nonchalantly and said to Zhang Fengying and Ling Jianer. Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly. This is Zhang Fengying, my good friend. This is Ling Jianer. She is Miss Ling Jianer. I heard from Wang Xian that she is your neighbor. From the looks of it now. He Yuan looked at Ling Jianer in surprise. But with your strength, brother Wang Xian, you are a perfect match. I think so too. Ling Jianer smiled faintly at the side. Her words stunned He Yuan slightly. He then laughed out loud and gave Wang Xian a thumbs up. Awesome, awesome. All right. Why did you suddenly become so talkative? Wang Xian looked at He Yuan speechlessly and said with a smile. Isn't there a beauty beside you? He Yuan chuckled and was very easygoing. He Yuan was a favored son of heaven with a background. Very few people of the same age could get together with him. If it wasn't for the fact that he was stronger than him, he might have ignored Wang Xian at the beginning. However, although he was a little arrogant, he was still a good friend. However, looking at the group of people who were chatting around, everyone couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Everyone present wanted to know what kind of identity He Yuan had. What kind of relationship did Wang Xian have with the mysterious He Yuan? Why were they so familiar with him? Clan leader Yen, may I ask who that young master he is? Tang Feng and Tang Yuan looked at each other. Their faces were filled with fear. They couldn't help but come to the side of clan leader Yen and asked in a low voice. Even they wanted to curry favor with manager Qin, the person in charge of the third trading company in the world that even the entire blood flow empire feared. He had actually been directly killed, and when the 2-second stage insightful void realm experts of the World Trading Company heard He Yuan's words, they didn't pursue the matter in the slightest. They even directly left after apologizing. What sort of power was this? Only then could they directly kill manager Qin without the slightest care and not take it to heart? One of the top powers in the vast region. Clan leader Yen looked at Tang Feng and Tang Yuan's cautious expressions and replied with a faint smile. If they were to make a move today, it would bring great benefits to the Yen clan. In the future, all the powers in the Luhai region would know that they were related to the He clan in the vast region. This made the few people from the Yen clan extremely excited. One of the top forces? Tang Feng and Tang Yuan's pupils constricted slightly, looking at Wang Xian, who was chatting with He Yuan. Their expressions were extremely awkward. Let's go, we'll leave immediately. The two of them didn't hesitate at all. They pulled Tang Ling-er and walked out quickly. At this moment, Tang Ling-er didn't dare to say anything. Her eyes were filled with fear as she walked out. Even manager Qian was killed. If Wang Xian relied on that young man to kill her, what could the Bloodshed Empire do? Would they pretend that this didn't happen? The Bloodshed Empire was still far from the peak of strength in the vast region. The Luhai region was just a small third-rate region. As they watched the people of the Bloodshed Empire leave with their tails between their legs, the people around them were slightly dazed. In the end, Tang Ling-er, Tang Feng, and the rest still left with embarrassed expressions. This time, it wasn't only Ling Jian-er who embarrassed them. It was also that Wang Xian. Everyone realized that they couldn't provoke that Wang Xian. They definitely couldn't provoke him. Haha. Long Xiaotian, who was standing at the side where Wang Xian, He Yuan, and the rest were, grinned. He was roaring in his heart excitedly. Awesome! Awesome! He didn't expect He Yuan's identity to be so terrifying. In fact, he didn't expect any of the things that happened today. It was obvious that the mentor of the Divine Wind Academy who adored Wang Xian was an expert at the see-through level. Ling Jian-er, who confessed to Wang Xian, and He Yuan, who had a terrifying background. Each of their identities were extremely awesome, and their center was Wang Xian. Wang Xian is his brother Long Xiaotian. The thing that Long Xiaotian was most proud of was getting to know Wang Xian, his brother. Looking at the people in front of him who were more powerful than him, he was not the least bit depressed. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. Ling Jian-er was the daughter of the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect. In the future, her position could not even be compared to some princes of the Bloodshed Empire. Now, Ling Jian-er was pursuing Wang Xian. No, she had been rejected twice for pursuing Wang Xian. Dog-licking? Although this term was inappropriate, he was naturally very happy that the woman pursuing his brother was awesome. Not to mention He Yuan. Although he didn't know He Yuan's true background and He Yuan's attitude towards him wasn't as warm as when he was with Wang Xian, this was enough. Because he was Wang Xian's brother. Wang Xian had once said that he would help him obtain the throne. With his words, it was enough. Long Xiaotian was laughing foolishly. At the side, his brothers looked extremely embarrassed. The few of them sat at a table with embarrassed expressions. Their expressions kept changing. How is this possible? How is this possible? How did he know so many people with powerful backgrounds? Long Xiaoqian and the others' expressions kept changing and they all looked extremely embarrassed. He had originally wanted to use all sorts of methods to get rid of that young man, but he didn't expect that the other party had a force that was even more powerful than them. In fact, it was an existence that they looked up to. If he killed shopkeeper Qian without the slightest scruple, could he also kill them without the slightest scruple? Especially the 42nd prince. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He was the one who arranged the seduction incident. Now he was afraid that he would have to pay a heavy price after everything was exposed. It's okay. There's no need to be afraid. That Wang Xian is second brother's friend. Second brother will not let him attack us. Otherwise, father will have a problem with him. The 16th prince looked at his brothers with a gloomy face and said with a twinkle in his eyes, "That's right. He has a good relationship with second brother. He won't do anything harmful to us. Furthermore, all of our subordinates are outside the Heavenly Sword Sex Island. Now, second brother's influence is still not our match. We don't have to be afraid." As Long Xiaoqian spoke, his eyes revealed a helpless look. Now, the 5 of them had to work together to be able to deal with Long Xiaotian. What would they do in the future? When they truly inherited the crown prince's position and inherited the throne, they would be comparing their individual strength. It wasn't the time for them to work together. When that time came, what would they use to compare with Long Xiaotian? This caused their faces to reveal a bitter expression. There are still 7 months left. It's a bit too early to give up now. No one knows who will gain the power in the next 7 months. Humph. The 36th prince let out a cold snort, his eyes filled with an intense desire. That's right. There are still 7 months left. During this period, I don't believe that we cannot defeat second brother. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit as they slowly raised their wine cups and toasted each other. There were still 7 months left. Goddess Ling Jian, young master Wang. Young master He, second prince. In the center of the venue, people from various powers walked towards them in an attempt to curry favor with them. However, other than Long Xiaoyan's warm hospitality towards the people around him, He Yuan ignored them. Ling Jian only nodded her head indifferently and didn't pay too much attention to them. I will be returning to the Heavenly Sword Sect tomorrow. Where can I find you in the future? Ling Jian looked at Wang Xian and asked him directly. Go to the Dragon and Phoenix Empire. You will be able to find me there. Wang Xian smiled at her. Ling Jian nodded her head silently. Oh right, brother Wang Xian, I might be returning in a few days. When are you going to the vast region to play? Come and look for me there. The vast area is much bigger than the flowing sea area. It's also much more fun than here. He Yuan, who was at the side, said with a smile. I will go to the vast area. In 3 to 5 years at most, I will come and look for you. Wang Xian smiled and looked at He Yuan. He would go to the vast area. He was not the only one. When the time came, he would bring along the Dragon Palace and the Divine Dragon Clan, as well as the Dragon Phoenix Empire. When the time came, they would descend to the vast region in a powerful manner. The few of them chatted for more than an hour. At this moment, Long Xiaotian, who was standing at the side, suddenly took out his communication stone plate. When he saw the contents on it, his eyes flickered. He looked at Wang Xian, who was chatting with Zhang Fengying. After a moment of hesitation, he walked over. Brother Wang Xian, I've received news. As Long Xiaotian spoke, he handed over the communication stone plate in his hand for him to take a look. Is it outside? All right, get your men to prepare. I'll help you clear all the obstacles today. Wang Xian said with a smile. The framing today was definitely done by Long Xiaoyan's brothers. The assassins from a few days ago were also hired by them. If Wang Xian didn't make them experience despair, they would really think that they were easy to bully. All right, I'll contact them immediately. I'll give them a big gift today. Long Xiaoyan's eyes sparkled as a hint of excitement appeared on his face. Fengying, do me a favor. Wang Xian looked at Zhang Fengying at the side and asked her to help him get his 2 ferocious beasts over. Zhang Fengying nodded her head. Earlier, Wang Xian had already decided to let her leave the Divine Wind Academy. She hesitated for a moment before agreeing to it. As for what to do next, naturally, she would be with Wang Xian and leave this place when the time was right. Wang Xian gave her a drop of his blood. With Zhang Fengying's beast-taming ability, she could definitely bring Ling Zilin and the rest over. Zhang Fengying left while Ling Jian stayed by Wang Xian's side for 2 hours. After that, She left and gave a simple greeting to the surrounding forces. Brother Wang Xian, my men are ready. My brothers are leaving. Night had arrived. Long Xiaotian walked to his side and said softly, "Let's go. Let's go out with them."
Wang Xian nodded his head faintly and walked out. "All right, let's go."
He Yuan had already left ahead of time. There were also some people who left in the entire venue.
Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian walked out with smiles on their faces.
Brothers, I advise you to return to the imperial city. You are no match for me. Long Xiaotian looked at Long Xiaochen and the rest who were walking in front and said provocatively, "Humph." The 5 princes paused and turned their heads with cold expressions. Don't think that you can be so arrogant with the help of the people around you. Let me tell you, there are still 7 months left. It's uncertain who will win and who will lose. But we can guarantee that you will be very miserable.
On the island of the Heavenly Sword sect, the people who came here left one after another.
Long Xiaochen and the other princes of the Light Dragon dynasty stared at Long Xiaotian angrily.
Looking at his smug expression, they wanted to give him a good beating.
The second prince of the Light Dragon dynasty is too lucky. He knows Wang Xian. With that Wang Xian's strength and connections, it won't be easy for him to help Long Xiaotian inherit the throne. I guess Long Xiaotian's ability to obtain so many mounts is related to that Wang Xian. This year, I heard from the Yan clan that the He clan is the top clan in the vast region. Young master, he is a powerful beast tamer. That should be it. The other princes are too pitiful. What right do they have to compete with Long Xiaotian?
No one is helping them.
Before this, who knew that Wang Xian was so terrifying?
Ling Jian, Er's pursuit, young master He from the vast region, and even shopkeeper Qian were killed. The princes and princesses from the bloodshed empire left with their tails between their legs.
Some of them walked out as they watched Wang Xian and Long Xiaotian discussing softly.
This was especially so for Wang Xian. What happened today was too shocking for them.
The appearance of powerful figures one by one had a close relationship with him. Even the blood flow empire was smacked in the face. In the future, there would be very few who dared to provoke Wang Xian in the Luhai region. Everyone was envious that Long Xiaotian was able to befriend such a brother.
At the same time, sympathy appeared on the faces of Long Xiaochen and the rest.
When the princes heard the discussions around them, their faces turned dark and gloomy. Humph! Long Xiaochen and the rest took a glance at Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian. They snorted coldly and walked out in a huff.
Brothers, you have to pay attention to your safety in the future.
Long Xiaotian and Wang Xian looked at each other. A faint smile appeared in their eyes as they said provocatively. After saying that, the two of them followed behind the princes and walked out. Long Xiaochen and the rest paused for a moment. They did not say anything else with a gloomy face. Buzz, buzz.
After walking out of the island of the Heavenly Sword sect, the few of them moved and flew straight into the sky ahead.
In the sky in front of them, a group of over 1,000 people were waiting.
The leaders were 5 experts at the first level of the profound void stage.
These were all the forces of the 5 princes of Long Xiaochen. Initially, they were prepared to show off their forces today and wanted to recruit some subordinates. However, it seemed that it would be very difficult for them to recruit subordinates in the future. After all, Long Xiaotian was like the sun in the sky now. Actually, every prince of the Radiant Dragon Empire has quite a strong influence. However, the second prince met Wang Xian, and now his influence has completely surpassed theirs. I think it's very likely that Long Xiaotian will inherit the throne. Although their influence is not bad, the gap between them and the second prince is still a little big. That's hard to say. Now that the 5 princes have joined forces, Long Xiaotian is still not qualified to fight against them when the 5 of them join forces. Some of the forces that walked out from the surrounding looked at the subordinates of the princes in the sky and discussed in low voices with sparkling eyes.
Long Xiaochen and the others who flew to the side of the subordinates looked at Long Xiaotian.
Second brother, don't be complacent too early. There are still 7 months left. The winner and loser haven't been decided yet. Don't be too arrogant. Otherwise, the higher you fly, the harder you fall. As your elder brother, I also warn you to be careful in the future. The 5 princes stood side by side. They looked at Long Xiaotian coldly and warned him. Is that so?
Long Xiaotian narrowed his eyes slightly.
Long Xiaoqian and the rest of you, I want to ask you something.
At this moment, Wuxia looked at the five of them. It was you who hired an assassin organization to kill me a few days ago, right?
It's fine if you don't answer. It's because there's no one else besides you.
Also, the woman on the island of the Heavenly Sword sect was also arranged by you guys, right? He said faintly. Although he was asking them a question, he seemed to be stating a fact. When Long Xiaoqian and the rest heard Wang Xian's words, their expressions did not change at all.
Wang Xian, don't slander us. Don't think that we are afraid of you just because you have a lot of connections. In the upcoming competition for the throne, if you still want to stand on Long Xiaoqian's side, we are still enemies.
Long Xiaoqian and the rest stared at Wang Xian with dark faces as they spoke. Enemies?
Haha, after today, all of you will no longer have the right to be my enemies.
Long Xiaotian, who was standing at the side, suddenly laughed maniacally as he stared coldly at Long Xiaoqian and the rest.
Ha! Long Xiaoqian and the five princes were slightly stunned as they stared at Long Xiaotian in astonishment. Rip! There's a group of people flying over here.
So many mounts.
Those are Long Xiaotian's subordinates. What are they trying to do? They are no match for the five princes now. Is there going to be a fight? The group of people who had just walked out of the Heavenly Sword Sect's island looked at the nearly 300 or so mounts in front of them that were flying over with killing intent soaring into the sky. All of them had shocked expressions on their faces. What? Long Xiaoqian and the other princes were slightly shocked and quickly looked around. The subordinates behind them also looked around and saw a group of people riding their mounts and surrounding them. Their expressions changed slightly. At the same time, a hint of envy flashed in their eyes. If they had submitted to the second prince back then, they would also have a powerful mount. There were more than 300 people in the group, and nearly 300 of them were riding on mounts. Bai Qingshan and Elder Zhu stood in the center and rushed over in high spirits. Second prince, do you want to kill the enemy? The group of more than 300 people surrounded them. They stared at Long Xiaotian with fiery eyes and shouted loudly. Do you want to kill the enemy?
Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and violence.
If they succeeded today, they would be the trusted aides of the future king of the Light Dragon dynasty. Haha, good. Second brother, I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You want to destroy my subordinates just because you have so many people?
Long Xiaoqian and the other five swept their eyes over Long Xiaotian's subordinates, laughed loudly, and roared with ice-cold eyes. Long Xiaotian, I don't know if you're stupid or if you want to become the crown prince too much, but I like what you're doing. Long Xiaoqian licked his lips as his eyes sparkled.
The five princes had joined forces. With their current strength, they were not afraid of Long Xiaotian at all.
They were even looking for an opportunity for Long Xiaotian's subordinates to travel and were ready to make a move. What they didn't expect was that Long Xiaotian would actually send people over at this time to determine the winner with them.
They were more than happy to see such a situation.
Get ready.
Get rid of these arrogant fellows for me. What is this?
Is the competition for the position of the crown prince of the Dragon Dynasty going to be decided today?
Long Xiaotian actually sent all of his subordinates directly to compete with the other princes. Isn't he a little too hasty?
With his current strength, he can't crush them at all.
Isn't this a little stupid? When the surrounding people saw Long Xiaotian's subordinates surrounding them, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they stood by the side and watched. When some people saw this situation, they said in surprise. It was a little reckless to make a move at this time.
Moreover, judging from the strength of his subordinates, they weren't a match for the five princes at all.
Do you like it?
I said that I would help Brother Long Xiaotian take down the position of crown prince, and I will do it as I said.
Wang Xian looked at the ferocious and excited expressions of Long Xiaoqian and the rest, and a smile appeared on his face. Roar!
Roar!
Walala! However, just as Wang Xian finished speaking, two beast roars suddenly came from below.
Zhang Fengying's figure appeared. She moved and came to Wang Xian's side. She stood silently by the side. Eh?
Two ferocious beasts at the first level of the see-through realm suddenly flew out from the bottom of the sea, causing the expressions of Long Xiaoqian and the other princes to change slightly.
However, they did not panic. Hee for powerhouses at the first level of the see-through realm. Even you, Wang Xian, have the combat strength of the first level of the see-through realm. It's still not enough to deal with us. Long Xiaoqin and the other princes glanced at the group of people surrounding them and said coldly, "Kill the enemy." However, Long Xiaotian did not waste any time with them. He raised his hand and roared. Roar! 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 Roars came from everyone's mouths. Chirp! Chirp! After the roars, a different kind of chirping sound was heard. At the rear, more than 10 birds that were emitting light flew over. Every bird and beast was emitting a powerful aura, especially the one in the middle that was at the first level of the profound void tier. In the dark night, it was like a blazing sun. What? That's a flying dodo bird at the profound void tier. Hiss, a flying dodo bird at the profound void tier and more than 10 half-step profound void tier beasts. No wonder Long Xiaotian dared to show his cards at this time. With this strength, he can completely fight against the forces of the 5 princes. Those 2 middle-aged insightful Void Tier 1 middle-aged men and 3 ferocious beasts of insightful Void Tier 1 can definitely fight against the 5 insightful Void Tier experts beside the 5 princes. With the dodo birds and the subordinates riding on their mounts, the second prince has a high chance of winning this battle. When the surrounding people saw the dodo birds that suddenly appeared, their expressions changed slightly. Everyone had a look of amazement on their faces. Long Xiaoyan's forces, even if they did not rely on the Light Dragon dynasty, were still not to be ignored. Kill! Those who surrender will be spared your lives. Long Xiaotian roared. Kill! His subordinates and fierce beasts instantly moved and directly attacked the subordinates of the 5 princes. What? They did not allow Long Xiaoqin and the other princes to be shocked or have any time to think. They attacked them one by one. Face the enemy! Long Xiaoqin and the other 3 princes roared with ugly expressions. They moved and retreated to the side. They are fighting. They are fighting right now. The competition between the princes of the Light Dragon dynasty is very cruel. The eyes of the surrounding people flickered when they saw the battle between thousands of people. Damn it! Damn it! How could Long Xiaotian have so many fierce beasts? At this moment, the 5 princes who flew to the side watched the battle with unsightly expressions. If it weren't for that flock of dodos, their strength would definitely be stronger than Long Xiaoyan's. However, the appearance of the dodos made their subordinates completely unable to match them. Those were more than 10 half-step void interpretation fierce beasts. Chirp, chirp. How could this be? How could this be? Su Wenling looked at the dodo bird that was attacking him. His face was filled with cold sweat. He never expected that the current second prince would be so powerful that he could fight against 5 of them alone. Furthermore, he could completely suppress them. A strong sense of regret surged into his heart. If he wasn't jealous of Wang Xian back then, if he had submitted to the second prince back then, he might be riding a half-step void interpretation beast now. In the future, he would also become the king's trusted aide. Now he regretted it. Looking at the beast in front of him, he immediately braced himself. With an ugly expression, he gritted his teeth and responded. There are more half-step void interpretation experts at the second prince's side. The victor has already been decided. I really didn't expect that the position of the crown prince of the Light Dragon dynasty would last for another 7 months. I didn't expect it to be decided now. Looking at the battle in front of the island, everyone sighed. Long Xiaotian, I'll go teach your brothers a lesson. Wang Xian took a glance at the battlefield and said to Long Xiaotian with a smile. He then looked at Long Xiaoqin and the rest. Brother Wang Xian. As long as their lives are not harmed. Long Xiaotian hesitated for a moment before saying with a smile. Don't worry. They are your brothers after all. Wang Xian revealed a faint smile. With a move of his arm, the lightning strike would appeared in his hand. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Long Xiaoqin and the rest. What are you going to do? When the 42nd prince saw Wang Xian looking at them with a hostile gaze, his expression changed slightly. He stared at Wang Xian with his eyes wide open. The rest of the princes also turned their heads to look at Wang Xian with uncertain expressions. You guys are making me very unhappy. Of course, I will teach you guys a lesson. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he walked over slowly. You! Long Xiaoqian stared at Wang Xian with uncertain expressions. His gaze swept across Long Xiaodian, who was behind him. Brothers, don't worry. Brother Wang Xian will not take your lives. Don't look at me. It's useless even if you look at me. Who asked you to make Brother Wang Xian unhappy? As Long Xiaotian spoke, a faint smile appeared on his face. HMPH Wang Xian, don't think that just because you have an extraordinary status, you don't put everyone in your eyes. I, Long Xiaoqian, am a heaven's favorite. Do you really think that I'm afraid of you? Long Xiaoqian snorted coldly when he heard Long Xiaoyan's words. He stared at Wang Xian coldly. Heaven's pride. The corners of Wang Xian's mouth curled into a mocking smile. He was merely a heaven's pride who was ranked 7th. Whoosh! 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 He moved his arm and a thick and heavy thorn went straight for them. You're courting death. The expressions of the 5 of them changed drastically. They immediately picked up the weapons in their hands and slashed at the thorn. However, what frightened them was that their attacks did not have any effect when they landed on the thorn. Ah! The few of them let out a blood-curdling scream as their bodies struggled violently. Pa 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 pa. However, very soon, the sound of a face smacking was heard. The brambles were flung directly onto their faces, appearing exceptionally eye-catching in the night sky. Pa pa pa. You! Crisp sounds and sounds of pain rang out in front of the Heavenly Sword Sex Island. Everyone looked at this scene in a daze. The 5 princes of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty, the princes with noble statuses, ended up letting out miserable cries here. I'm afraid only Wang Xian would dare to slap the faces of the 5 princes of the Radiant Dragon Dynasty in front of everyone. The winner has been announced. The crown prince position of the Radiant Dragon Empire will be inherited by the 2nd prince. Even if the Radiant Dragon Empire knew that the 5 princes were beaten, they wouldn't say anything. This Wang Xian's strength is really terrifying. Long Xiaoqian is ranked 7th on the prodigy roll. Wang Xian has the strength of at least the 1st level of the see-through realm. There are so many monstrous prodigies on our side this year. Nameless Sword Demon, Ling Jian, and Ren Xingxian all have the combat strength of the see-through realm. Now, there's also that Zhang Fengying Wang Xian. There are a total of 5 monstrous prodigies who are comparable to the see-through realm. There are so many Heaven's favorites. There is always another mountain higher. This year's Heaven's favorites ranking is considered to be a more dazzling one. When the crowd saw Wang Xian easily slapping the 5 princes of the Radiant Dragon Empire, they sighed and thought of the Heaven's favorites today. They all felt as if they were born at the wrong time. There were a total of 5 monstrous Heaven's favorites this year. If Qian Yi was included, there were a total of 6. In the past, it was rare for anyone under the age of 50 to have the strength of the insightful void tier. However, there were 6 this year. What everyone did not know was that the 6 Heaven's favorites who had the strength of the 1st level of the insightful void tier were related to Wang Xian. The nameless sword demon was Wang Xian. Qian Yi was killed by Wang Xian. Ren Xingxian was saved twice by Wang Xian. Furthermore, Wang Xian was the one who gave him the golden water sword principle. Ling Jian'er was also saved twice by Wang Xian. As for Zhang Fengying, there was no need to mention that her bloodline and beast taming techniques came from Wang Xian. Come to think of it, these freaks were all caused by Wang Xian. If the people in the tomb of the human and demon knew about this, they would definitely be in an uproar. We surrender. I surrender. I surrender. At this moment, the terrified voices of the 5 princes' subordinates could be heard. Wang Xian, who was slapping his face, looked towards the battlefield. A smile appeared on his face. With a wave of his arm, the thorns in his hand disappeared. Haha, a wise choice. All of you are from the Guanglong dynasty in the future. There is no need to fight to the death. If all of you are willing to join my Long Xiaoyan subordinates, I will welcome all of you here. As long as all of you are loyal in the future, I will definitely not mistreat each and every one of you. Long Xiaotian saw that his brother's subordinates had surrendered and laughed loudly. He floated in the sky and roared in high spirits. Following Long Xiaotian's words, everyone stopped. The subordinates of the 5 princes floated in the sky with extremely ugly expressions. They were completely no match for the other party.
Even if they had a huge advantage in numbers, the gap was too big in front of a top-tier power.
Especially those 10 or so half-step void interpretation flying birds. They were completely killing machines. How could this be?
Long Xiaoqian and the others clenched their fists tightly when they saw this scene. Their scarred faces were filled with malevolence and powerlessness. They had lost, completely and utterly lost. They still wanted to think of a way to completely defeat Long Xiaotian in the next 7 months. But now they had lost. They had lost so completely that the power of 5 people was not as strong as one person. Who? The 5 of them looked at each other, their faces ashen as they flew towards the direction of the Light Dragon Dynasty's island. Today's battle had completely disqualified them from continuing the game.
There was no need for them to continue. They could already return to the Imperial City.
Unless they were like the 8th prince, risking their lives to fight. But now, it seemed that even if they were to risk their lives to fight, there was only a 1% chance of defeating the 2nd prince.
After today, Long Xiaoyan's forces would become stronger and stronger. When everyone around saw this scene, they looked at the 2nd prince who was in high spirits. Their eyes sparkled.
There was an 80% to 90% chance that the king of the Dragon Dynasty would be the 2nd prince in the future. Let's go.
Wang Xian looked at Long Xiaotian and revealed a smile on his face. After greeting him, he looked at Zhang Fengying and the 2 of them flew towards their residence. What have you been doing in the demi-human graveyard?
Picking up girls.
When they arrived at Wang Xian's residence, Zhang Fengying looked at the courtyard and asked Wang Xian.
I'm here to gain experience and improve my strength. How would I have the time to pick up girls? Wang Xian shook his head speechlessly. Next, I'm going to upgrade my level to the insightful void stage before leaving. Why don't you go to the Divine Wind Academy and follow me to the Blood Refinement Ground in a few days?
All right.
Zhang Fengying nodded. In the next few days, Wang Xian, He Yuan, Long Xiaotian, and the rest played around for a few days. A few days later, He Yuan left. Long Xiaotian, who had basically secured his position as the crown prince, led his subordinates to the Huiguang Dragon Dynasty to settle some matters. He would return in a month. Wang Xian brought Zhang Fengying directly into the Blood Refinement Ground and began to hunt and devour crazily.
For the next 3 months or so, they stayed in the Blood Refinement Ground.
They killed more than 10,000 ferocious beasts.
Name, Wang Xian.
Race. 5 elements Divine Dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level Extraordinary Level 9. Dragon Crystal. 717640000000000.
Supernatural ability. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than their own level.
Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine Dragon Transformation.
Ability. Fire dragon's flame, gold splits the void, wood world descends, water threatens the city, fury of the earth, soul capture, spirit possession, light and dark fire dragon eyes, light and dark void, light and dark shadowless, earth dragon shield. Light and dark, divine dragon's fire tail.
Water spirit, fire territory, water and wood healing, gold spirit tree demon, gold and fire cleansing, war of the earth.
Dragon Palace, level 3.
Dragon Palace members, 3,366. I'm still short of nearly 300 million dragon crystals. 3 months had passed, and Wang Xian was still short of nearly 300 million dragon crystals to level up. 300 million was not a lot, but it was definitely not a small amount. In the past 3 months, I've basically gone to all the places that I can go to in the Blood Refinement Ground. I've even killed hundreds of demonic beasts. It's going to be difficult to continue to obtain spiritual essence and blood. Riding on the demonic Qilin, Wang Xian frowned slightly.
Beside him, Zhang Fengying was also riding on a demonic Qilin. This was another demonic beast that they had tamed in the past 2 months. Let's go to the main hall and take a look.
Wang Xian thought to himself. Wang Xian had already wreaked havoc in the 4 major areas of the Human Demon Graveyard. The Heaven's Pride Stage, the Training Ground, and the Blood Refinement Ground. Only the most dangerous area of the Tomb of the Human Demon race had not been visited by the main hall. The main hall was the stage for the insightful emptiness realm experts. It was very difficult to survive there without reaching the insightful emptiness realm. Be careful. After resting for 2 days in the demi-human graveyard, Zhang Fengying walked him to the entrance and said to him, "Don't worry. Information cannot be spread in the main hall. I might be staying there for a period of time. Don't worry, I will be fine." Wang Xian waved his hand at Zhang Fengying and flew towards the main hall. The main hall was once the core of the Bloodstream sect. It was the starting point of the Bloodstream sect's treasure trove, herb garden, and spirit stone lode. It was also the training ground for the sect leader and the elders. The main hall was the only intact building in the tomb of the demi-human. It was covered by a powerful array formation. It covered an area of about 100 kilometers. The most precious place inside was the various training rooms. As the main hall, the cultivation rooms inside were more than 10 times the size of the outside world. There were also cultivation rooms of various attributes which corresponded to cultivation, increasing the speed of cultivation even faster. Besides these cultivation rooms, there were also many treasures in the main hall, such as spirit grass, weapons, spirit liquid, and essence blood. However, the Bloodstream sect's beast garden used to be next to the medicinal garden. After the Bloodstream sect had an accident, these fierce beasts had rushed out. They had swallowed a large amount of spiritual herbs and evolved. Now, these fierce beasts were the most common in the main hall. Fierce beasts liked to stay in places with abundant spiritual energy, which resulted in many treasure lands being occupied by fierce beasts. And if humans and demonic beasts wanted to cultivate in the cultivation room, they had to first kill the fierce beasts. If they wanted to obtain some treasures, they had to first subdue the fierce beasts. However, the beasts inside were once kept by the Bloodstream sect, and each of them had a bloodline level that was not lower than the Profound Void tier. There were even 6th-level Profound Void tier beasts, which resulted in many 6th-level Profound Void tier beasts in the main hall. These beasts were inside, which resulted in even the strongest experts in the Flowing Sea region had to be careful when entering. Demon Soul, you said that the place where you obtained the 5-elemental spirit pearl is in a mysterious cultivation room. It contains the energy of the 5 elements. Are you serious? Wang Xian rode on the Demon Soul and wore a mask on his face. He headed towards the main hall as the Nameless Sword Demon. My king, how could I lie to you? Back then, my strength was only at level 9 of the supernatural realm. In order to pursue a powerful strength, I entered the tomb of the demi-human and coincidentally entered a cultivation room. There was a passageway in that cultivation room. After walking for dozens of kilometers, I came to an underground space. I obtained the 5-elemental spirit pearl from there. Moreover, that place was enveloped by a terrifying array formation. The 5-elemental energy was raging inside. It was extremely terrifying and I was too weak back then. After obtaining the 5-elemental spirit pearl, I left immediately. After that, I went into seclusion and broke through to the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage. I never had the chance to go there again, the Demon Soul said respectfully to Wang Xian. The main purpose of Wang Xian's visit to the main hall was to listen to the Demon Soul talk about this space a month ago. Due to the 5-elemental spirit pearl, the Demon Soul was able to reach the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage in less than 50 years. That space contained a majestic energy of the 5 elements. If what it said was true, Wang Xian's cultivation inside was at least dozens of times that of the outside world. Let's go. Increase the speed. Wang Xian nodded silently and said to the Demon Soul, Yes, King. The Demon Soul's body shook as it flew rapidly in the sky of the human-demon graveyard. That is the Nameless Sword Demon riding on the demon scale. It's him. The Nameless Sword Demon has appeared again. Where's he going? In the human-demon graveyard, when people saw the Demon Soul flying in the sky, they were all shocked. There was only one person in the entire demi-human graveyard who was riding on a demon-scale demon beast, and that person was the Nameless Sword Demon. After the 5 sword demons disappeared for a few months, they reappeared. It was an incomparably huge building complex. Compared to the Prodigy stage and the training grounds, this was the largest and most complete building complex in the demi-human graveyard. A building that was about 2,000 meters tall and reached into the clouds stood in the center. From afar, one could see the words, Main Hall of the Bloodstream Sect. It was emitting a terrifying power.
A terrifying formation enveloped it.
Similar to other places, half of the main hall was on land and the other half was in the ocean.
That's the Nameless Sword Demon.
The Nameless Sword Demon is also in the main hall? When Wang Xian arrived at the entrance of the main hall, the 5 or 6 insightful void martial arts practitioners at the entrance looked over. The demi-human graveyard was the center of the flowing sea region. There were at least a few thousand insightful emptiness realm experts active in the surroundings.
Among them, 70% of the insightful emptiness realm experts were in the main hall.
If he was lucky, he might be able to obtain the inheritance of the ancient Bloodstream sect.
The founders of the Bloodstream Empire and the Bloodstream sect had established their empire and sect because they obtained powerful treasures in the main hall of the Bloodstream sect.
Let's go. Wang Xian glanced at the few people at the entrance and entered directly from the entrance. The moment he stepped into the main hall, Wang Xian could clearly sense that the spiritual energy was several times stronger than the outside. The entrance was a corridor that was only about 20 meters long. After walking through the corridor, there were 3 intersections. In front of them were all kinds of buildings.
The buildings inside were slightly damaged. It was obvious that a powerful battle had occurred here. Can you find the entrance to that place from here?
Wang Xian asked the demon soul. No, we have to head towards the sea of demonic beasts. Once we reach the sea, I should be able to find the place, the demon soul said to Wang Xian.
Yes, all right.
Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes flashed with a demonic look as he swept his gaze forward.
There were buildings and powerful formations all around him. His light dark fire dragon eyes could not penetrate through this place at all.
I knew it. My strength is still too weak.
The light dark fire dragon eyes were not omnipotent. The powerful energy could not penetrate through it at all.
Shrink your body a little.
Wang Xian jumped down from the demon soul and spoke to it. Then he dashed straight ahead.
He looked around vigilantly. He had just entered the outer area. Other than encountering 2 insightful void martial artists, there was no danger.
The 2 insightful void martial artists who met Wang Xian looked at him vigilantly and left hurriedly.
The main hall was filled with dangers. It was very common to kill and rob people. One couldn't trust anyone here. Wang Xian steered forward. The surroundings were deathly silent. Wang Xian restrained his voice and proceeded forward carefully. The spiritual energy over there is so abundant. After walking for more than 10 kilometers, Wang Xian suddenly sensed an even stronger spiritual energy fluctuation from a room. He hesitated for a moment and flew towards that direction. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. However, before he could get close, 3 terrifying attacks were launched at him. Each attack was unleashed by at least a second-level void interpretation expert. This caused Wang Xian's expression to change slightly. Boom, boom, boom. 3 spirits battle armor. Wang Xian moved his body after the sudden attack. His body was instantly covered with a layer of powerful defense.
The attack landed on his body but was easily blocked by the 3 spirits' battle armor. Wang Xian looked at the 2 middle-aged men in front of him with a cold gaze.
Nameless Sword Demon?
The few of them looked at Wang Xian with a hint of surprise in their eyes. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. Isn't it a little inappropriate for you to attack us directly like this?
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes. Kiki, kid, don't you know that in the main hall, don't barge into every place with abundant spiritual energy?
Be careful, you won't be able to get out once you enter.
A middle-aged man revealed a smile as he stared at Wang Xian with his sinister eyes.
Wang Xian raised his eyebrows as he swept his gaze across the 3 of them. He snorted softly before turning around and leaving.
Should we make a move? Forget it. This nameless sword demon's strength is extremely terrifying when he is at the 2nd level of the see-through realm. The pet beside him is not simple either. After receiving the spiritual energy from the Heaven's Pride Bridge, his strength is much stronger than before. Don't take any risks. The 3 of them looked at Wang Xian's figure as their eyes sparkled as they watched him leave.
This place can only be said to be the periphery of the main hall. Yet, there are so many strong people here. Furthermore, they attacked without saying a word. How cruel.
Wang Xian left the place where he was earlier and scanned his surroundings. In some of the intact houses, the spiritual energy contained in them was obviously much denser than in the surroundings. It was even several times denser than the surrounding area.
Clearly, there was a formation in there.
These houses and buildings used to be the place where the experts of the bloodstream sect lived and cultivated. Now, some of the experts were occupying this place to cultivate. If they were to barge in recklessly, it was very likely that they would be attacked by their opponents. I should go straight to the place where the demon soul is, Wang Xian thought to himself. He did not enter the surrounding buildings. Instead, he shuttled through the main hall and walked towards the interior. Roar! Roar! Roar!
Walking in the main hall, Wang Xian could hear the roars of ferocious beasts coming from not far away.
The closer he got to the center, the louder the roars of ferocious beasts became. This should be the spiritual herb garden of the ancient bloodstream sect. It's a pity that all of them have been destroyed by ferocious beasts.
Wang Xian looked at a territory that was 1,000 meters long and 7,000 to 8,000 meters wide in front of him. He moved his body and continued flying forward.
The main hall of the bloodstream sect.
He carefully arrived at the central area. Wang Xian looked at the 2,000-meter-tall main hall of the bloodstream sect.
It covered an area of about 5 kilometers. The entire building looked extremely majestic.
Even the Dragon Palace could not compare to it.
The entire main hall contained a terrifying energy. It had been standing there for at least 4,000 to 5,000 years.
Half of the main hall was on land and the other half was on the ocean.
It was not easy to build the same building as dozens of cities.
The main hall had a total of 21 floors. The former leader of the bloodstream sect was on the top floor, overlooking the entire flowing sea area.
The two vice leaders were on the 19th and 20th floors.
The first floor of the 18 floors below was the parliament area, while the other 17 floors were the land of the 17 elders. Currently, many places in the main hall were occupied by ferocious beasts. There were also many buildings around the main hall. Every building was a paradise for the insightful emptiness realm experts.
King, we need to pass through the first floor and reach the demonic beast area on the opposite side. The demon soul looked at the main hall in front and said to Wang Xian, "Okay, let's go."
Wang Xian nodded his head and walked towards the entrance of the first level of the main hall.
Eh? Suddenly, Wang Xian, who was traveling, raised his eyebrows. His eyes flashed with a cold expression. 2 are at the second level of the void interpretation stage, 3 are at the first level of the void interpretation stage, and there's also a formation. He thought to himself. He did not stop at all. Kill!
The moment Wang Xian got close to him, numerous attacks were launched at him.
This time it was a blatant act of killing and robbing. Kill! When Wang Xian saw his opponent's outburst, he didn't hesitate at all. His body shook and a powerful aura was emitted. He used all his strength and attacked straight ahead. Roar! How dare you ambush us?
Die! The demon soul roared and his body immediately turned into about 7 to 8 meters. His huge body pounced straight ahead.
Boom! It's the nameless sword demon. Don't be afraid. Activate the trapping formation.
A calm voice came from the side. When they saw Wang Xian react, they didn't panic at all.
With a shake of his arm, the formation compass was activated. The green trapping formation covered Wang Xian directly. A third-level void interpretation formation? Wang Xian looked at the trapping formation with a smile in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he charged towards the 3 of them. Go to hell!
When the 3 of them saw that the formation was activated, they raised their weapons and knives and slashed towards Wang Xian and the demon soul.
You want to ambush me?
You don't know what's good for you.
Wang Xian waved his arm and a stream of golden energy was released to block the 2 of them who were attacking him. Golden fire cleansing. His body shook and he easily passed through the trapping formation. His supernatural ability, golden fire cleansing, was used to attack the front. What? When the 3 people who were lying in ambush saw Wang Xian charging out of the trap formation, they were stunned.
When the expert at the first level of the see-through realm saw the divine ability that was attacking him, he was shocked.
Dharma idol. Ancient mountain guardian, he quickly shouted in fear. An ancient mountain immediately enveloped him. Boom, boom, boom. However, at the moment when the ancient mountain was protecting him, the attack that was washed away by the golden flames had already landed on his body.
The powerful supernatural ability and the crushing power.
It caused the ancient mountain to collapse rapidly. No, save me.
The first level of the see-through realm expert was filled with horror as he shouted in horror. Gold crack void.
Star explosion. However, Wang Xian did not give the other two any chance. The powerful attack directly attacked the other two. Oh no! He can actually pass through the trapping formation. The other two experts at the second level of the see-through realm had a drastic change in expression. They quickly resisted.
Ah!
However, when they were resisting Wang Xian's defense, the other one at the first level of the see-through realm was killed on the spot. Guilt Gold Sword Pursuit.
Fire penetrates gold.
Fire territory.
Following that, Wang Xian did not stop for even a second. He combined his supernatural power and 3 attributes to attack the other two.
Each attack was able to kill a terrifying attack of a second-level insightful void martial artist without stopping for even a second. This caused the other two second-level insightful void martial artists to be overwhelmed with horror. Their eyes were filled with horror.
Was this nameless sword demon so terrifying?
Dharma Idol. Freeze thousands of miles.
Dharma Idol, heaven-turning water.
The two of them gritted their teeth. Their bodies trembled in fear.
Wang Xian's attack was too terrifying. The first attack could kill a second-level insightful void martial artist. There was no room for them to engage in a battle.
Boom, boom,
boom.
The collision between the Dharma Idol and the supernatural power. When Wang Xian's attack clashed with the Dharma Idol, the two terrifying energies exploded at the entrance of the main hall. The Dharma Idol and the supernatural power slowly collapsed under the collision. What? The two powerhouses at the second level of the see-through realm were horrified when they saw the Dharma Idol collapsing. Run! The two of them did not hesitate at all. They turned around and fled into the distance. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. When he saw the two of them fleeing directly into the main hall, his eyes were filled with coldness.
He looked at the arm of the first-level insightful void martial artist. With a wave of his arm, he kept it into his interspatial ring.
Looking at the interspatial ring on his body, Wang Xian's eyes flickered. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. Following that, Wang Xian went to the side and kept the formation compass. The demon souls trapped inside came out. This bunch of damned fellows are too despicable.
The demon souls that came out of the formation roared furiously.
You enter the spirit storage bag first.
Wang Xian kept the demon souls into the spirit storage bag. He looked at the first level of the main hall and narrowed his eyes. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He used the formation of the third level of the void interpretation stage to trap and kill. If it was an ordinary powerhouse below the third level of the void interpretation stage, 80% of them would be killed immediately.
If it wasn't for the fact that he could ignore the formation, he would have to use all his strength to break the formation.
Nameless Sword Demon.
When he entered the first level of the main hall, he sensed dozens of people looking at him.
Some of them were cultivating with their legs crossed while others were conversing with each other.
Everyone knew about the battle at the entrance. When they looked at Wang Xian, some of them had a glint in their eyes. There was fear and surprise. Wang Xian looked at the huge hall. There were about 40 to 50 people on the first level of the main hall. The weakest among them was at the first level of the see-through void stage. There was a group of demonic beasts more than 4 kilometers away from the main hall. There were about 60 to 70 of them. The two parties did not interfere with each other.
The spiritual energy in the main hall was 7 to 8 times more than in the outside world. The density of the spiritual energy was so dense that even a see-through realm expert would be sitting cross-legged and cultivating here. The 3 people from the Frost sect ambushed him and did not kill him. On the contrary, one of them was killed. His strength is really strong. The 3 people from the Frost sect are really unlucky. However, this nameless sword demon is really not simple.
Some insightful emptiness realm experts were discussing in a low voice. Wang Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the 2 people who ambushed him earlier.
The two of them stood in the middle of a level 4 formation of the insightful emptiness realm. They stared at Wang Xian in embarrassment. In fact, in the main hall, everyone was standing inside the formation. Even the demonic beasts on the opposite side were the same. The formation was to protect themselves and prevent the surrounding people from launching an attack in an instant. It was also to prevent any demonic beasts or human experts from charging over and killing them directly. Humph! Seeing Wang Xian staring at them, the two experts from the cold sect snorted coldly with an embarrassed expression. They sat down cross-legged and began to recover. They didn't want to fight to the death with Wang Xian, nor did they want to create a bigger enmity with him. In the main hall, it was the best choice to kill the other party. If they couldn't kill him, then they would end it here. Wang Xian looked at the position opposite him. The demonic beasts didn't even look in his direction. Some of the demonic beasts looked at the stairs above, and their eyes were filled with passion. Stairway to heaven, he murmured. The first floor of the main hall was where the spiritual energy was the weakest. With each floor higher, the spiritual energy was much higher. When one reached the 21st floor, the spiritual energy on it was like liquid. Every floor higher was called the stairway to heaven. Only by reaching the top could one obtain some treasures and inheritances left behind by the ancient bloodstream sect. However, if one wanted to reach a higher level, one had to possess at least the strength of the second level of the see-through realm. Even the second level of the see-through realm was very difficult to reach. Wang Xian swept his gaze around and ignored them. He turned around and left. I'm still too weak here. Unless I can completely grasp the combination of 4 attributes, I even need to comprehend the combination of 5 attributes. Wang Xian thought to himself. The two people who ambushed him earlier could definitely enter their formation and kill them with his strength. However, he didn't do so. He would only start to wreak havoc when he was strong enough. For now, he had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he might be targeted by the others. With this thought in mind, he walked out of the main hall and headed towards the direction of the demonic beasts. Although the light and dark fire dragon eyes were greatly restricted, it was still much more powerful than the other scouts. The demonic soul has entered the territory of your demonic beasts. After entering the ocean, Wang Xian looked at the seawater in front of him and released the demonic soul from his storage bag. Wang, I've been to this place before. I know where it is. The demonic soul looked around and said to Wang Xian, All right, let's go. Wang Xian's eyes were filled with joy as he quickly said to it, Yes. The demon soul nodded and flew straight to the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, there were many huge buildings. Compared to the buildings of humans, the buildings at the bottom of the sea looked even bigger. The black buildings exuded a wild aura. There's a ferocious beast at the second level of the see-through realm ahead. After driving for 5 minutes, Wang Xian suddenly discovered a ferocious beast hiding beside a building at the bottom of the sea. My king, the number of ferocious beasts on the demonic beast side is much more than the human side. Last time, I was chased by a ferocious beast and accidentally entered that place, the demon soul said to Wang Xian. Okay. Wang Xian nodded his head. His eyes flickered. Let's speed up. As he said that, his body underwent a terrifying transformation. A divine dragon that was 30 to 40 meters in size appeared directly at the bottom of the sea. The huge dragon aura was directed towards the lurking ferocious beast. Roar! When the ferocious beast saw that Wang Xian had suddenly turned into a terrifying monster, its eyes were filled with astonishment. Die! However, Wang Xian didn't give it any chance. His huge body moved and his terrifying dragon claws clawed at the ferocious beast. Bang! The ferocious beast released a huge water cannon in anger. When it saw that it was useless, panic appeared in its eyes. Roar! Roar! A miserable scream was heard. Wang Xian opened his huge mouth and swallowed the beast. Wang Xian, who was in the form of a divine dragon, could easily kill a powerhouse at level 2 of the see-through realm. Even if he was at level 3 of the see-through realm, he could still kill him. Let's go! Wang Xian shouted softly and let the demon soul lead the way. It's the king! The demon soul looked at Wang Xian's true form with respect in his eyes and immediately led the way. Wang Xian did not revert to his human form. The divine dragon was also known as the demon beast clan in the past. but because it was too powerful it was called the Dragon God Clan alone. Eh?
What kind of ferocious beast is that?
What a huge body.
What a terrifying figure.
Be careful. It might be someone who ran out from the main hall. He must be at least at level 3 of the void interpretation stage.
In the main hall, in the sea of the demonic beast clan, some of the demonic beasts were shocked when they saw Wang Xian speeding away. The third level of the see-through realm was considered a top-notch expert in the human-demon graveyard.
No one would attack such an expert recklessly.
Wang, we're here. It's the building in front of us.
When they were about 10 kilometers away, the demon's soul stared at a demonic beast that was only 200 to 300 meters in size.
Over there? Wang Xian looked over and flew down directly.
There are demonic beasts inside.
When Wang Xian got closer, he sensed that there were demonic beasts inside. His body moved and he flew straight in with his demonic soul. Roar! Roar! Before he got close, 2 demonic Chilan demonic beasts came out from inside. They were 6 to 7 meters in size and their bodies were emitting light like flames. Not good. When they saw Wang Xian flying over, the 2 demonic Chilan demonic beasts didn't hesitate at all and fled into the distance. Die! Without Wang Xian taking action, the demonic souls at the side launched a fatal attack. What?
Sir, why are you attacking us?
We are of the same race, you. The 2 demonic beasts saw the demonic souls suddenly taking action, and their eyes revealed fear as they roared loudly. Roar! Roar! However, before they could finish their words, the attacks landed on them.
Wang Xian waved his dragon claw and kept the corpses of the 2 demonic beasts into his interspatial ring.
Go in! Wang Xian swayed his body and entered the cave directly. The spiritual energy in the cave was more abundant than in the outside world. He looked around and didn't find any entrance. Wang, the entrance is here. It's very secretive. I entered it by chance back then. The demonic Lin entered the dimension-sundering cave and came to a corner. Ha! Wang Xian looked over with his dragon eyes and didn't find anything strange.
Buzz buzz buzz.
Following that, under his astonished gaze, the demonic soul attacked that direction heavily. His front hooves sank into it directly. Roar! It let out a cry and drilled its head into it directly. Wang Xian followed closely behind and drilled into the ground. As soon as he entered, a chaotic aura rushed over.
It's really magical.
Wang Xian turned his head around and realized that the place where they had entered was already sealed. They were in a long passageway. Wang, the energy here is very chaotic, especially in that place. The energy of the 5 attributes is filled. It's impossible to cultivate in there. It's very uncomfortable to stay in there. Yao Lin walked in front and spoke to Wang Xian with an unpleasant expression.
Increase the speed.
At this moment, Wang Xian's huge dragon eyes were emitting a scorching glow. The 5 elements' origin in his body was starting to stir.
He took a deep breath and a rich energy entered his body, making him feel extremely comfortable.
The chaotic 5 elements energy is actually a great tonic for me. Cultivating here is even more than 10 times better than cultivating in the Dragon Palace. The demon soul said that the chaotic energy of the 5 elements in the deepest part of the tunnel is almost like liquid. If that's the case, his eyes were burning with excitement. He moved his body and headed into the tunnel at an even faster speed. The entire tunnel was at least more than 10 kilometers long. The deeper he went in, the denser the energy of the 5 elements became. At the back, it almost formed a fog. King, we're here. It's the space in front of us. The voice of the demon soul was heard. Wang Xian looked over and saw a huge stone chamber inside. The entire stone chamber was as if it was in a liquid. It was misty and even Wang Xian couldn't see very far. The demon soul could only see things 10 meters away from here.
Wang Xian's swaying body entered the stone chamber directly. The entire stone chamber was about 2 kilometers in circumference.
He came to the center of the stone chamber where there were 10 cultivation cattails. His huge eyes were staring at the bottom, and his eyes were sparkling.
This place should be the center of the spirit vein. The ancient bloodstream sect was built on top of a huge spirit vein. The spirit mines in other places have already been dug out. However, the spirit mines in the main hall are sealed by a formation and cannot be dug out.
This is also the reason why the main hall can stand for so long. Wang Xian placed his dragon claw next to the futon and a rich energy was transmitted over. At this moment, Wang Xian saw a line of human words on the wall of the other party.
Heaven-defying prodigy plan, cultivating the 5 elements and mastering the supernatural ability standing at the peak of transcendence. When Wang Xian saw the line of words on the wall, his face was slightly shocked.
Cultivate the 5 elements, grasp the supernatural power. Is this going to?
Wang Xian was astonished. This ancient blood flow sect actually wanted to cultivate a peerless genius who cultivated the 5 elements at the same time, defying the heavens.
This was simply too shocking. To cultivate the 5 elements at the same time, this difficulty was tantamount to defying the heavens. The number 1 seed of heaven-defying prodigy. 100 years. Cultivation to level 8 of transcendence.
No.
2 seed of heaven's favorite. 80 years. Cultivation level to transcendent level 6. No. 3 seed of heaven's favorite. 75 years. Cultivation level to transcendent level 5. There were messages carved on the wall. There were a total of 10 seeds of heaven's favorite, with the highest cultivation level being transcendent level 8. Cultivation of the 5 elements, difficult and difficult. Is harder than ascending to the blue sky. Bloodstream Sect's heaven-defying plan has failed. Finally, there was a line of words written on the wall. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows. It's not just difficult to cultivate all 5 elements at the same time. If I didn't obtain the divine dragon's inheritance and possess the 5 elements' origin, it would be extremely difficult to improve myself.
However, this land of 5 elements is a huge treasure trove to me.
I can completely convert the energy of the 5 elements into dragon chi. Furthermore, this liquid-like 5 elements can allow me to comprehend the combination of the elements even faster. Wang Xian's eyes lit up. If he were to cultivate here, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough in less than half a year. I'm really lucky to have met this fellow demon soul. The demon soul had obtained the 5 elements spirit pearl by chance. This place was useless to him. However, to him, even the dragon palace could not compare to it. I'll cultivate. I'll go to the main hall when my strength has improved. Wang Xian's eyes sparkled as his huge body lay in the stone chamber. Invisible energy surged wildly into his body and rapidly converted into dragon chi. Buzz. He opened his mouth slightly and spat out the 5 elemental spirit pearl. During this period of time, the spirit pearl had yet to form into a dragon pearl. Now, under the majestic 5 elemental energy, the growth of the dragon pearl was accelerated.
In the huge stone chamber, the crouching dragon was hiding inside and absorbing the power of the 5 elements.
The resplendent scales were emitting all kinds of colorful radiance and looked extremely mystical. 5 fist-sized spirit pearls were floating above his head. Wang Xian began his cultivation and evolution, a qualitative transformation. Time passed quickly. Wang Xian lay in a mysterious stone room in the main hall and absorbed the energy of the 5 elements in a frenzy.
Around him, the liquid-like energy of the 5 elements intersected chaotically. It came to Wang Xian's side and slowly flowed in. His body was 30 to 40 meters long. Every part of his body was absorbing the energy. As he inhaled and exhaled, the majestic energy was converted into dragon chi.
The 5 elemental spirit pearl above his head was getting brighter and brighter. There was a divine dragon rotating slowly on it. The 5 elemental spirit pearl was slowly converted into a dragon pearl. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. The energy that the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing represents destruction.
The energy that the 5 elements are mutually reinforcing represents good fortune. Destruction and good fortune, destruction and creation.
As he absorbed the 5 elemental attributes and immersed himself in the chaotic energy of the 5 elemental attributes around him, Wang Xian suddenly felt something in his heart. He slowly opened his eyes. His left eye was blue while his right eye was red. Following that, the dragon scales on his body began to emit different colors of light.
The 5 colors represented by the 5 types of energy, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, slowly changed from the head all the way to the position of the dragon's tail. Following that, the position of the dragon's tail changed to the position of the dragon's head. Back and forth, back and forth. It was unknown how much time had passed. Gold crack void. After an unknown period of time, Wang Xian suddenly opened his eyes. He felt something in his heart. The divine ability Gold Crack Void was formed above his head. Would crack void. After a few seconds, Wang Xian had a thought. Gold Crack Void was transformed into Would Crack Void. The metal attribute was transformed into Wood attribute. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the Wood attribute divine ability. Would crack void. At this moment, the system's voice suddenly rang in Wang Xian's mind. He ignored it and did not show any fluctuations. Water splitting void. Fire splitting void. Earth splitting void. Wang Xian stared at this divine ability. His heart moved again and changed rapidly. The transformation of attributes and divine ability. The system's voice rang one after another. Wang Xian did not pay any attention to it. Gradually, the dragon balls flew in front of him one by one and collided with each other. Some of the collisions would cause explosions in the surroundings, while some of the collisions would make one of the attributes stronger. Whenever the 2 dragon balls collided, the sound of the system would appear in Wang Xian's mind. At the beginning, there were 2 types of dragon balls colliding. Later on, there were 3 types of dragon balls. After the 3 types of dragon balls, there were 4 more types. With each collision of the dragon balls, there would be destruction and creation energy. Destruction that countered each other. Creation that complemented each other. Small green trees appeared out of thin air and grew rapidly. Small trees could turn into gold trees, wood trees, water trees, fire trees, and earth trees. There was a glow that was emitted after the collision of the dragon balls, and it was filled with deathly stillness. The light produced by the collision of the dragon balls was filled with vitality. Buzz. The 5 types of energy are like a millstone when they are gathered together. In an instant, they represent vitality. Counterclockwise, they represent destruction. The combination of attributes is like the operation of a millstone. After an unknown period of time, Wang Xian suddenly felt something in his heart. Since coming to the demi-human graveyard for more than half a year, Wang Xian had spent at least half of his time comprehending the combination of attributes. Not long ago, he had already comprehended the combination of 4 attributes and was about to have a breakthrough. However, in this land of 5 elements, when the 5 elemental spirit pearl transformed into the dragon pearl, all kinds of comprehensions of the combination of 5 elements entered his mind. In just half a month, the system notifications in his mind had never stopped. During this period, he had comprehended 30 to 40 supernatural powers. However, at this moment, Wang Xian had a new understanding of the 5 elements. Life and destruction. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. The 5 elements are mutually reinforcing. The 5 elements millstone. The 5 elements millstone. He opened his eyes and stared at the dragon bead in front of him as he muttered, "The 5 elements millstone condense." Wang Xian's gaze focused as he let out a soft shout. The endless 5 elements energy in the surroundings suddenly surged crazily into the 5 elements dragon bead. The 5 dragon balls began to revolve rapidly. Liquid-like energy gathered around the 5 elemental dragon balls and slowly condensed. Soon, a 1-meter-wide water-quality millstone appeared. However, this did not stop. Everything had just begun. In the stone chamber, the terrifying liquid-like energy surged into the 5 elemental millstone once again. The water-quality millstone began to solidify. Roar! Wang Xian let out a soft roar. In the middle of his body, the 5 elements origin stone plate that he had obtained on Earth flew out slowly and entered the 5 elements millstone. Buzz! When the energy from the origin entered the millstone, the absorption speed of the 5 elements became even more terrifying. The 5 elements energy in the stone chamber began to thin out at a terrifying speed. Crack! 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 After a day, the ground began to collapse and a large amount of 5 elements energy surged into the stone chamber from below. Wang Xian looked at the 5 elements millstone quietly.
This was his natal artifact that he had unintentionally created by comprehending the 5 elements with the help of the 5-elemental dragon pearl. 5 elements millstone. The energy of the 5 elements gradually dried up. There was no more energy in the stone chamber. A 2-meter-long millstone was suspended in the sky. The millstone was emitting 5-colored rays of light. Yao Lin, who was at the side, looked at this scene with a shocked expression. His body was trembling on the ground. Wang Xian raised his dragon head slightly, and the 2-meter-long millstone of the 5 elements entered his body directly. Crack! 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 Hiss! A tearing pain suddenly came from his body. The 5 elements millstone began to operate on his body. Ding! Congratulations to host for comprehending the 5 elements divine ability. The 5 elements millstone. Ding! The 5 elements millstone has destroyed the other 5 elements. Name Wang Xian. Race. 5 elements divine dragon. Able to transform into a human. Level transcendent level 9. Dragon crystal. 917640000000000. Divine ability. Ruling the water tribe. Ruling the water tribe that is lower than your own level. Devouring creatures. Devouring creatures to extract dragon crystals. Control of the 5 elements. Cultivation method. Divine dragon transformation. Supernatural ability. Soul capture. Spirit possession. Light and dark fire dragon eyes. Light and dark void. Light and dark shadowless. Light and dark. Great grinding of the 5 elements. Possessing the Dragon Palace. Level 3. Members of the Dragon Palace. 3,396. Hiss, I didn't expect to be able to completely control the 5 elements. The changes are so huge. All the supernatural abilities of the 5 elements have been obliterated, leaving only the great grinding of the 5 elements. Wang Xian swayed his body as he looked at his body that was more dazzling and corporeal than before. He felt that his strength had at least doubled. Apart from that, the recovery of energy had also increased by a lot. In his mind, the usage of the 5 elements had reached a terrifying level. 5 elements grindstone. His body moved and a huge grindstone that occupied the entire stone room appeared out of thin air. On this millstone, 5 50-meter-long divine dragons were binding it with 5 elemental chains. As long as Wang Xian had a thought, the 5 metal, wood, water, fire, and earth divine dragons would be able to pull this huge millstone. When the 5 elemental millstone was activated, it would either bring about a dense life force or a terrifying destruction. Hiss! Wang Xian looked at the 5 elements millstone that was 2 kilometers in circumference above his head. A look of shock appeared on his face. The entire 5 elements millstone was like the controller of this piece of sky. Golden yellow, wood green, aqua blue, fiery red, and earthy yellow. There were 5 colors. Each of the attributes took up 1/5 of the space. Above the attributes, there was an attribute dragon. Looking at the 5 elements millstone, Wang Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart skipped a beat. On the 5 elements millstone, the divine dragon galloped and the 5 elements millstone began to revolve slowly. Buzz. A strong life force was transmitted over. The strong life force made Wang Xian's spirit jolt. Following that, he waved his arm and a destructive aura was suddenly transmitted over. Below, the demon soul was lying on the ground, trembling. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked at the 5 elements millstone in the sky. He was powerless to resist it. With the strength of the demon soul at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, he didn't have the qualifications to resist it at all. Who? After using the 5 elements millstone briefly, the corner of Wang Xian's mouth curled up slightly. The 5 elements millstone was both a divine ability and a divine artifact. The origin of the 5 elements grindstone came from the 5 elements dragon pearl and the 5 elements origin. Now that he had used it, he could easily control the 5 elements. With the 5 elements grindstone, he could destroy and heal. With Wang Xian's current strength, it was no exaggeration to say that he could kill a level 4 see-through expert. As for a level 5 see-through expert, he should be able to escape from him or even fight against him. I'm still short of 100 million dragon crystals to level up. As long as I level up, I can kill a powerhouse at level 5 of the see-through realm. In the entire Luhai region, only the Bloodflow Empire and the leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect are not a match for me.
Wang Xian's eyes sparkled. With a move of his body, he transformed into a human form. With a wave of his arm, the 5-elemental grindstone in a radius of 2 kilometers in the sky shrunk and turned into a size of 10 meters that floated in the sky.
The shrinking of its form did not affect the terrifying power of the 5 elements millstone.
Wang Xian looked at the 5 elements millstone and thought of something.
Buzz buzz. The entire 5 elements millstone began to rotate slowly and finally formed a 5 elements crown.
There were 5 divine dragons on the crown and it looked majestic. Not bad, not bad. Wang Xian froze on top of his head. With a flick of his arm, a water mirror appeared in front of him. He looked at himself on it and revealed a smile.
I have to consume all the spiritual liquid in the interspatial ring.
Wang Xian opened the space and consumed all the spiritual liquid and blood essence obtained from killing the first-level see-through expert of the Frost sect and 2 demonic beasts.
However, even so, he was still short of about 80 million dragon crystals to upgrade his level. Next, there are 2 ways to increase my strength quickly. One is to kill and loot, and the other is to ascend to a higher main hall. There was nothing easier than killing and looting to accumulate resources. Even if one climbed up to the higher main hall, it might not be as fast as killing and looting. Let's go and see if the 2 guys from Cold Sect who ambushed me are still around. Wang Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at the demon soul lying on the ground. Let's go out. Yes, King.
The demon soul nodded its head in awe. It immediately got up and lowered its head.
Wang Xian flew directly to the demon soul and sat on it. Roar! The demon soul let out a soft roar and flew out. Riding on a demon beast at the 2nd level of the void interpretation stage, he wore a crown that was transformed by the 5 elements grinding and a black robe. Coupled with the mysterious mask, Wang Xian was like the king of darkness. When he was in the main hall, Wang Xian was a little apprehensive of other top-notch experts. Now, as long as he did not encounter a terrifying existence at level 6 of the see-through realm, he could escape even if he could not defeat the others. Therefore, he did not have any fear. The demon soul rushed out from the room and flew out directly. It was unrestrained and did not hide anything. Roar! Sensing the invincible aura from Wang Xian, the demon soul roared and flew towards the main hall. That is? It's the traitor, the demon soul. The nameless sword demon of the human race is on him. It's them.
Damn their judgment. How dare they come to us so arrogantly? Go, kill him. The demon soul's roar attracted the attention of the surrounding 4 to 5 demon beasts. When they saw Wang Xian and the demon soul, their eyes revealed a cold killing intent. The betrayal of the demon soul had caused many demon beasts to lose face and wanted to kill them. Now that they saw the demon soul and the nameless sword demon, they naturally wouldn't let them off. Kill! 4 demon beasts of the 2nd level of the see-through realm and 1 of the 1st level of the see-through realm attacked them directly. Wang Xian turned his head and looked over. His eyes were flashing with a cold expression. 5 elements grinding, crushing.
He snorted lightly and the crown on his head flew out. In an instant, it turned into a 1,000-meter-wide 5 elements grinding. Buzz!
A special sound rang out. It was like the gears of history turning. A 5-colored light enveloped it.
On it, the 5 divine dragons were slowly pulling the grinding disc.
It was operating.
Death! Ah!
A miserable scream rang out. From the 5 elements grinding to crushing, it only took an instant.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. The 5 elements millstone shrank and flew directly to the top of his head, turning into a crown.
The 5 elements millstone is operating. All creatures below the 5 elements millstone will either resist the attacks of the 5 types of energy or die immediately. He looked at the demonic beast that was killed instantly and revealed a hint of a smile in his eyes.
Just now, it was just a little operation of the 5 elements millstone. If he were to use the power that countered the 5 elements at full force, it would create a destructive domain below the 5 elements millstone.
If he didn't have sufficient strength in that domain, he would definitely die. In the future, his opponent would only be able to fight against Wang Xian if he could withstand the attacks of the 5 elements grindstone. Let's go!
After killing the 5 demonic beasts in an instant, Wang Xian's expression didn't change at all. He looked at the demonic beast's interspatial ring and swallowed the spiritual essence and blood directly. He had gained another 10 million dragon crystals. He was getting closer and closer to leveling up. I have stayed in the land of 5 elements for more than 6 months. I wonder if the few people from the cold sect are still around. Wang Xian sat on the demon soul and raised his head slightly. He looked at the entrance. Boom. The demon soul dashed forward. It did not hold back in the dangerous main hall. It charged into the main hall through the entrance with a huge force. The demon soul charged into the main hall in such a high-profile manner, instantly attracting the attention of the demonic beasts and humans. Eh? It's the nameless sword demon. It's the demon soul. It's the traitor demon soul. The demon soul charged into the center of the first level of the main hall. Some humans and demonic beasts immediately recognized it. Wang Xian sat on the demon soul and looked down at all the humans and demonic beasts around him. Are you still there? He looked at the position of Han Zong. The 2 second-level insightful emptiness realm experts were sitting cross-legged in the formation and cultivating. Compared to the 2 of them, there were 7 to 8 more people beside them. Among them, there were 6 young men and middle-aged men who had yet to reach the insightful emptiness realm. Nameless sword demon, Supreme Chosen One, he's really arrogant. He has the right to be arrogant. I'm really envious. Who do you think is stronger than our young master? Of course it's our young master. Our young master entered the Forbidden Land and obtained a huge opportunity. In the future, he'll become the strongest expert in the Flowing Sea region. This nameless sword demon is a little unbridled. Although he is a supreme Heaven's Pride expert, he is a little too proud to behave like this in the main hall. Wang Xian rode on the demon soul and stood in the middle of the first level of the main hall. His unbridled aura caused everyone around to raise their eyebrows slightly. At the position of Frost Sect, a few young men looked at Wang Xian and discussed in a low voice. Wang Xian stared at the Frost Sect's location with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. Roar, roar. The demon soul let out a low roar as a murderous aura was emitted. It slowly walked towards the Frost Sect's location. Eh? When the people on the first floor saw Wang Xian walking over, they were astonished and stared at him with doubt. Demon soul, you damn traitor. At this moment, a few low growls suddenly came from the side. Demon soul turned his head and saw 6 demon-scale demon beasts staring at him coldly. In the past, demon soul was the pride of their demon-scale demon beasts. Now it had become the shame of their race. Every demon-scale demon beast wished that they could kill demon soul. The demon soul took a glance at the few demon beasts. Each of them had the strength of the second level of the see-through realm. Roar! It let out a low roar in disdain and ignored them. It continued to walk towards the location of the Frost Sect. Kill this traitor. Let's kill it. A demon Lin beast roared. The demon flames on its body spread out in a radius of 100 meters. Wait a minute. A demonic Lin beast took 2 steps forward slowly to stop the violent demonic Lin. It looked at Wang Xian and the demonic soul with a cold gaze. Eh? This nameless sword demon is going? To the location of the Frost Sect. What is he going to do? Is he going to take revenge for the sneak attack that happened a few months ago? With his strength, he shouldn't be a match for the 4 level 2 insightful void martial artists. Furthermore, they are in the formation. When the 40 to 50 insightful void martial artists saw Wang Xian walking towards the direction of the Frost Sect, they were astonished. What is this nameless sword demon doing? Is he courting death? When the group of Frost Sect saw Wang Xian walking over, their eyes revealed a cold expression. Kid, what do you mean? An elder at level 2 insightful void martial artist raised his head slightly and walked out of the formation. He stared at Wang Xian with a cold gaze and questioned. 6 months ago, you guys ambushed me. Today, I will return it. Wang Xian stared at them and said with a calm expression. With just you. The elder's face was gloomy. Looks like you are here to court death. You really think highly of yourself as a supreme prodigy. Humph. The elder stared at Wang Xian with disdain. Behind him, 3 experts at the second level of the see-through realm walked out and stood around the elder. He wants to deal with us? This nameless sword demon is really arrogant. He really thinks that he is invincible in the world. If our cold sect wants to kill him, it will be a piece of cake.
The few young men in the formation looked at Wang Xian in surprise and said with a slightly disdainful and cold face,
"The sect master of the cold sect is a top-notch expert at the 4th level of the see-through realm. This nameless sword demon is making an enemy out of the cold sect. He is not rational. 6 months ago, the 3 people from the Frost sect attacked him and killed one of them. In the end, they didn't dare to continue attacking him. Could it be that after 6 months of cultivation, his strength has improved? Even if it has improved, making an enemy out of the Frost sect would be courting death. The elders and sect master of the Frost sect are up there."
Some of the people around were also astonished when they heard Wang Xian's words.
"I am a person who holds grudges. Since you dare to ambush me and want to kill and rob me, I will naturally not return the favor." Wang Xian looked at the group of people from the Frost sect and smiled faintly. His crown shimmered. Wang Xian moved his body and instantly disappeared from his demon soul. The demon-free sword in his hand attacked the 4 insightful emptiness realm experts directly. "You are courting death. Kill him." The 4 people from the cold sect were furious when they saw Wang Xian's attack. The old man in the middle roared loudly. A blue staff appeared in his hand. The few people beside him also picked up their weapons instantly. The temperature of the entire first layer instantly dropped by dozens of degrees. Buzz. However, at this moment, a black ray of light shot toward them directly. The expressions of the 4 people from the cold sect who were about to make a move froze instantly.
Clang! Wang Xian's figure appeared in front of them. He sheathed his demon-free sword and walked to the side of the 4 people who were still. With a wave of his arm, he kept all the interspatial rings in their hands. He didn't even spare their corpses.
This. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They looked at this scene in astonishment. Trash. Wang Xian smiled faintly and looked at the few people in the Frosty Sect's formation. You actually dared to kill our martial uncle. You're done for. Our sect leader and elders are up there. You're done for. The remaining 6 young men's expressions changed drastically as they stared at Wang Xian and shouted, "A bunch of trash. Back then, you guys dared to ambush me. You should be prepared to die." Wang Xian looked at the 6 young men in the formation and walked straight over.
You. Don't be afraid. Let's contact the elders and sect leader. We have the formation. They can't get in.
The 6 young men saw Wang Xian walking over step by step and said with a face full of fear. He smiled faintly and walked to the front of the water blue formation. Under the astonished gazes of the 6 young men, Wang Xian walked straight in. What? When the 6 young men from the Frost sect saw that Wang Xian had walked straight through the formation, their eyes widened as they stared at him in disbelief. Looking at his indifferent expression, their bodies began to tremble. How is this possible? An instant kill? The nameless sword demon actually killed 4 experts from the Frost sect who were at the 2nd level of the see-through realm in an instant. This?
So powerful, insta-kill. This nameless sword demon's strength has broken through again.
At least the strength of a profound void tier 3 expert. The surrounding profound void tier experts revealed shocked expressions.
Insta-killing 4 profound void tier 2 experts in one move. How did the nameless sword demon become so terrifying?
Awe!
Right at this moment, a pained cry sounded from the side.
Seeing that the 6 core disciples of the Frost sect were killed, everyone's pupils contracted again. He could actually enter the 4th level of the void interpretation formation directly. What treasures did he have on him? Wang Xian took his time to put away the interspatial rings of the 6 core disciples of the Frost sect before putting away the formation. He walked slowly to the side of the demon soul and looked in the direction of the demon beasts.
You few demon beasts want to die. It's good that you have finished them off. Now it's your turn. When Wang Xian finished his words, his body moved and instantly attacked the 6 demonic beasts.
Roar!
Damn it, run! This despicable human, all of us demonic beasts will join hands to kill him.
The demonic beasts stared at Wang Xian with wide eyes in shock. When they saw him rushing over, they fled back in fear. Some of them even roared in anger.
However, Wang Xian didn't give them any time. Among the demonic beasts that stayed on the first level, none of them were above the second level of the see-through void stage. The demon-free sword in his hand vibrated slightly. A special energy attacked the 6 demonic beasts of the demonic Lin clan in front of him.
Oh no, quickly dodge. 2 of the demonic Lin beasts were filled with shock as they hurriedly fled into the distance.
The other 4 demonic beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly enveloped by a black fog. The 5 elements' energy contained in the fog directly annihilated and killed them. Another 4 experts at the second level of the see-through realm were instantly killed.
At this moment, Wang Xian was like an invincible demon king. Any enemy would be instantly killed in one move. Watching the nameless sword demon kill 8 experts at the second level of the see-through realm in 2 moves, the entire first level was completely silent. Regardless of whether it was the demonic beasts or the humans, all of them swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Their eyes were filled with fear.
It's almost time to return to the Dragon Palace. I should get some corpses of the insightful void martial artists back to help the members of the Dragon Palace raise their levels.
Wang Xian thought to himself. He swept his gaze across all the demonic beasts in the hall and started moving.
Run, run, run. This despicable human.
Hide in the formation. Hide in the formation. Not good, he can break into the formation directly. The 3rd level formation of the void interpretation stage is completely useless. A series of panicked voices and terrified cries were heard, causing chaos in the entire first level of the main hall.
When some demonic beasts saw Wang Xian rushing into a formation and killing the demonic beasts inside, they were even more terrified. They used the array formation to create a safe space to prevent the other party's experts from coming over to kill them wantonly.
Now, this human actually disregarded the array formation.
The rest of the demonic beasts didn't hesitate at all and fled frantically outside.
All of you, stay behind. The crown on Wang Xian's head swayed slightly and charged forward with destructive energy. The energy covered an area of 1,000 meters. All the demonic beasts that were covered by the energy were killed. At least 20 corpses of the demonic beasts were lying on the ground.
This caused the rest of the demonic beasts to walk out frantically. Wang Xian didn't continue to chase after them. He moved his body and kept the corpses into his interspatial ring.
The demonic beasts also possessed interspatial rings. However, the treasures in them were much less than those of humans.
The improvement of the strength of the demonic beasts depended entirely on resources. After they obtained some resources, they would immediately convert them into strength.
However, even so, more than 20 demonic beasts at the insightful void tier still brought Wang Xian a lot of blood essence and spiritual liquid. Nameless sword demon, he. Behind them, the human powerhouses who were staying in the formation saw this scene and their pupils couldn't help but shrink.
They swallowed a mouthful of saliva and kept the formation. Then they slowly retreated outside. It was very common to kill and rob people in the graveyard of demons and humans. They were really afraid that the nameless sword demon would attack them.
This made some people flee outside in fear. Wang Xian's eyes swept across more than 20 insightful void martial artists. His eyes were sparkling. If he could kill all of them, his level would definitely increase. No, don't kill us. We have no enmity with you. One of the insightful emptiness realm experts saw the glint in Wang Xian's eyes. He quickly shouted and walked out. Forget it. Wang Xian shook his head. He did not attack when he saw all the human experts escaping. On the first level of the main hall, everyone had escaped. At this moment, at the stairway to heaven, at the entrance to the second level, 3 middle-aged men walked out. They were dressed in Blood Flow Dynasty's attire. When they saw that Wang Xian was the only one riding on the demon soul in the hall, they were surprised.
Nameless sword demon?
This is the nameless sword demon who obtained the supreme heaven's pride. It's him, a very mysterious kid. The 3 of them looked at Wang Xian. Kid, where are the people in the hall on the first floor? Where did they go? Could it be that there are treasures unearthed in the main hall?
The old man in the middle stared at Wang Xian with a twinkle in his eyes as he asked him.
I don't know.
Wang Xian shook his head lightly. He patted his demon soul and walked towards the stairway to heaven.
Kid, I'm asking you a question. What's with your attitude?
Maybe he thinks that he's a supreme heavens pride expert and doesn't take anyone seriously. Back then, when our blood flow empire invited him, this fellow didn't even reply. The two elders beside him saw Wang Xian's cold and arrogant look. They narrowed their eyes slightly and said coldly, "How impudent!" The eyes of the elder in the middle also revealed a cold look. He raised his palm and a terrifying flame rose from it. "You're courting death." When Wang Xian saw them making their move, the crown on his head spun and turned into a 100-meter-wide 5 elements millstone. Press down on them directly. "You still dare to fight back? Do you really think that a supreme heavens pride expert can suppress everyone?" The elder in the middle glared angrily. An aura of a level 3 insightful void martial artist was emitted. He raised both his palms and attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. "Suppress." Wang Xian moved slightly. The two flaming palms that were attacking the 5 elements millstone suddenly doubled in size and attacked the three of them at an even more terrifying speed. What kind of supernatural ability is this? The third-level insightful void martial artist's face was filled with shock. His entire body was exuding an even more terrifying flame. However, the moment the flame rose, it actually became chaotic. It was as though he could not control his own strength. What is this? He had a horrified expression on his face as he watched helplessly as the flaming palm descended. Boom! The expert at level 3 of the see-through realm was instantly killed, along with 2 other experts at level 2 of the see-through realm. A look of contempt appeared on Wang Xian's face. He walked over and kept the interspatial ring and the corpse. Wang Xian checked all the interspatial rings. He took out the spiritual liquid and blood essence and consumed them immediately. There were more than 30 interspatial rings of void interpretation stage powerhouses in total. The spiritual liquid and blood essence contained in the interspatial rings increased the amount of dragon crystals by about 40 million. He looked at the amount of dragon crystals required to upgrade his level. It was only about 10 million. If he was lucky, it wouldn't be long before his strength would be able to break through the void interpretation stage and reach the third change of the divine dragon transformation. Let's go up and take a look. Wang Xian looked at the stairway to heaven. He rode on his demon soul and flew straight up. At a height of about 20 meters, when Wang Xian arrived at the upper level, he realized that the second level was completely different from the first level. On the second level, there were many rooms. Each room contained a majestic spiritual energy. When he arrived at the second floor, the dragon's eyes of light and dark fire scanned through the rooms on the second floor. There were only 2 human powerhouses cultivating in the 2 rooms. The thick and heavy metal door was tightly shut. Even a powerhouse at the third level of the void interpretation stage would find it difficult to break through it. Wang Xian hesitated for a moment and continued to walk towards the third floor. Roar! Suddenly, when Wang Xian had just arrived at the third level, he heard the roar of a beast. He looked over and saw a demonic beast fighting with a ferocious beast. Both the demonic beast and the ferocious beast were at the third level of the see-through realm. When the demonic beast saw Wang Xian suddenly coming up from below, its cold eyes swept across him. "Damn it, you ruined my plan." The demonic beast let out a cry with a sullen face. With a leap, it flew out from a window on the third floor. I can't believe I can get out from the third floor. On the contrary, I can't fly up from the outside." Wang Xian revealed a look of astonishment. There weren't many complicated terrains in the main hall. Each floor was where the elders of the bloodstream sect cultivated. As it was the starting point of the spirit vein, each level contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. This place was the most powerful blessed land in the entire Lehigh region. This was also the reason why many insightful emptiness realm experts gathered here. They continued to walk up to the 4th, 5th, and 6th level. There were humans or demonic beasts in each of the sealed rooms. The rooms were not a formation. Even Wang Xian would find it extremely difficult to enter. After all, the people who used to live here had the strength of at least level 5 of the see-through realm. With his strength, he could not break through the houses they built. When he reached the 10th floor in a row, Wang Xian suddenly realized that there were 5 to 6 old men sitting cross-legged and cultivating. Hanzong. These are the people from Hanzong. Wang Xian's gaze swept across the 6 of them as his eyes sparkled.
However, very soon, the killing intent in his heart disappeared. Among the 6 old men, the lowest was at level 3 of the see-through realm. One of them was at level 4 of the see-through realm and was extremely powerful.
With his current strength, he could only kill all of them after he transformed into a divine dragon. However, there was a figure in a cultivation room behind them. If that person was stronger, he would have no choice but to flee.
This floor is reserved by our Frost sect. Immediately,
when the 6 people from the Frost sect on the 10th floor sensed that Wuxia had stepped onto the floor, the bald old man who was sitting in the middle spoke coldly. However, before he could finish his words, he suddenly narrowed his eyes.
"Kid, which sect are you from?" the bald old man asked with a twinkle in his eyes. "No sect, no sect. He's just an unaffiliated person," Wuxia said faintly.
"He seems to be that nameless sword demon. He's this year's Supreme Heaven's Pride expert. A few months ago, Han Shan and the rest ambushed him. One of our deacons was killed."
An old woman in aquamarine clothes, who was sitting cross-legged not far from the bald old man, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice.
"Oh, is that so? Those little guys from Han Shan, get them to get some strong corpses for young master to devour. These little guys only got 2 of them."
"Supreme Heaven's Pride, not bad. Let's use you as young master's nourishment." The bald old man had just finished his words when his body disappeared instantly. A stream of water that was like a demonic creature attacked Wuxia directly. "What?"
Wuxia narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw the old man suddenly attacking him. "Young master?"
He was called Young Master by an old man at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage.
When he was on the 1st level, Wuxia heard the young man from the Frost sect mention the term Young Master. Since this old man was addressed as Young Master, could it be that the Frost sect had an expert at level 5 of the Void Interpretation stage?
How come he had never heard of this faction before?
Wuxia had some doubts in his heart. The crown on his head turned into a 5 elements millstone and headed toward the expert at level 4 of the Void Interpretation stage.
Boom! A terrifying explosion sound exploded in front of the 5 elements millstone. The 5 elements millstone trembled for a moment. As expected, it's a little difficult to fight against an expert at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage. However, I'm not necessarily afraid of him.
Wuxia looked at the bald elder who was sent flying backward. He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Annihilate.
The 5 elements millstone turned into a radius of 1,000 meters. The 5 elements counteracted each other and created a terrifying annihilating space.
What a strong kid. Impossible. His strength is at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage.
The bald elder sensed the terrifying attack from the 5 elements millstone and his expression changed slightly.
You people from the Frost sect are really courting death.
A hint of anger flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He was suddenly attacked 6 months ago.
Now, he actually wanted to kill him and turn him into energy to be devoured. It seemed that if he didn't destroy Han Zong, he would really think that Wuxia was easy to bully. What's going on?
At this moment, a mechanical sound came from a room at the back of the 10th floor. The stone door at the back opened slowly.
When Wuxia saw an extremely old arm stretching out, his pupils constricted slightly. "Let's go." Wuxia didn't hesitate at all. He moved his body and flew directly toward the 11th floor.
"Grand Elder."
The bald elder and a few other elders saw the stone door approaching. Their expressions changed slightly as they bowed and shouted, "Haha, let's go out. It's almost time."
At this moment, a young voice that was laughing heartily came from inside.
A thin and weak young man with long hair and disheveled hair walked out slowly. His incomparably sharp gaze swept the surroundings, and his eyes were filled with excitement. "Young master."
The bald old man sensed the young man's aura and his pupils constricted slightly as he called out respectfully in shock.
"Let's go. There are still 2 days before the day of the Crown Prince's establishment. Second brother. Oh, second brother. I want to give you a big surprise. Haha, perhaps you would never have thought that not only did I not die when I entered the Origin Light Dragon pool, I even obtained a great opportunity. Kiki.
And that fellow, I hope that you will appear. When the time comes, I will personally kill you."
The thin and frail long-haired young man raised his head slightly and laughed arrogantly. His body was filled with a terrifying baleful aura. Even though his body was of the light attribute, it still gave off a sinister feeling.
With your talent, the flowing sea region will be under your feet in the future.
A stiff voice came from behind again. An old man with an extremely shriveled body and skin and bones walked out mechanically. The old man didn't seem to have any signs of life. However, his emerald green body possessed a terrifying energy. That voice? And that bald old man's respectful expression. He should be at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian rushed straight to the 11th floor. When he sensed that there was no pursuit from below, he frowned slightly.
5th level of the void interpretation stage.
Young master.
I encountered a powerhouse at the 5th level of the void interpretation stage on the 10th floor. Wouldn't it be more dangerous up there? Wang Xian looked at the hall on the 11th floor and realized that there was a demonic beast cultivating inside a room. I have to improve my strength to the insightful emptiness realm first. When the time comes, I have to find an opportunity to kill that frost sect.
Wang Xian's eyes flickered. He moved his body and continued to fly towards the higher level. Roar! Roar! When Wang Xian arrived at the 13th level, the situation inside and outside had completely changed.
There were more than a dozen ferocious beasts, and each of them was at level 3 of the void interpretation stage. 4 of them had a body size, thick scales, and 2 huge rhinoceros horns. However, their bodies were not that heavy.
Spirit horn-scale beasts. They are spirit horn-scale beasts at level 3 of the void interpretation stage. Wang Xian immediately recognized the group of ferocious beasts, and his eyes flashed with a cold luster.
According to rumors, the upper levels of the main hall were occupied by ferocious beasts. Even the strongest person in the Luhai region had only reached level 17 or 18. No one had entered the top level before. Now, it seems that it was as expected.
Kill!
Without any hesitation, Wang Xian turned into a divine dragon and attacked the dozen of spiritual horn-scale beasts.
Boom! 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 A huge 5-elemental millstone appeared on the 13th floor. Suppress! After transforming into a divine dragon, Wang Xian's strength increased by a notch.
Under the suppression of the 5-elemental millstone, the dozen of spiritual horn-scale beasts of the 3rd level of the see-through realm were instantly suppressed.
Ha! These few rooms had all been searched by someone. What bad luck. After putting away the corpse of the spirit horn beasts, Wang Xian looked around a few rooms but did not find any treasures. He looked up and moved to the 14th level. This is...
When he had just stepped into the 14th level, he immediately saw a huge demonic beast entrenched inside. It had a 20-meter-long body, pitch-black scales all over its body, and a huge triangular head.
Hiss, hiss, hiss. Demon-tailed venomous snake. It's a demon-tailed venomous snake demonic beast.
Wang Xian stared at this demonic beast with his dragon eyes. Demon-tailed venomous snake demonic beast was a species of demonic beasts.
This kind of demonic beast was very rare among the demonic beasts in the human-demon graveyard.
However, the bloodline level of this kind of demonic beast was not low.
Seeing that Wang Xian had arrived at the 14th level, it raised its head slightly. His cold triangular eyes were filled with warning. Get out of my territory.
The demon-tailed venomous snake roared directly.
Water creature, if that's the case. Wang Xian's eyes revealed a cold expression. He moved his body and attacked the demon-tailed venomous snake directly. Get out of my territory.
The demon-tailed viper roared loudly as a mouthful of black liquid spewed out from its mouth.
The terrifying liquid instantly engulfed the entire 14th layer.
Suppress!
Wang Xian's dragon body trembled as the 5 elements millstone covered the entire 14th layer. The terrifying destructive power emitted by the 5 elements counteracting each other was directed towards the demon-tailed viper.
Hiss, hiss, hiss.
What is this?
Its cold triangular eyes were filled with fear as it stared at the 5 elements millstone. With a long tail, it attacked the 5 elements millstone directly. Boom! The terrifying attack caused a violent tremor.
Suppress!
Wang Xian roared once again. The 5 divine dragons on the 5 elements millstone started to run wildly while the 5 elements millstone was operating. Below them, a world-destroying scene appeared.
The demon-tailed viper below seemed to be undergoing a tribulation and was being attacked by the heaven and earth. Roar! 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 The entire 14th floor seemed as though it was about to explode. The power of the 5 elements explosion caused many wounds to appear on its body. Hiss! Hiss! Feeling the intense pain from its body, the demon-tailed viper was filled with fear. Whoosh! 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 His huge body fled out of the window. If you want to escape, I will devour you. Then I will be able to level up. Where are you going to escape to? Wang Xian's eyes were extremely cold. He opened his huge mouth. The 5 elements grinding mill immediately shrunk and entered its mouth. Buzz! His dragon scales emitted a bright luster. Wang Xian moved his body and flew out. Roar! A dragon roar was heard in the main hall. Wang Xian stared at the escaping demon-tailed venomous snake and chased after it. After dashing out of the 14th floor of the main hall, Wang Xian's dragon eyes stared at the demon-tailed venomous snake. He opened his huge mouth and bit at it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The demon-tailed venomous snake was suspended in the air. It swung its huge tail and swung it at Wang Xian. Annihilate! The 5 elements' energy circulated in the scales on Wang Xian's body. The 5 elements grinding mill was located behind his body. This attack was even more terrifying. The dragon claw struck out and contained the explosion of the 5 elements. Boom! 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 A violent explosion was heard. Huge wounds appeared on the tail of the demon-tailed viper instantly. Hiss! 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 The demon-tailed viper shook its body in fear and wanted to escape into the distance. Bind! Roar! Wang Xian roared again. The phantom of a divine dragon dashed out from his body. The phantom was formed from the 5 elements' energy. It flew to the surroundings of the demon-tailed venomous snake and coiled it tightly. Hiss! 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 The rapid and terrified sounds reverberated throughout the entire sky. Look, what is that? Oh my God! It's 2 powerful demonic beasts at least at the 4th level of the see-through realm fighting. That's the demon-tailed viper. What is that? What kind of demon beast is that? Or is it a ferocious beast? Oh my God, that 30 to 40 meter long ferocious beast is going to devour that demon-tailed viper. That demon-tailed viper is a 4th level profound void tier demon beast. In the main hall, there are very few human experts at the 5th level of the profound void tier, and those at the 6th level of the profound void tier have not appeared for a long time. 2 4th level profound void tier creatures are basically at the top level. Is that 30 to 40 meter long creature at level 4 or level 5 of the see-through realm? Wang Xian and the demonic vipers were fighting about 1,000 meters away from the main hall. Many humans and demonic beasts in the surroundings looked over at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. However, in this place, the demonic vipers were directly swallowed by the 30 to 40 meter long creature under everyone's shocked gaze. Terrifying. Terrifying. Roar. With a howl, the enormous creature flew towards the human exit. What kind of creature is that? Why is it flying towards the human exit? This creature has at least the strength of a 5th level profound void martial artist. Below, all the profound void martial artists stared in shock at the rapidly disappearing figure. Not far from the entrance of the main hall, the group of people that Frigid Sect had just walked out saw this scene. The bald old man's eyes were filled with fear. What is that 30 to 40 meter long creature? How terrifying. Is he a 4th or 5th level profound void martial artist? The long-haired skinny young man standing by the side was also filled with shock as he asked the withered old man beside him. 5th level of the void interpretation realm, that creature is a 5th level void interpretation realm expert. The withered old man's eyes were filled with fear. Good heavens, we can't stay in this main hall any longer. A nameless sword demon easily killed a 2nd level void interpretation realm expert, and now another terrifying creature has appeared. We'd better go back and come back after a period of time. At the side, more than 10 profound void martial experts gulped and walked out.